Welcome, players, to the Mind Survival game. Number of players in this round, 10 billion. This is a real game. If you die in the game, you die for real. A cold, emotionless voice crashed down inside my head. The rules scrolled across my vision right after. You start by being teleported at random into a mine. You get 1 iron pickaxe and 1 mining lamp. Everything else, you dig for yourself. Break the stone walls, and you might find a treasure chest, or you might find a monster. Kill the monster, and it drops gear, if you can beat it. If you can't, you're the monster's next meal. The last rule was the harshest. Once you're in, you don't get out. Staying alive is the only way forward. So, I got transported into another world. My eyes snapped open. Everything was black. I couldn't see my own hand in front of me, and the silence was unnerving. Ah! A woman's scream exploded in the dark, and my scalp went numb with fright. Stop screaming. I shouted before I could think. You trying to scare somebody to death? Who are you? The voice was timid. I didn't bother answering. I crouched and felt around on the ground. My hand quickly found an iron pickaxe and a mining lamp. Click. The light came on. The beam swept forward and landed on a woman in her early 20s. She was wrapped in a white bath towel, long wet hair clinging to her shoulders. Grabbed right in the middle of a shower. She hugged her chest with both arms and stared at me warily. Who are you? Su-yi. And you? Lin Jixia. She bit her lip. Where are we? You didn't hear that voice just now? I sighed. We got transported. The Mind Survival game. We really got transported. She froze completely. I didn't feel like explaining more. I raised the lamp and looked around. Stone walls everywhere. The ceiling too, with less than 10 square meters of space. It was a sealed-off mine. If I wanted to live, I had to dig. Before doing anything, I studied the menu. With a flick of thought, a pale blue panel floated up. Announcements, channels, trade, stats, private chat. I checked announcements first. There was only one. 1 hour from now, a single earth dragon will appear at random in each zone. It is highly aggressive and roams freely. If it spots you, you die. When it appears, you must not make a single sound. My face darkened. I'd assumed the monsters all hid inside the walls. Turns out some of them come out hunting. I closed the announcement and opened the channel. Messages in the zone channel were flying by. Li Shaoqin, anyone there? Where am I? War Dragon. Transported to another world? You actually believe that garbage? Somebody's pulling a prank. Su Dayton, let me out, or I'm calling the cops. Jiang Xinian, I am a cop, and it won't help. I got transported too. Su Dayton, Li Xiaoqiang, I run a building materials company. I'm worth tens of millions. Why should I be a miner? Wu Bo, the richest man in the world would have to dig too. Xin Tao, guys, I dug out a venomous snake and it bit me. What do I do? Niobi, suck the poison out. Xin Tao, can't reach. Niobi, where'd it bite you? Xin Tao, the part down in my pants. Niobi, Xin Hao, who cares about that right now? Cut it off to save your life. Think of it as martial arts training. Xin Tao, poor guy. I closed the channel and opened my stats. Survivor, Su-yi. Zone, 10,086. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Defense, 7. Spirit, 9. Talent, voice of the mind. A talent? I get one of those. Whatever it does, digging comes first. My life's on the line. Everything else can wait. I grabbed the pickaxe and walked up to the wall. Just as I raised it, a hoarse voice suddenly spoke inside my head. In the wall in front of you, there's a venomous spider hiding. 1 bite, and you're dead. My hand froze in midair. Who was talking? I steadied myself and moved the pickaxe to the wall beside it. The voice came again. This one's safe. Nothing in it either. My eyes lit up. It wasn't a hallucination. Something was giving me hints, telling me exactly where the danger was and where the supplies were. Voice of the mind. That was my talent. I held back my excitement and slowly swept my eyes across every wall. When I reached one spot, the voice spoke. Dig 30 centimeters in. 1 bottle of water. Here we go. I swung the pick and hit. Bang, bang, bang. Chips of rock rained down. The stone was harder than I expected. After more than 50 swings, I was drenched in sweat and my arms were burning. 30 centimeters. There. A glint of light flashed in the crack and a bottle of water popped out. It's real. I snatched it up. Not much, but enough. The hint was accurate. If I kept digging by its guidance, I'd never run short. I twisted the cap off, took a couple of sips, and was about to keep going when a messy, clanking noise came from beside me. I turned. Lin Jixia was holding a pickaxe, clumsily banging at the wall. The towel was cinched tight around her, barely covering the important parts, shifting with every move. I took one look, my throat went dry, and I quickly turned away. Any longer, and something would happen. I shook my head and called out in my mind. Little mine, was that you just now? It was me. Where's the rest of the stuff? The surface layer's been dug out. You have to go a full meter in to find more. A meter? My face fell. 30 centimeters already wore me out. A whole meter would flatten me. But I had no choice. Not digging meant waiting to die. Where do I dig? Straight ahead. There's a fruit of strength inside. What's a fruit of strength? Eat one and your strength goes up by 10. My eyes blazed. My strength was 8. Eat one and it jumps to 18, more than double. Higher strength meant faster digging, which meant more supplies. That thing was mine. No question. Bang, bang, bang. I swung hard. Lin Jixiao was digging too. Neither of us spoke. There was only the sound of picks striking stone. Half an hour passed. She switched spots a dozen times, 2 shallow taps each, and found nothing. In the end, she collapsed against the wall, tossed her pick down, and looked utterly defeated. My arms felt like they were filled with lead, but I didn't stop once. Sheer willpower kept me going. Another dozen minutes, and a crack opened in the wall, a meter deep. A soft glow spilled out. The light faded, and there it was, a fruit the size of a fist, deep red, all over and shining. Got it. I grabbed it and bit in. The flesh was crisp, sweet, and juicy. A warm current rushed down my throat and spread through my whole body, heating me from the inside. My stats refreshed. Strength, 18. Amazing. Su-E. Lin Jixiao licked her cracked lips, her voice soft and small. That fruit, is it good? I took another bite. Could I have a bite? She swallowed. I acted like I didn't hear her and finished the fruit in a few bites. Come on. This was a fruit of strength, something that raised your stats. Give it to you? In your dreams. I gave her a blank look. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Lin Jixiao. Didn't catch it? I just didn't want to share. Fine, don't. I'll dig my own. She jumped up, furious, and swung her pick at the wall. She swung too hard. The towel came loose with a whip of fabric, slid off her shoulder, and dropped to the ground. The towel hit the floor, and a pale body was left completely exposed. My mind went blank for a beat, and my breathing skipped. Oh. Lin Jixiao went rigid, her face flushing red all the way to her ears. She scrambled to grab the towel and wrap herself up, then glared at me through gritted teeth. You're still looking. I rubbed my nose and smirked. It's not like I meant to look. You dropped the towel yourself. How's that my fault? Lin Jixiao. Getting away with it and rubbing it in. Her chest was heaving with anger, and she was about to blow up when the whole mine gave a violent shudder. The ground was shaking, grit falling from the walls, like an earthquake. What's happening? Her voice cracked. My stomach dropped. I reached out to the mine at once. Little mine, what's going on? The earth dragon is coming. It's charging straight at you, and it's fast. It'll be here any second. My scalp prickled. This place was sealed on all sides. If the dragon broke in, the two of us were trapped like fish in a barrel. That meter-deep crack you just dug, get inside it, quick. Lin Jixiao, get over here. I grabbed her arm and shoved her toward the crack. What are you doing? She thought I was trying to take advantage and fought back with everything she had. Shut up if you want to live. She went quiet instantly. The crack was too narrow. The two of us had to press together, close enough to hear each other's heartbeat. I leaned to her ear and dropped my voice as low as it would go. The dragon's here. Kill the light. Whatever you hear, don't make a single sound. Make a sound and you're dead. Okay. She nodded, jaw clenched. The lamp went out. Total darkness. Bang. A huge crash. The stone walls hummed and shook, and even our little crack trembled. A rank, foul stench rolled over us. It was inside. I couldn't see a thing. Lin Jixiao clamped a hand over her mouth, her body shaking without stop. Scrape. Scrape. A dragging, grinding sound moved slowly past, just a few steps away from us. Rubble crunched under its weight. Every time it moved, the pressure pressed down on my chest. I stared out into the dark, not daring to move, sweat sliding down my back. 1 second. 2 seconds. That sound scraped along for a full 3 minutes. Every second felt like a year. Finally, it grew distant, faded, and was gone. Is it gone? Lin Jixiao barely dared to breathe. I asked the mine. It's gone. You're safe. I let out a long breath. Let's get out. We crawled out and turned the lamp on. There was a new black hole in the wall, a meter across, so deep the light couldn't reach the end. It stretched straight inward. The earth dragon had smashed it through by force. It took us forever to dig through stone, and it carved a whole tunnel with one charge. The strength of that thing was terrifying just to think about. That was close. Lin Jixiao patted her chest, still pale. If not for that grab earlier, She'd already be inside the dragon's belly. I stared at the hole, and my mind started turning. The surface supplies were dug out, and digging deeper was slow and exhausting. But this ready-made tunnel. I bent down and crawled in. What are you going in there for? Wait here. I'm scouting. I crawled and asked as I went. Little mind, anything in this tunnel? Plenty. 50 meters in, there's a golden treasure chest too. A golden chest. That got me going. I scrambled forward on hands and feet. 50 meters. There. It's in the wall on your left. I turned sideways and swung the pick. A dozen strikes, and I broke through an opening. A chest glowing with golden light was revealed. I pulled it out, but didn't open it yet. I crawled back to the mine the way I came. You actually dug up a golden chest? Your luck is insane. Lin Jixia's eyes went wide. It's all right. I raised an eyebrow. Luck? It was the voice of the mine. Luck had nothing to do with it. What's inside? Let's open it and see. Click. A burst of bright light shot out. When it faded, the chest was gone, and in my hand was a metal ball the size of an egg. The moment I touched it, a line of text appeared in my head. Portable metal tent. Deploy by thought. Holds 2 people. Sturdy material, blocks low-level monsters. My eyes lit up. In this hellhole, a protective shell was one more life. And it could ride in my pocket, come along wherever I went. What is it? Lin Jixia stared at the ball. Let me show you. I set the ball on the ground and gave the command with a thought. Deploy. Golden light wrapped around it, and the ball swelled in a blink. A silver-gray metal tent stood in front of us, about 1.5 meters tall, just enough for 2 people. A tent? A metal one. She was stunned. I climbed in to test it. All 4 sides were thick metal, cold and solid, wrapping a person up completely. It felt safe. The only problem was the open doorway. Against a monster, that gap was a weak point. How do I close it? The thought had barely formed when the 2 metal panels at the entrance folded inward on their own and sealed shut with a click, turning it into an airtight metal box without a single gap. High tech. I opened it back up, climbed out, let it shrink into a ball again, and pocketed it. There was still stuff in the tunnel. I had to clean it out. I turned and crawled back in. Bang, bang, bang. With the mine calling out spots, I barely missed a swing. Every few strikes I dug up another item. Lin Jixia followed me in, but she had no hints, so she could only guess, hitting here and there. After a dozen tries, she finally dug out her first find, a pair of white cloth shoes. Shoes. Yes. She was thrilled. She'd been barefoot the whole time. Once the shoes were on, she got a burst of energy and kept digging, and found nothing. Of course, I'd already cleaned out every spot that had anything. An hour or so later, I stopped and crawled back. There was actually more inside, but I didn't dare go deeper. First, my stamina was bottoming out. Second, if the earth dragon doubled back and I ran into it deep in the tunnel, there'd be no escape. A dead end. I came back to the mine carrying a bulging black backpack. Lin Jixia was sitting against the wall, looking glum. The second she saw my pack, her eyes nearly popped out. How did you dig up so much? She dug for ages and got 1 pair of shoes. I had a metal tent and a full backpack. Same survivor. Look at the gap. Lucky, I guess. I brushed it off, deployed the tent, and climbed in with the pack. Whoosh. She climbed in right behind me. What are you coming in for? To see what you dug up. Looking's fine. I laid it out plainly. But the stuff's mine. Don't get any ideas. I got it. She pursed her lips. I unzipped the pack and pulled things out. 3 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread, a roll of paper, a pack of sausages, and a green treasure chest. That's a lot. Wonder what's in the chest. I flipped the lid open. A flash of light scattered. What appeared in front of us was a school uniform outfit and a pair of black stockings. We both froze. A school uniform and stockings? My mouth twitched. I didn't expect the green chest to give me that. I couldn't use it, but Lin Jixia could. With her figure, it would look good on her. Trade you this outfit for your towel. Deal, I said. The floor of the tent was cold metal, rough to lie on directly. Spread the towel down and it would block the chill, make sleeping comfortable. Huh. She paused, bit her lip, thought it over. Okay. Wearing the uniform was a little embarrassing, but it beat being wrapped in a towel forever, and it was easier to move in. Then go change, I prompted. She rolled her eyes at me. How am I supposed to change with you here? Strip in front of you. I got it and climbed out of the tent. No peeking. I already saw everything. And now you care about this? I grumbled as I walked off. 3 minutes later, the tent flap moved, and she stepped out. I turned around and couldn't look away. The navy skirt barely covered the top of her thighs, and the black stockings made her legs look long and straight. The shirt was stretched tight across her chest, buttons ready to pop. Are you done looking? Her ears were bright red and her eyes avoided mine. I cleared my throat. I'm just checking the fit. Nothing else. Then I climbed into the tent and spread the towel flat on the floor. Sui, she said, following me in. I want to make a deal with you. What deal? I give you massages, and you give me food and let me stay in the tent. To survive, she could only count on me. But I wasn't going to help for free, and she knew it. So she had something to trade. You've studied massage? No, never studied it, and you still want to trade for my food. I laughed. You're dreaming. I never studied it, but my massage can do you a lot of good. She looked completely serious. That got me curious. Explain. I have a massage talent. When I'm done, it helps you recover stamina fast. With more stamina, you can dig more. Way better than any professional. My eyes lit up. A talent? For real? Of course it's real. Give me one massage first. If it works, I'll agree. Hearing isn't believing. Fine. She pointed at the ground. Lie down. I lay down on the towel. She took a deep breath, moved over, hesitated for a moment, then sat right down on my waist. What are you doing? I was dumbfounded. Isn't this a massage? Why is she straddling me? Her face went instantly red, but she pressed on. A massage needs this kind of contact, otherwise it doesn't work. I thought you were going to force yourself on me. I muttered. Go ahead. She pressed her hands on my shoulders. Her fingertips were cool, the pressure just right. At first I didn't feel anything. A few seconds later, a warm current seeped in through my shoulders and spread to my limbs. My sore, stiff shoulders loosened bit by bit. The exhaustion drained out of my body visibly. It actually works. I closed my eyes, comfortable. She said nothing and focused on the massage. That warm current flowed on and on. She kept at it for about 10 minutes before stopping. I hadn't had my fill. I opened my eyes. Why'd you stop? Keep going. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and she was panting. This talent burns spirit power. I'm almost out. I can't keep going. I have to wait until it refills before I can do more. All right. I sighed. She slid off me and knelt to the side. Done. Now the food we agreed on. I handed her a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. She took it and tore the wrapper open, finishing the bread in a few bites. She really was hungry. I chewed on some bread too and idly opened the zone channel. Nyobi. Guys, that was too close just now. I almost bought it. Guyi, what happened? Nyobi. The earth dragon burrowed into my mind and swallowed the other survivor in one gulp. Didn't leave a scrap. Li Xiaoqiang. That brutal? So why didn't it eat you? Nyobi. I have a transformation talent. I can turn into a cockroach. I turned into one and hid in a crack, and that saved my life. Zhomang. You've got a talent too? How come I don't? Wubo, I don't either. Li Xiaoqiang. We're all here to survive. Why doesn't everyone get a talent? This is so unfair. Shintao. Maybe it's tied to your character. Li Xiaoqiang. Nyobi. Shintao. Weren't you bitten by a venomous snake? How are you still alive? Shintao, cut it off. Nyobi. With that thing gone, how are you still a man? You're brutal. Shintao. I'm still a man. Shinhao. How when it's gone? Shintao. After I cut it off, I passed out from the pain. When I woke up, it had grown back. Checked my stats and figured it out. I have a regeneration talent. Shinhao. So you're immortal now? Shintao. Not that dramatic. Chop off my head and I still die? Zhomang. Size. I woke up a talent too. Jiang Sinian. Then why the sigh? Zhomang. It's completely useless. Jiang Sinian. What's the talent? Zhomang. Enlargement. Shinhao, your body grows. Then don't your stats shoot way up? That's strong. Zhomang. Not my body. A certain part. Shinhao, which part? Zhomang. We're all men here. You know what I mean. Shinhao. In a survival situation, that thing getting bigger really was useless. I cut in. Su-e. Nyobi, you've seen an earth dragon? What's it look like? Nyobi. No eyes, like a giant earthworm. A layer of hard scales, over 20 meters long, a meter thick. Moves fast, insane strength, smashes through stone walls like it's nothing. Li Xiaoqiang. None of us have a transformation talent. Run into an earth dragon, and we're just dead, right? Su Dayton. I'm scared out of my mind. I just want to go home and find my mom. Zhao Lai. You're a grown man. Can you show a little courage? I'm embarrassed for you. Su Dayton. I'm a 300-month-old baby. Can't I be scared? Zhao Lai. Jiang. I dug up an energy stone. Anyone want it? One bottle of water, and it's yours. Nyobi. What's an energy stone do? Jiang. Load it into a mining lamp or an electric pick and use it straight as a power source. Shinhao. I've got a bottle of premium liquor here, way more valuable than water. Trade? Jiang. Go find a corner and cool off. I did the math. I still had 3 bottles of water. Spare one for a long-term power source. Worth it. Suit E, I'll trade. One tap on the trade board, and it was done. Now I had a thumb-sized diamond-shaped crystal, glinting like a real diamond. I stashed it in the pack and lay down on the towel. Didn't your stamina come back? Why aren't you digging? Lin Jixia asked. No point. The surroundings were cleaned out. Digging more meant heading deep into the dragon's tunnel, and I didn't dare go far. I had enough food for the day. I'd wait for tomorrow's refresh. All right. She nodded. The tent was only so big. She wanted to lie down, but didn't dare, since lying down meant pressing against me. After holding out for a while, she could only curl into the corner and kneel against the cold inner wall. I don't know how long I slept before the mind's voice sounded in my head. Wake up. Supplies have refreshed. My eyelids twitched. The second I opened my eyes, I felt something soft and warm pressing down on me. The lamp was off, pitch black, couldn't see a thing. I reached out on instinct. My fingertips touched something soft and springy. My hand froze. I yanked it back, found the lamp, and clicked it on. Lin Jixia was lying on top of me. Her head was on my chest, one arm around my neck, the other hand resting on my chest, and one leg thrown across me, wrapped around me like an octopus. My heart skipped a couple of beats, and then anger flared up. Nice. Taking advantage of me while I slept. I was about to pull her up and settle the score, but I looked down and saw how deeply she was sleeping. Forget it. I turned off the lamp, lay back down, tightened my arm, and pulled her a little closer. I wasn't taking advantage of her. It was cold, and she was barely dressed. I was just worried she'd catch a chill. Pure good deed. Yeah, I'm a good guy. In her sleep, Lin Jixia felt hotter and hotter, burning up. Half awake, she found the lamp and pressed it. Then she froze. Why was she curled up in Su Yi's arms? One leg thrown over him, in the most compromising position imaginable. Oh, the shout jolted me awake. I snapped. Can you stop flying off the handle? You trying to scare somebody to death? She scrambled off me and backed away, grinding her teeth. Su Yi, you're shameless. Taking advantage of me while I was asleep? I sat up and said, slow and easy. Do you have any shame? You're the one who climbed on top of me. I didn't even settle the score, and now you're pinning it on me? Huh. She froze. She thought about it, and it did seem to be true. She was so exhausted last night, she passed right out. Probably got cold and cuddled up to me. Her face flushed red hot. She wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. I kept a straight face. I'll forgive you this time. Don't do it again. Try to take advantage of me one more time, and don't blame me for getting angry. Lin Jixia. It was such a bullying thing to say, but it was the truth, and she couldn't argue a single word. I tore open the sausages and tossed her too. Eat. She took them in silence and ate with her head down. Once we'd eaten our fill, we climbed out of the tent. I contacted the mine first. Little mine, how's today's refresh? Is there a lot? Not sure. Everything that refreshed today is treasure chests. I perked up. How many? Any gold ones. The golden chest from yesterday gave me a metal tent, incredibly useful. 10. 1 gold, the rest all green. There really is a gold one. I clenched my fist. Where? To your left, a meter deep. I rushed to the wall and started chiseling. Bang, bang, bang. Rock chips flew everywhere. Lin Jixia stood to the side and didn't move. She knew her limits, and jumping in wouldn't help. Yesterday, a meter deep would have taken an hour. But I ate the fruit of strength, doubled my strength, so I was much faster. Half an hour later, click, golden light shone through the gap. A golden chest. Another one. Lin Jixia's eyes went wide. From yesterday until now, I never missed a swing and hit something every time, like I was cheating. The more she watched, the more she suspected this guy had some kind of item-detecting talent. The thought actually cheered her up. As partners, the more I dug, the more she benefited. I pulled out the chest and flipped the lid. The golden light faded. A yellowed sheet of parchment. Parchment. I frowned, a little let down. I picked it up, and text popped into my head. Storage space conversion blueprint, 1 of 3. Collect all 3, attach to an item, and convert it into a storage container. Capacity, 10 cubic meters. The disappointment vanished instantly, and my eyes lit up. This wasn't scrap paper. It was a blueprint for a portable warehouse. Too bad I only had one, so I couldn't use it yet. I put it in the pack and held a hand out to Lin Jixia. Massage. Restore my stamina. Okay. She bit her lip, face slightly red. We climbed into the tent. I lay down, she straddled me, and worked for 10 minutes. I felt light and full of energy. She'd burned through her spirit power, though, and slumped to the side panting, sweat-damp strands of hair stuck to her face, looking rather pitiful. I glanced at her, and a wicked thought crept up out of nowhere. Even my eyes felt hot. As if she sensed it, She turned and caught my look, then shrank back. Why are you looking at me like that? You're not having improper thoughts, are you? Right now she was completely drained. If I really wanted to try something, she'd have no way to stop me. I took a deep breath, pushed the stray thoughts down, and put on a righteous face. Don't judge me by your own dirty mind. I am extremely upstanding. Lin Jixia. I didn't feel like arguing. I turned and climbed out of the tent. Just as I raised the pick, the mind's voice went off. Not good. A monster's charging your way. Hide quick. My heart clenched. The earth dragon. Not the dragon. A swarm of giant cockroaches, half a meter long each. I jolted and dove into the tent. Click. The metal door folded shut, sealing me and Lin Jixiao inside. Half-meter cockroaches, just the thought made my scalp crawl. I didn't have the guts to fight those head-on. The safest bet right now was to hole up in the metal shell and wait it out. What's wrong? Lin Jixiao looked lost. A swarm of cockroaches is coming. Kill the light. Don't make a sound. She pursed her lips, clearly not believing me. A few cockroaches scared you this bad? You're such a coward. Those aren't ordinary cockroaches. I stared at her. Half a meter long each. Think you can beat them? Huh. Her face changed, and she fumbled the lamp off. The tent went black, leaving only the two of us breathing. A few minutes later, a rustling came from outside, fine and distinct, surging along the ground. A huge swarm was crawling this way. Bang! A muffled thud, and the tent shook hard. Here they came. The impacts grew denser, mixed with the low hissing of the creatures, and the whole tent rattled. Lin Jixia huddled in the corner, shaking badly. I gripped the iron pick and stared at the inner wall. If they really broke through, my first swing would land on them. No way I'd just sit and wait. 5 minutes of pounding, then the sound stopped. Little mine, are they gone? No. They're gathered in the tunnel, like they're setting an ambush. My eyes went cold. So that was it. They couldn't break in, so they'd wait outside for me to come out and swarm me all at once. Crafty cockroaches. Lucky I had the voice of the mine. Otherwise, I'd have opened the door and walked right into it. Done for. Let's wait it out, I sneered. See who lasts longer. Sui, are the cockroaches gone? Lin Jixia whispered. No. How do you know? You haven't gone out. Her look turned odd. Don't ask. Just know I'm not lying to you. She muttered something. I figured she'd already decided I had an item detecting talent. Let her think that. With nothing to do, I opened the zone channel. Jiang Xinian. I dug up a golden chest. Chen Hao, what's inside? Jiang Xinian. An electric tower construction blueprint. Set it on the ground, and it auto-builds a tower. The electric attack is strong. Shin Tao. So you can hunt monsters now? Awesome. Jiang Xinian. Building 1 needs 3 blueprints. I've only got 1, can't use it. Shin Tao. Now I feel better. Jiang Xinian. Niobi. Guys, none of you got attacked by the big cockroaches? Li Xiaoqiang. Nope. Niobi. Over 20 of them burrowed in here. Su Dayton. They're just cockroaches. Stomp them and you're done. Niobi. Half a meter long, hard as stone. You gonna stomp that? Su Dayton. Half-meter cockroaches? Jolie. So they didn't bite you? Niobi. I can turn into a cockroach, remember. Once I changed, they took me for one of their own and left me alone. But, Li Xiaoqiang, but what? Niobi. A few of the females are giving me a strange look, like they're into me. I'm seriously afraid they're going to force themselves on me. Everyone. I burst out laughing. Getting done in by female cockroaches would be the single most tragic event of the century. I gave Niobi 3 seconds of silent mourning in my head. Another 20 minutes or so passed. The cockroaches in ambush saw I wouldn't come out no matter what, finally lost patience, and pulled back. They're gone. You're safe. I let out a long breath, turned on the lamp, climbed out, and checked the tent first. The outer wall was covered in dents, one spot even pushed in a little. But it hadn't broken. Still intact. Good thing it didn't crack. This game was far more vicious than I'd thought. An earth dragon yesterday, a cockroach swarm today, no telling what comes tomorrow. Right now, the one thing letting me sleep soundly was this metal shell. I could not let it get damaged. Lin Jixia climbed out too, looked at the dents, and her face was still a little pale. If they could dent even the metal tent, the strength of that swarm was frightening to think about. Lin Jixia, go dig over there. I pointed at the meter-deep crack from yesterday. Are there supplies inside? No. Then why dig it? We're going to be living here a while, I said. We need a bathroom. In a 10 square meter space. Actually relieving yourself here would gas us both out. Okay. She grabbed a pick and went. I didn't stay idle either. Guided by the mine, I chiseled all over the walls, worked for nearly an hour, and dug out all 9 green chests. I opened them one by one. Each held an energy stone. Energy stones were useful, But right now I needed food more. I had 6 sausages and 2 bottles of water left, enough for a day at most. If I couldn't find more, I'd be going hungry. Little mine, is there anything in the tunnel? Nothing in range. How far can you scan? 100-meter radius centered on you. Something clicked. So if I walk a meter forward, your range shifts a meter out. Correct. I walk straight over to Lin Jixia. Keep watch. I'm heading out to scout. She bit her lip. Don't go far. Come back soon. 2 days in, and she already couldn't do without me. Made sense, since she was only alive because of me. I climbed into the tunnel and crawled forward. 50 meters in, still nothing. Any farther, and I'd be too far from the mine. If I ran into cockroaches or the dragon, I'd never make it back. Keep going or not. I gritted my teeth and pushed a bit deeper. If there was nothing, I'd turn back. Another 10 meters. Major find. What? Not far ahead, a new mine. Anyone in it? No one. Inside there's a golden chest, for tires, and a blueprint. Another golden chest. I rushed forward on hands and feet. 20 meters. Here, on your right. I swung hard and chiseled a bowl-sized hole 20 centimeters in, then shone the lamp through. About 5 square meters inside, a golden chest standing in the middle, for rubber tires piled beside it. I widened the hole to a meter, climbed in, grabbed the chest first, and flipped the lid. White light scattered. Another egg-sized metal ball. I paused. Another tent? I already had one. I picked it up, and text popped into my head. Portable metal fence. Deploy by thought. Size adjustable. Covers up to 10 square meters at max, extremely high defense. I grinned. A fence. Set it around the tent, and it was like adding another wall. Safety maxed out. Good stuff. Into the pocket it went. Then I looked at the 4 tires. Half a meter across, fairly new. But that thing was no use to me at all. Didn't the mine say there was a blueprint too? I searched around and couldn't find it. Where's the blueprint? Inside the tires. Under the pile. I turned to dig through them. The mine suddenly roared. Not good. A rock man is crawling your way. What's a rock man? Also a monster, but much smarter than the average one and extremely savage. Forget the blueprint. I dove out of the mine and retreated down the tunnel as fast as I could. A few dozen meters out, a violent scraping sounded behind me. It was catching up. Little mine, how far is it from me? Over 40 meters. But it crawls faster than you. Pick it up, or it'll catch you. I crawled with everything I had. My pants tore, my knees scraped open in several gashes, but I couldn't spare a thought for it. Just keep crawling. Seeing me run, the rock man sped up, and the gap closed bit by bit. At this rate, it would catch me in half a minute. Thankfully, the mine wasn't far. When it was 15 meters behind me, I dove into the mine. Lin Jixia, a monster's coming. Get in the tent. She startled, shot out of the crack, and dashed into the tent. I didn't follow her in. I set the metal ball on the ground and gave the command with a thought. Cold light spread to both sides, and in a blink it formed a ring of fencing, enclosing me and the whole tent. 2 meters tall, bars as thick as an arm, 10-centimeter gaps, one right beside the next. Nothing bigger than something tiny could slip through. The fence had just formed when a roar came from the tunnel. A yellow shape charged out. A creature about 1.5 meters tall, covered head to toe in rough rock armor like a suit of natural battle plate. Its torso and limbs were like a human's, but its head was one whole slab of hideous stone, features blurred, radiating savagery, a heavy stone club gripped in its hand. Just standing there, the pressure of it bore down on you. So that's a rock man. I backed warily to the tent's mouth. If the fence couldn't hold, I'd retreat into the metal shell. Su-E, the monster's here. Why aren't you getting inside? Lin Jixia fretted from within. There's another layer of defense out here. Don't panic. What defense? She moved to the tent's mouth and looked out, then froze. Where did a fence come from? Did this guy dig this too? He really can dig. Bang. The fence let out a violent clang, the air itself trembling. The rock man swung its stone club and battered the fence like a madman. Its strength was terrifying. Every blow made the fence shudder hard, the ground shaking with it. Su-E, what's hitting the fence? A rock man. Can the metal fence hold? Her voice shook. It'll hold. I watched a while. The fence swayed hard and a few shallow marks appeared on the surface, but it wouldn't deform. Higher defense than the tent even. With brute force alone, cracking it was a pipe dream. Keep swinging. Let's see how long you last. It pounded for a dozen minutes. The fence didn't budge an inch, and the rock man stopped, unwilling. But it didn't leave. It plopped down on the ground. Those amber eyes locked on me, murderous. I flipped at the middle finger, turned, climbed into the tent, and shut the door. What now? Lin Jixia asked. Nothing. We wait for it to leave. Will it leave? It can't do anything to us. No point waiting around, so it'll go sooner or later. Didn't the cockroaches slink off? I lay down on the towel and rested. 2 hours passed. I opened my eyes. Little mine, did the rock man leave? No. What? My face fell. Why wouldn't it leave? Was it going to wait me out to the death? As long as it blocked the way, how was I supposed to get out and dig? No supplies meant a dead end. I couldn't just sit here. I narrowed my eyes and rapidly worked through ways to deal with it. Bang! A huge crash outside, and the whole mine shook. What's going on out there? The rock man is smashing the stone wall. Why is it hitting the wall? I don't know either. I climbed out of the tent and looked through the gaps in the fence. The rock man was swinging its club at the wall. The wall was hard enough, but its strength was too much. Each blow left a spread of cracks, and after a few dozen swings, a whole section of rubble clattered down. I watched, puzzled. What was it doing? The next second, the rock man gathered up the fallen rubble piece by piece and stacked it all against the fence. My stomach dropped. I understood at once. It was piling stones to make a step. Stack it a meter high, and it could climb over. This thing really was smarter than the average monster. And the fence could stop a beating, but it couldn't stop a climb over. I felt the iron pick and let out a cold laugh. Hiding was over. No way was I letting it succeed. My mind spun, and I had it. The fence could resize up to 10 square meters at max, which was just enough to reach the stone wall at full spread. I'd pin it against the wall. With a thought, the fence glowed gold and extended outward, reaching the rock man in a blink. It was hunched over stacking stones, sensed something wrong, and whipped its head around. The moment it saw the fence bearing down, a flash of panic crossed its eyes. It thrust out both huge hands and gripped the bars, trying to hold it back. No use. The fence pushed steadily on, forcing it back inch by inch, and pressed it against the wall with a clang, trapped and unable to move. Roar! The rock man howled in fury. Pure helpless rage. Lin Jixia climbed out, took one look, and was stunned. The fence can move too? I stared at the pinned rock man, cold air in my eyes. It was a sitting target now. I grabbed the iron pick, walked up, wound up, and swung at its head. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. Only a thin crack opened on its head. Damn! I paused. A full force swing did only that. This head was harder than the wall. Hard or not, I'd smash it. If one swing wouldn't do, 10 would. If 10 wouldn't, 100. Today it was going to die. Bang! 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 A few dozen swings in, I'd knocked a fist-sized hole in its head. The rock man shrieked and thrashed wildly, but the fence had it pinned. No escape. I didn't stop. Another few dozen swings, and cracks spread across the whole stone head. It was about to shatter. Crack. A sharp snap, and the pick handle broke clean in two. Broke. The pick was done, but the rock man was on its last breath. I snatched Lin Jixia's pick, gathered all my strength, and brought it down with fury. Bang! The stone head blew apart completely, shattering to pieces. With the head gone, that massive body split apart too, dissolving into a heap of gray-white powder that drifted to the floor. White light shot up from the powder and rippled outward. Loot dropped. The light faded. 3 fiery red stones on the ground, patterns running across their surfaces. I grabbed one, and text popped into my head. Flint. Strike a hard object to ignite, creating a fire that burns for 24 hours. Raises the surrounding temperature. A little disappointing. Flint was genuinely useful in this cold, dank mine, good for warmth and light. But I'd traded a whole pick for it, which stung a bit. Never mind. I'd dig up more picks later. I stashed the flint in my pack and turned into the tunnel. There was still a blueprint I hadn't grabbed in that small mine. When I got there, I knocked over the 4 tires. A sheet of parchment was pinned underneath. I picked it up. Starfall boring machine assembly blueprint. Gather all components and use this blueprint to assemble a high-tech boring machine. Components: tires X12, superalloy wall-breaking hammer X1, subterranean stealth thruster X1, all-terrain suspension X1, rock crevice hydraulic arm X1, Titan-class chassis X1, blast-proof cockpit X1, mining steel body X1, pressure-resistant armor X1, searchlight array X1. Features: unmatched defense and the ability to travel underground. Holy crap. With a machine like that, I could roam the mining zone freely and dig up supplies at will. It was just too many parts. I had 4 tires so far. A long road ahead. But this blueprint gave me a clear, big goal. Collect it all. I tucked the blueprint away and hauled 2 tires back with me. These were key components, not one to be spared. All had to come home. Lin Jixia watched me roll the tires back, dumbfounded. What are you getting tires for? Big use for them. I made another trip and carried the last two back too. Just as I went to catch my breath, a deafening roar exploded from deep in the tunnel. The sound seemed to pierce right through the body and bore into the marrow, making the scalp crawl. Lin Jixia and I both changed color. Little mine, that roar just now, what monster was that? Beyond observation range, can't pin it down. But from the sound, most likely an earth rock bear. Is it strong? Mid-tier monster. Extremely strong, quite a bit nastier than the earth dragon. Stronger than the earth dragon? I sucked in a breath. It's not coming for me, is it? The fence's defense was strong, but it topped out at blocking low-tier monsters. If a mid-tier earth rock bear really charged in, it wouldn't hold. It's too big to fit into the tunnel, so it can't threaten you. Relax. Good. I let out a breath. Lin Jixia was full of dread. Su Yi, the monsters outside. Will they break in? No. How do you know? My stomach lurched. I couldn't exactly say. I can hear the mine calling out spots. The tunnel's so narrow. I pointed at the opening. That kind of racket, whatever's charging around, isn't small. If it could squeeze in, it already would have. It can't get in. Lin Jixia gave a doubtful "oh," bluffed my way through. I climbed into the tent and opened the channel. My eye caught the top right corner. 9,500/10,000. 2 days, and 500 were dead. I refocused and read the chat. Jiang Xinian, anyone have a padded coat? A quilt? A down jacket? I'll trade my electric tower blueprint. Nyobi, the mine's like 50-something degrees. What do you need a coat for? Jiang Xinian, didn't you read the announcement? Starting tomorrow it drops to 14 below, lasts 24 hours. I've got one pair of underwear and a tank top. Without something warm, I'll freeze to death. Zhang Dehai, can't you turn into a cockroach? Those things handle cold fine. What's the worry? Nyobi, true. Wu Bo, I'll put up a wool blanket. No blueprint, just food and water. Li Xiaoqiang, I'll trade a Rolex. Wu Bo, go find a corner and cool off. Something clicked. I had nothing warm, but I had 3 flints, and fire would do. The cold snap was only 24 hours. Keep one, and it'd be plenty, and the other 2 could trade for stuff. What I lacked most was a pick. Su Yi, I've got flint, makes a fire for warmth, burns 24 hours. Anyone with a spare iron pick, let's trade. Su Dayton, doesn't everyone get one pick? What do you need more for? Su Yi, dug too hard, snapped the handle. Jiang Xinian, how long does the flint burn? Su Yi, 24 hours. Jiang Xinian, I don't have a spare pick, but I'll trade you an electric tower blueprint. Deal? An electric tower was an offensive structure, could kill monsters, tempting. But it also needed 3 blueprints, and I had 1, so the value took a big hit. As I hesitated, Shiguang, Su Yi, I've got a blueprint too, want to trade for flint. Su Yi, what blueprint? Shiguang, storage space conversion blueprint. I sat right up. Trade. I already had 1. Add this and I'd have 2. 1 more, and I'd have a portable warehouse. This thing was too crucial, and 1 flint could get it. Running into it, I would not let it pass. Jiang Xinian, Su Yi, isn't my electric tower blueprint better than a storage blueprint? Why aren't you trading with me? I ignored him and kept posting. I've got 1 more. Anyone with a spare pick or a storage blueprint, let's trade. The channel went quiet. No takers. Looked like there really weren't any. I sighed. Jiang Xinian, fine, I'll trade with you. Couldn't get a pick, so a step back for an electric tower blueprint wasn't a bad deal. Jiang Xinian, great. A 3-way trade went through. My 2 flints went out, and I got back 1 storage blueprint and 1 electric tower blueprint. Stashed them in the pack and lay down on the towel. I don't know how long I slept before a sudden clash of fighting and screaming erupted in the tunnel and startled me awake. What's going on? Did a monster break in? Lin Jixia looked terrified and shook her head. The sound came from the tunnel. I don't know either. Little mine, what's happening in the tunnel? A swarm of big cockroaches and black-armored ants started fighting. The monsters have infighting. Different species are natural enemies. Run into each other, and they're bound to brawl. My eyes darted around. So a lot of them died in there. Did they drop supplies? Monster fighting monster doesn't drop supplies. Ugh. But there are a dozen or so badly wounded cockroaches and ants in the tunnel. Go finish them off, and you might get drops. I perked up, grabbed Lin Jixia's pick, and crawled into the tunnel. 70 or 80 meters in, sure enough, the ground was covered in monsters, gashes torn all over them, lying still, all fight gone out of them. I didn't rush in. I asked first, little mine, no other monsters around, right? If there was an ambush, I'd get jumped the second I moved in. None. Only then did I crawl up and drive the pick into a big cockroach's head. Squelch. The tip pierced the brain, killing it on the spot. The corpse flared with white light and vanished in a blink. No drop. No panic. There were a dozen of them. Even with terrible luck, one should drop something. One drop, and it wasn't a wasted trip. I split a black ant's head next. Its head burst into paste, the white light faded, and the ground was empty. Still nothing. I gritted my teeth and finished them one by one. Killed several in a row. Nothing. Down to the last cockroach, my heart sank. I figured the whole trip was for nothing. The pick came down. Then the surprise. A silver chest appeared on the ground. A silver chest was a tier below gold but a step above green, so who knew what good stuff was inside? I grabbed it and crawled back. Sui, open it, quick. Lin Jixia's eyes lit up as she leaned in. I set the silver chest down and flipped the lid. Light burst out and faded. A pick giving off a pale blue glow appeared. A mining pick. I was thrilled. A pick was exactly what I lacked most. Getting this out of the silver chest was a great surprise. That pick's not ordinary, Lin Jixia muttered. She was right. Pale blue, fine and cold in texture, the head wider and thicker, the handle longer and better balanced. A completely different class from an ordinary iron pick. I grabbed it. Alloy mining pick. Forged from high-strength alloy, a tier above the ordinary iron pick. Sharp, durable, sturdy. Alloy mining pick. I was overjoyed. Not only did it dig faster, it could double as a weapon. If I'd had this when I fought the Rockman, I wouldn't have needed 100+ swings. A couple would have done it. Here's the regular pick back. I stuffed the old one into Lin Jixia's hands. With the alloy pick, that one was beneath me. I carried the alloy pick into the crack, planning to turn it into a temporary bathroom. Letting Lin Jixia dig would take forever, and I was genuinely bursting, so I had to hurry. The alloy pick really was good. One swing shattered a big chunk, running circles around the regular pick. Half an hour, and a simple bathroom was done. I did a little inspection, on the spot, felt great all over, and headed back with the pick. Lin Jixia pressed her lips together, looking anxious. Done digging. She shot into the bathroom at a speed rivaling a 100-meter sprint. Looked like she'd been holding it something fierce too. I was speechless. Good thing I dug a bathroom, or the two of us would have made ourselves sick. I climbed into the tent, chewed on a sausage, and opened the channel. Just like that, day 2. The temperature plunged to 14 below, the cold biting, the very air frozen stiff. Lin Jixia hugged her arms and shivered, her little face pale, lips turning blue. I blew out a breath, took a flint, climbed out, set it on the open ground beside the tent, and tapped it lightly with the alloy pick. Snap! A tuft of flames sprang from the flint, sparks flickering, slowly growing, and in a blink it burned into a half-meter-wide fire. Orange tongues of flame leaped, warmth spreading outward, and the mine's temperature slowly climbed back. Lin Jixia hurried over to warm her hands, color returning to her face bit by bit. I warmed up until the chill was gone, then asked, "Little mine, what supplies refreshed today?" "No supplies." "What?" I was baffled. Every day something refreshed. Today, nothing? Was I being targeted? No supplies. But there are a lot of monsters. Monsters work too. My face eased. Killing monsters had a chance to drop items, and with luck, food and water. What kind of monsters? I sized myself up. Low-tier monsters I could handle. Mid-tier ones like the earth rock bear, I couldn't touch. All low-tier. Among them is one chest bug. Chest bug? Looks like a chest. No. It looks about like an ordinary bug, just a size bigger. It's called a chest bug because when you kill it, it drops at least 10 chests, with at least 1 guaranteed gold. I perked right up. Kill 1 chest bug for at least 10 chests, with a guaranteed gold? No matter what, this bug had to die. Little mine, where is it? 3 meters to your left, in the wall, dig 30 centimeters. I swung the alloy pick and chiseled. A few bangs, rock chips clattering down, and in a blink, I'd opened a hole 30 centimeters deep. SSS. A white bug, thick as a thigh and half a meter long, wriggled out of the hole. Milky white all over, gleaming with oil, round and plump, its head featureless except for rings of grooves. Creepy just to look at. The chest bug. The moment it showed itself, it didn't lunge at me. It turned and darted for the tunnel mouth. I'd been ready for that move. With a thought, the fence sealed the exit. Bang! It slammed headfirst into it and bounced back. I charged in on the opening, raised the alloy pick high, and brought it down hard. Squelch! The tip punched straight through the bug's body, pinning it to the ground. It thrashed wildly a few times, then went still. White light shot up from the corpse. The light faded. 10 chests on the ground. 6 green, 2 silver, 2 gold. 10 chests. Lin Jixia was stunned. I was excited too. 2 gold. beyond expectations. I opened the 2 gold chests first. 2 streams of golden light faded, revealing 2 sheets of parchment. Blueprints again. Something clicked. I had 2 storage blueprints and 1 electric tower blueprint. If even one of these was a storage type, I could immediately complete a set of 3 and build a portable warehouse. I picked them up and looked. Electric Tower Construction Blueprint X2. Collect 3 to build an electric tower. Extremely powerful, requires energy stones for power. Features: electric shock, paralysis. Not storage, but 2 electric towers. Add the 1 in my pack, and that made exactly 3. I could build a tower. I stood up. With an electric tower, my base's safety would double. From now on, when a monster came in, I wouldn't even have to step up. The tower would handle it. I rushed into the tent, dug out the electric tower blueprint, stacked all 3 together, and set them on the ground near the tunnel mouth. The exit was the only way in, so any monster had to pass through here. Put the tower here, and it'd fire the moment they entered. The 3 blueprints hit the ground, and lights surged, twined, and condensed, forming a glass pillar over a meter tall in a blink. Crystal clear all over, fine silver lines etched on the surface, a heavy base, hollow in the middle with faint internal circuitry visible. Simple, with a technological feel. What's this? Lin Jixia leaned in. An electric tower. Zaps monsters. She frowned. Looks like a plain glass pillar, nothing special. Can it really kill monsters? It's not activated with energy stones yet. I took out 10 energy stones and slotted them 1 by 1 into the grooves along the pillar. The tower activated. Pale blue electric light coiled inside the pillar, crackling, current running through the etched lines, lighting the dim mine bright as day. Even the rubble in the corners clearly visible. So bright. Lin Jixia's eyes lit up. So it came with lighting too. From now on we could even skip the mining lamp. No more enduring that darkness. I studied the tower. How do I control this thing? It won't just sit there useless, unresponsive to commands, will it? As I thought it, a mechanical voice sounded from the tower. Please issue a command. It talks too. I raised an eyebrow and said at once, guard the tunnel mouth. Any monster that enters, kill it immediately. Acknowledged. I turned to open the 2 silver chests. The light faded. A pair of silver boots and a pair of silver gloves. Boots first. Boots of agility. Lightweight alloy, auto-conforms to the foot. Equip, plus 10 agility, plus 10 defense. I peeled off my broken shoes and put them on right away. A snug, nimble lightness surged up from the soles. A couple of steps and my whole body felt sharper. Then the gloves. Gloves of strength. Equip, plus 10 strength, plus 10 defense. I put them on and threw a punch. The wind of it whistled, the force noticeably greater than before. Not bad. I smiled. With these boots and gloves, my power went up a level. Run into a low-tier monster like the Rock Man again, and I wouldn't even need the fence. I could handle it barehanded. I opened the 6 green chests 1 by 1. All energy stones. Energy stones were useful, but what I lacked most right now was food and water. Little mine, where are the rest of the monsters? Whether I got food and water depended entirely on whether these monsters dropped anything. Straight ahead, 1 black beetle. I went up and chiseled. A few strikes in, a half-meter black beetle wriggled out. Jet black and glossy all over, covered in thick armor, a pair of sharp compound eyes, mouth parts bristling with barbs. The moment it emerged, it shrieked and lunged at me, charged 2 steps, and got blocked dead by the fence, unable to get close no matter how it struggled. Frustrated, it opened its mouth parts and gnawed the bars like mad. That bite force would tear a gash in a person, but against the metal fence, all that gnawing left only a few shallow scratches. I didn't rush to act. I ordered the tower. Little tower, kill it. Time to test the tower's attack power on it. The electric light inside the tower surged, and a pale blue arc burst out like a thunderclap, striking the black beetle dead on. ZZZT. A puff of black smoke, its hard armor punched through, its body visibly charred black. It didn't even struggle. Dead on the spot. My God, that's strong. Lin Jixia stared. I nodded, satisfied, and asked the tower. How many energy stones per shot? 1 per shot. I sucked in a breath. That expensive? Looked like I couldn't just let it fire freely. With the energy stones I had, a few shots and I'd be out. The rest of the monsters I'd have to take on myself. Next, guided by the mine, I dug out the remaining monsters 1 by 1 and dealt with them 1 by 1. Luck was decent. Drops, 2 energy stones, for sweet potatoes, and 2 bottles of water. Not much, but rationing it, getting through today was no problem. I stowed the loot and climbed into the tent. Come in. Massage. Chiseling walls for hours and killing dozens of monsters. I was sore and drained all over. I needed to recover fast. Okay. Lin Jixia climbed in, blushing, straddled me with practiced ease, and pressed both hands on my shoulders. Half-lidded, I glanced over idly. At some point a button on her chest had come undone, and with each press, 2 patches of snow white flashed in and out of view. My mouth went dry, but I said nothing and pretended not to notice. Pointed out and she'd get flustered, and she'd probably stop. She didn't notice either, focused on her work. So I lay there half open, half closed, enjoying the view. 10 minutes later, the massage ended. Her spirit power spent. She moved to the corner, panting, and curled up. She looked down and saw the undone button. She froze. Just now, had it been open the whole time? Then hadn't he seen everything? Her face flushed red hot. She hurriedly buttoned it, then glared over, both embarrassed and angry. Did you see everything? I sat up, all bewilderment. See what? My button was undone. Why didn't you say something? Were you taking advantage of me on purpose? Shameless. I put on a straight face, dead serious. Watch your words. I didn't see a thing. Don't accuse an innocent man. You didn't look, so what were you doing just now? Contemplating life. Lin Jixia. Unbelievable. This guy could really spin it. I didn't feel like arguing. I climbed out of the tent and took the 4 sweet potatoes over to the fire. I hadn't eaten all day and my stomach was growling. Roasted sweet potatoes it was. I lined the sweet potatoes up beside the fire and plopped down to wait. Getting all 4 cooked through would take an hour or so. With time to kill, I opened the channel. Nyobi. Guys, major discovery. Jiang Xinian. Discovered what? Nyobi, a huge tunnel. Chen Hao. Aren't we in mines? Where's a tunnel come from? Nyobi. An earth dragon bored a passage through my mind. I crawled out along it and ran right into that tunnel. Li Xiaoqiang. You've got guts, daring to leave your mine. Not scared of running into monsters? Nyobi. Course I am. But I can turn into a cockroach, sharp senses, fast. So the second I spot a monster I slip away early. Zhou. Any supplies in the tunnel? Nyobi. Not just supplies. Weapons too. Everyone, what weapons? Nyobi. A silver handgun. Su Dayton. Did you get it? Nyobi. Size, no. Su Dayton. With a gun you could kill monsters? Why didn't you grab it? Nyobi. The gun's inside of mine, but there's a big metal door standing outside it, locked up tight. I can't get it open, can't reach the gun. Shin Tao. Just the one mine in the tunnel? Nyobi. There's one every dozen meters or so along both walls, but every doorway has one of these big metal doors, all shut. Su-e, what's in the other mines? Nyobi. Monsters pop up in the tunnel now and then, so I didn't dare linger. I only saw 2. The first was the handgun. The second was like a little convenience store, stocked with all kinds of supplies. The channel blew up instantly. A store mine? Haul everything out of there, and you'd be set for food and water for a long stretch. Jiang Xinian. If the metal door won't open, dig the wall beside it. Tunnel your way in. Nyobi. Tried it, doesn't work. The tunnel walls are way harder than the mine walls. Can't dig through. And even if I could, I wouldn't dare. Too much noise draws monsters, and I'm done for. Zhou Meng. All those supplies just sitting there, such a waste. Nyobi. I looked. The metal door has a keyhole. Find the key and it might open. Wu Bo. Then hurry up and find a key. Nyobi. Rolls eyes. How would I know where the key is? You tell me. Wu Bo. Forget I said anything. Jiang Xinian. Maybe digging for supplies turns up a key? Nyobi. Guys, anyone dug up a key? Trade with me. Su Dayton. Are you dumb? Anyone with a key would just go in and haul the stuff themselves. Why trade with you? Nyobi. You're the dumb one. Your mines are all sealed. Can you even get out? And if you could, do you know where the tunnel is? A key's useless to you. Might as well sell it to me. Su Dayton. Actually, fair point. I closed the channel and narrowed my eyes. My mind had been bored through too. I could get out along the tunnel the same way. It was just that zone 10086 was huge, and I had no idea where Nyobi's tunnel was, so getting out didn't mean I'd find it. But that handgun, that store, the temptation was too much. After going back and forth, I decided to head out and scout. Lin Jixia. I've got a few sweet potatoes by the fire. Come out and watch them. Don't let them burn. She climbed out, all wary. You're not going out again, are you? Good guess. Don't we have 4 sweet potatoes and 2 bottles of water? Ration it, and we'll get through today fine. Why take the risk? We get through today, but what about tomorrow? I shot back. Have to plan ahead. Supplies refresh tomorrow, just dig again. And if tomorrow's refresh has no food or water? She went quiet. The refresh was all luck. Nobody could guarantee food and water tomorrow. If it came up empty, We'd both go hungry. Stay put, don't move. I'm off. I climbed into the tunnel and quickly vanished into the dark. Come back soon, don't get into trouble, she murmured toward the opening. The mine had 2 layers of defense, the fence and the tent, plus the tower standing guard. But with me gone, she still felt uneasy. I crawled a while, then contacted the mine. Little mine, any tunnels nearby? None in scan range. But there's definitely one close by. How do you know? That earth rock bear's roar yesterday. It's so big that an ordinary passage couldn't hold it. It can only move through a wide tunnel. If we could hear it roar, it wasn't far, so there has to be a tunnel around there. Made sense. I kept crawling. The passage was deep and long. After 100+ meters, a fork appeared ahead, one left, one right. Which one? Nothing detected yet. I don't know either. I went with my gut and chose right. 100 meters or so in. Stop! The mine suddenly called. I jolted. What? There are 2 earth dragons in the cave ahead. Don't go on. That gave me a fright. I turned around fast and crawled back. Earth dragons were nothing like cockroaches. Run into one in this narrow passage, and it was a dead end. Don't panic. Those 2 dragons don't have time to chase you. Why? The 2 of them are busy in there, occupied with carrying on the family line. Lost to the world. Don't provoke them, and they won't bother you. Me. An image of 2 giant worms tangled together popped into my head, and a wave of nausea hit. I shook my head to chase the image out and kept crawling back. Back at the fork, I didn't return to the mine. I turned into the left passage. Not far in. Detected a survivor's mine. Aside from Lin Jixiao, I hadn't met another survivor. My curiosity was piqued. What's the situation? A woman, quite pretty. Taking a bath right now. The mine paused, then added, want to get closer? Taking a bath. The corner of my mouth twitched. Right now most survivors could barely get a mouthful of water. I was fretting over water myself. There were people getting to bathe these days. That extravagant? Where'd she get all that water? There's a natural hot spring in her mine. She's soaking in it. A hot spring too. I clicked my tongue, a bit of envy in my eyes. Teleported into a mine with a hot spring. That kind of luck was incredible. She's about done soaking. Go now and you might just catch a glimpse. I laughed. Her mine's sealed, right? Even if I wanted to look, I couldn't. And I'm not about to go dig through her wall. Her mine isn't sealed. It has a passage to the outside too. What? I paused. A passage meant an earth dragon had probably been through. And if one had been through, how was she still perfectly fine alone? Even stranger, how did she dare soak calmly in a place like this, not afraid a monster would charge in? Instinct told me this woman wasn't simple. She probably had a formidable talent. Otherwise, she'd never be this cavalier. So are you going or not? I'm a decent person. How could I go peep? I said, dead serious. It's an insult to my character. The mine. I ignored it and kept crawling. After a while, another fork appeared ahead. 3 this time. Black openings stretching off in 3 directions, no end in sight. Just as I hesitated over which to take, the whole passage shook violently, like an earthquake. My eyelid twitched hard. Little mine, what's going on? An earth dragon spotted you and is charging your way. Didn't you say those 2 dragons were busy with their business? This is a different one. Damn it. Where were all these dragons coming from? I cursed, dove into a passage at random, and crawled forward like mad. Faster, it's about to catch you. Hands and feet flying, my knees scraped raw. But the passage was so narrow that no matter how I tried, I couldn't get fast. As I crawled, a thick, rank stench drifted over. The dragon's smell, closer and closer. No getting away. I steeled myself and was about to turn and fight for my life. Fork ahead, take the left, quick. I slammed on the speed, reached the fork, and dove into the left passage. To my surprise, there was light ahead. A mine? No time to think. I rushed to the end and tumbled into a mine, scrambled up, pressed to the passage mouth, and gripped the alloy pick tight. If the dragon showed its head, it'd get a pick first. But I waited a long while, and the dragon didn't appear. Where's the dragon? Gone. Gone. Cause unclear. But it was panicked just now, like it ran into something it feared. Could there be something in this mine that even an earth dragon feared? A chill ran through me. I slowly turned around. The instant I looked back, a sharp gaze swept over me. Dead center in the mine, in a steaming hot spring, soaked a woman. Coldly beautiful, a keep-your-distance chill between her brows. Her skin flickering in and out of view through the white mist. Only a stretch of neck and a cool face exposed. The vapor was hazy, but the pressure of her presence didn't lessen a bit. I paused, then it clicked. The female survivor the mine said was bathing. This was her. In my panic, I'd stumbled right into her mine. I spoke up quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. I was being chased by an earth dragon and fled here. I'll go now, apologies. I turned to crawl back into the passage. Stop, she said coldly. I stopped, looked back, expression calm. Something else. You barged into my mind without permission and you think you can just leave? I narrowed my eyes. What do you want? I'd apologized. She was still being aggressive, which was pushing it. Leave the lamp and the pick and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you're not getting out today. Why should I give them to you? I scoffed. This was outright robbery. Robbing me? She should have asked around about what kind of guy I was. I was bathing. You barged in recklessly. That's an offense. You owe me compensation. You're in the water. I didn't see anything. How'd I offend you? I curled my lip. Tell you what. If you really want my pick and lamp, stand up and let me have a look. If I'm satisfied, I'll give them to you. Shameless. Her face flushed red as she snapped. I think that's you. My expression darkened. Woman, my patience has limits. Stop provoking me. I gave you your chance. You're just useless. She gritted her teeth and slowly raised a pale arm, sweeping it toward me. A terrifying cold air suddenly burst out, rolling at me like a cold front. What the hell? The instant the cold front rolled up close, I pushed off hard. The boots of agility burst into action and I flashed sideways. Whoosh. The cold front grazed past my chest and slammed into the wall behind me. A large patch of rock froze instantly, thick white frost forming. An ice element talent. My heart lurched. This woman's talent was vicious. Thank God for the boots of agility maxing out my speed, just barely dodging it. Half a beat slower, and I'd have been an ice sculpture. That was close. A chill ran down my back. She startled slightly, clearly not expecting me to dodge. But she didn't take it seriously. One miss just meant a few more tries. She didn't believe I could dodge every time. She swept her hand again, cold air surging like a tide, bearing down overwhelmingly. I reacted fast, turning and rushing for the passage mouth almost the moment she raised her hand. This woman's ice talent dominated at range. Meeting it head-on was a losing game. The smart move was to avoid her edge. Trying to run? She sneered and swept a jade-white hand. Several streaks of cold air shot like ice arrows, locking onto the passage mouth. If I kept rushing, I'd be frozen. I had to slam to a stop. Bang, bang, bang. The cold air blasted the opening one after another, sealing the exit in ice in a blink. Retreat cut off. My face darkened. I spun sharply, gaze like a blade fixed on her. I'm not fighting you because I'm not afraid of you. Push it any further and don't blame me. Even earth dragons flee at the sight of me, and you're tougher than a dragon? Her eyes were contemptuous, a curl at her lip. What are you going to fight me with? Let me show you. I stamped down, borrowed the boot's agility, and shot toward her like an arrow. I had no ranged option. My only shot was to close in. As if she'd guessed it, she calmly swept a hand. Violent cold air howled out, sealing off my whole charging path. I knew, get hit and I'd freeze. I cut sharply and just barely dodged. Before I could catch my breath, a sharp whistle sounded by my ear. An arm-thick icicle shot straight at me, terrifyingly fast, reaching me in a blink. No time to dodge. I gripped the alloy pick with both hands and smashed down to meet the icicle. Bang! An explosion, and the alloy pick shattered the icicle to powder, ice shards flying everywhere. I broke through the shards and charged. 2 steps in, a thick wall of ice shot up in front of me, blocking the way. Shatter! I roared and swung the pick with all my strength. Crack! The tip drove deep into the ice, knocking out a big gap, and web-like cracks raced across the wall. I pulled back and slammed a foot in. Bang! The ice wall broke apart, shards scattering. That's strong. For the first time, shock crossed her face. She hadn't expected me to fight like this. But the shock was quickly replaced with fierceness, and she raised her hand again. I steeled myself and just hurled the alloy pick at her. The pick howled through the air toward her. It startled her, and with no time for a move, she ducked her head and plunged into the hot spring. Whoosh! The pick grazed over the top of her head and slammed into the ground, cracking open a long fissure. The moment her head broke the surface. Splash! A figure charged into the spring and burst out of the water, reaching her in a blink. Seeing it was me, her pupils shrank, and she was about to strike. I grabbed her wrist, twisted it behind her, and pinned her other arm down hard with my other hand. She couldn't muster any power. However strong the ice was, she had to raise her hand to release it. With her hands locked, her whole talent was useless. Don't move. I held her down, my tone actually calming. You can't cast anything. She struggled twice, couldn't budge, her face flushed red, furious and mortified. What do you want? I stared at her. Right then I wanted to say something harsh, but the words changed on my tongue. I let go of one hand, stepped back through the water, put some distance between us, and picked the alloy pickup off the ground. What do I want? I scoffed. If I really wanted to do something, I wouldn't have thrown the pick just now. That throw was aimed at the top of your head. I closed in before you even reacted. Locking your hands, gripping your neck, doing anything else. There was time. I didn't. She paused. You're the one who insisted on fighting. I shouldered the pick. Now you get it? Fighting, you can't beat me. Freezing, I can dodge. Drag this out, and your spirit power runs dry first. She pressed her lips together, a complicated look in her eyes, saying nothing. Clearly it had struck home. After all those ice attacks in a row, she was near her limit too. I don't want your lamp or pick, she said through her teeth. Go. I looked at her and laughed. Just now when I wanted to leave, you wouldn't let me, insisted on fighting. Now that you can't win, you want me to go? There's no deal that cheap in this world. Then what exactly do you want? She forced down her anger. I narrowed my eyes and dropped the teasing tone. I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate. She froze, clearly not expecting that. Yeah. I planted the pick on the ground. You've got an ice talent, strong at range. I'm fierce in melee, well equipped, and I've got other cards. One-on-one, neither of us can finish the other. But put us together. I didn't finish. She'd already understood. Ice paired with melee, one ranged, one close, really was a golden combination. Cooperate on what? She was still tense. There are a lot of earth dragons around here, and they're vicious. I said, on my own, I'm not confident against a dragon, and on your own you can't handle a mid-tier monster. Together, there's a lot more we can do. She was silent a moment, her gaze shifting, and slowly nodded. All right. Cooperating with me gave her a much better shot at supplies, which was good for her. Besides, she had no other choice. If she refused, I clearly wasn't going to let it drop. Might as well agree. Then let's settle it first. I backed off and released her arm too, then climbed out of the spring. I'm Sui. And you? She sat up in the water and said coldly, Xiao Ling Xuan. I climbed out of the spring, shook out my soaked clothes, and glanced around idly. My eye landed on a silver-gray tent in the corner. Similar in style to my metal tent, but bigger, thicker, obviously sturdier. Yours auto-collapses too? I asked, curious. It does. I've got the same model, not as big as yours. Is yours a higher tier? Same as yours. She wrung out her hair. It's just two of them fused into one. Tents can fuse. I paused. They can. You need a fusion gem. The corner of her mouth ticked up. Learn something new. I rubbed my nose. Only now did I feel the cold. Wet clothes clinging to me, and the chill of the passage cutting in. I was freezing. I'm low on food and water, I said. As a show of good faith for the partnership, spare me some first. I'll pay you back once I get more. She glanced at me. Probably because we'd just fought it out. She didn't make a fuss. In the tent, help yourself. A little. She opened the tent. In the corner sat 4 bottles of water and 4 loaves of bread. I climbed in, took 2 loaves and 2 bottles, climbed out, and raised the pick at her. All right, I'll head back first. I'll private message you when it's time to move. I turned to go. Wait. She spoke up suddenly, her tone easing a bit. Probably she'd genuinely bought into the partnership now. There's something you should know before we work together. I looked back. The mine's behind those metal doors in the tunnel, she said, fixing her eyes on me. They're full of good things. Potions, supplies, weapons. The doors need keys to open. Something clicked. This was exactly what Niobe had been talking about in the channel. Where do the keys come from? Dropped by earth dragons, she said. I've killed 2, and both dropped a key. So when you said you wanted to team up to hunt dragons, that's why I agreed so fast. My eyes lit up. So that was it. No wonder a woman alone dared to soak in a mine with an open passage. She wasn't afraid of dragons at all. She hunted them on purpose. What she wanted was the keys. Are the keys universal? No. She shook her head. 1 key per door. I took my 2 keys and tried them on a dozen doors, opened none. There are a lot of monsters in the tunnel, and mid-tier ones show up now and then, so I didn't dare linger. I had to give up. No wonder she'd only opened. I did the math. From what she said, she probably hadn't actually gotten a single door open. Sitting on a pile of keys and unable to get through a door. That was what she lacked. Muscle. Someone to take the monsters for her, to help her try those dozen-odd doors one by one. And what I lacked was the source of the keys and the location of the tunnel. Perfect. Deal. I stuffed the bread in my pocket. I'll head back and get ready. I walked to the passage mouth. The exit was still sealed with thick ice. I swung the alloy pick down, and with a bang, the ice burst apart. I climbed into the passage and crawled back. It was much colder in there than in the mine, and with the wet clothes cutting in, I was nearly frozen stiff. Stay like this, and I'd make myself sick. I had to get back to my own warm nest fast. I picked up the pace. Not far in, the mine called a halt. That dragon's blocking the way ahead again. Don't move. Damn it, I cursed. The way back was sealed off by the dragon. To get through, I'd have to kill it. But on my own, I wasn't fully confident. Looked like the first collaboration would have to come early. I turned and crawled back. Just as I reached that mine's mouth, Qiu Lingshuang had risen from the hot spring and was walking out wrapped in a towel. Our eyes met, and both of us froze for a beat. This. I stopped short. The towel wasn't wrapped tight, and half of Qiu Lingshuang's body was exposed. Almost on instinct, I whipped my face away. Ah! She caught on too, shrieked, and splashed back into the hot spring. All right, I didn't look. I turned my back to her and waved a hand. Why the huge reaction? I genuinely hadn't looked closely. In that one glance my head was all, oh no, more trouble, and I couldn't turn away fast enough. She surfaced with just her head out, face burning red, eyes fixed on my back, like she wanted to freeze me into a block of ice on the spot. Didn't he leave? Why come charging back? Was it on purpose? What did you come back for? She said through her teeth. There's a dragon blocking the passage. I can't get back. I explained with my back turned. I've got no choice but to come find you for a hand. Your problem's got nothing to do with me. She was cross. She'd just been in a fight with me, and now she'd run into this. She was too irritated to help. I sighed and, without turning, just stood there with my back to her, keeping my posture low. I've got no way around it. The dragon's blocking the passage. I can't go anywhere. Tell you what, if I'm an eyesore, I'll wait in the passage. Call me when you're dressed. We'll talk about the partnership later. She paused. Probably she hadn't expected me to drop the tough act this time. Reasonable of me. Get in the passage. She snorted. Wait for me to call you. I turned and climbed into the passage. A whoosh came from behind. She swept a hand, and an ice wall condensed across the passage mouth, sealing the entrance tight. She sealed it in a hurry, so clearly she really didn't trust me. Fine by me. Happy for the peace and quiet, I crouched in the passage and waited. Except, it was 14 below in the passage, and my soaked clothes clung to me, cold as needles. After crouching a while I couldn't take it and shouted out. Qiu Lingshuang, ready yet? Wait a bit more, she said, unhurried. Almost. I gritted my teeth and held on another minute. A thin layer of ice was forming on my clothes. Are you ready or not? I'm freezing to death. One more minute. Wait for. I swung the alloy pick and shattered the ice wall in 2 blows, dove through, and rushed straight to the fire. Any longer, and I really would have died in there. Rubbing my hands, I glared at her. Were you dragging it out on purpose, trying to freeze me? Downright vicious. Arms crossed. Long since dressed, she pouted, but a laugh was tucked in her eyes. You came in the second I finished dressing. Don't accuse me. Like hell. I didn't bother arguing and bent over the fire. Seeing me shivering in this sorry state, she couldn't hold it and turned away to hide a laugh. Most of her earlier anger had melted. After a few minutes by the fire, the stiffness left me. I stood and let out a breath. Come on, let's go meet that dragon. We climbed into the passage and crawled forward. About 100 meters in, a barrel-thick black shape reared up ahead, just like a giant earthworm, covered in hard scales, radiating menace. An earth dragon. Qiu Lingshuang reacted lightning fast. The moment she spotted it, she raised her hand. Bitter cold flooded the whole passage like a tide, white frost forming on the air everywhere it passed. The dragon sensed something wrong and tried to flee, but too late. In a blink it was frozen into an ice sculpture, unable to move. I can only hold it for 1 minute, she urged. Move, quick. I charged in without hesitation and swung the pick hard. A dozen plus blows and I'd pounded its front half into pulp. I thought it was good and dead and stopped. Don't stop, it's not dead, Qiu Lingshuang said suddenly. Huh. I paused. The front half was mush and it still wasn't dead? How do I actually kill it? Earth dragons have 2 heads, she said. You only smashed one. You have to shatter both. That stumped me. The second head was at the other end. But the passage was too narrow and the dragon's body blocked it, so there was no way for me to get past. Why are you standing there? Do something. Seeing me freeze, Qiu Lingshuang urged. Its second head is at that end. I can't get past. I pointed ahead. That's a problem. She frowned. My mind spun. Didn't you kill 2 dragons before? How'd you do it? In my mind, kept the ice on and slowly froze them to death. Then freeze this one to death now. Freezing a dragon to death takes a long time. She sighed. We're in the passage. It's already 14 below. We're barely dressed. We can't afford it. Before it froze to death, the two of us would freeze stiff first. So just give up? I wasn't willing. Kill it, and it dropped a key. With a key, we could get into the tunnel and search for supplies. It has to die. I gritted my teeth, mind racing. Then it hit me. When it thaws, it'll definitely flee forward for its life. I turned to her. Don't block it at first. Let it run out 20 meters, then freeze it. Why? She didn't get it. 20 meters ahead is a three-way fork, lots of space there. I said, it runs there and you freeze it, and I can go around the side and smash its second head. All right, your call. She nodded. Crack, crack. The ice began splitting and falling away. The next second the dragon was free, gave a low roar, and writhed forward at full speed. We chased close behind. The dragon was fast, reaching the three-way fork in a blink. Freeze it, I shouted. Qiuling Shuang was ready. She swept a hand and cold air poured out, sealing the dragon at the fork, where the space was wide enough that its body didn't block the passage. Yes. I sped up to the fork, easily slipped past its side, reached the second head, and swung the pick. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know how many blows in. Light burst across the dragon's body. The sign of a drop. I stopped and waited. A few seconds later, the corpse vanished, leaving behind a 20-centimeter metal key on the ground, glowing green. It really dropped a key. I was thrilled and grabbed it. Alloy key. Opens the metal doors of tunnel mines. Must match the corresponding lock. Feature, tough. The first key, in hand. I raised it at Qiuling Shuang. That's it for today. I'll message you tomorrow. Okay. She nodded. We parted there. I crawled back the way I came, freezing the whole way, and it took several minutes to reach my own mine. The moment Lin Jixia saw me soaked through, she hurried over. Where'd you go? How'd you end up like this? No time to explain. I rushed to the fire and turned back. Get in the tent. Don't come out until I call you. Get in the tent for what? She was lost. My clothes are soaked. I have to take them off and dry them, I said, breath fogging. Otherwise I'll catch a cold, and there's no medicine here. Or do you want to watch me undress? Who wants to watch you? She flushed and shot into the tent. No peeking. I added. Lin Jixia. Like she'd want to peek. Insulting. Once I confirmed she wasn't poking her head out, I stripped off my clothes, underwear and all, laid them on the rocks to dry, grabbed a loaf of bread, and wolfed it down. I was starving. Gone in a few bites. 2 gulps of water, and I opened the channel. Niobi. Guys, it's freezing. I'm about to turn to ice. Chen Hao. Can't you turn into a cockroach? Cockroaches handle cold, right? Niobi. Transforming costs spirit power. I don't have that much. 2 hours tops. Pan Ting Ting. So hungry, haven't eaten all day. Which nice guy will give me some food? I'll definitely repay you. Su Dayton. Somebody give me something to keep warm. I'll call him daddy. Li Xiaoqiang. At a time like this, calling somebody grandpa wouldn't help. Nobody's helping you for free. Wang Mang. Anyone got a high wattage electric light? Trade for food. Wu Bo. Don't you have a mining lamp? What do you need a light for? Wang Mang. I've got a talent that raises my stats from sunbathing, but there's no sun in the mine, so I want a light to stand in for it. Everyone. Sunbathing to raise stats? That's a strong talent. Too bad. Stuck in a mine. All that ability going to waste. Rough luck. Zhang Dehai. I dug up a storage space blueprint. Anyone want it? PM me. I perked up. What do you want to trade for? I'd already saved 2 storage blueprints. One more, and I could build a portable warehouse. Zhang Dehai. 15 energy stones. Su Yi. Can you go lower? I did have energy stones, but only 8 left. Zhang Dehai. Not 1 less. I fell into thought. I'd finally run into a storage blueprint, and missing it would be a real loss. But the problem was, where would I scrape together enough energy stones? After thinking a while, I remembered Qiuling Shuang. As a strong ice user who'd killed plenty of monsters, she might have energy stones to spare. Ask first. Best if I could borrow them. Just as I went to open a private message. Not good. A swarm of hornets is flying in. The mine suddenly called. There are hornets here too? BZZZ. A dense buzzing suddenly rose in the passage, closer and closer. The next second, a swarm of half-meter giant hornets poured in a black mass through the passage mouth. Black and yellow, wings beating fast, a 10-centimeter venomous stinger glinting cold at the tail, a faint toxic mist wreathing them. Obviously highly venomous. A few stings, and you were done. Holy crap. I jolted and, stark naked, bolted for the tent, so panicked I even forgot my clothes. The instant the hornets charged in, the tower at the passage mouth activated on its own with a hum. Arcs of electricity shot out, precisely striking the frontmost hornets, each hit electrocuting one to a charred crisp and dropping it. But the tower held 9 energy stones, only enough for 9 shots. 9 hornets zapped, and it went dark. The remaining hornets locked onto me and buzzed in pursuit. Luckily, I got into the metal tent ahead of them and sealed the mouth immediately. The whole tent sealed shut, blocking every hornet outside. Inside the tent, Lin Jixia was curled in the corner, yawning. The next second, a stark naked figure came scrambling in a panic. She went rigid, mind blank. Why did Sui come in without any clothes? What does he want? He wouldn't want to do that kind of thing to her, would he? The moment the thought surfaced, her face flushed crimson, from her cheeks to her ears, and she hurriedly covered her eyes. Sui, you shameless creep. Are you sick? How am I shameless? I panted back. You. Why aren't you wearing clothes? I paused, looked down, and well, ran out so fast I'd left all my clothes outside. Not a stitch on me now. Awkward. I grabbed the towel and wrapped it fast. A swarm of hornets charged in. I didn't have time to grab my clothes. Hearing the reason, Lin Jixia's tensed body relaxed. She peeked through her fingers, saw I was wrapped up, and let out a breath, the red slowly fading from her face. She'd thought the guy had gone feral. False alarm. She lowered her hands, puzzled. So where'd the hornets come from? Why'd they suddenly charge in? Who knows? Annoyed, I turned to ask the mine. Little mine, what are the hornets doing out there? They came in, but didn't hit the tent. What were they up to? Eating the sweet potatoes you roasted by the fire. Damn it, I couldn't hold it in. Those 4 sweet potatoes had roasted a full hour, the skins fragrant and charred, just about done, and I hadn't gotten a single bite. All of it going to those things. I wanted to charge out and swat them all dead, but there were too many. Go out, and I'd be stung into a sieve. Endure it. 20 minutes later. The hornets are gone. Finally, wrapped in the towel, I climbed out of the tent and rushed to the fire. 4 sweet potatoes. Not one left. Couldn't you leave me even one? I ground my teeth. Sui, no danger outside now, right? Can I come out? Lin Jixia's voice drifted from the tent. Wait, let me put clothes on first. I turned to grab them. The next second, I froze on the spot. The clothes and pants I'd laid out by the fire to dry were all shredded to pieces, scattered across the ground, with only the underwear intact. My vision went black. Those damned hornets. Stealing the sweet potatoes wasn't enough. They shredded my clothes too. You just wait. I forced the words through my teeth, picked up the underwear and put it on, then wrapped the towel around my waist. Just underwear really couldn't hold the situation together, so the towel covered it a bit. I'm dressed, come out. Lin Jixia climbed out and immediately saw me bare-chested with a towel around my waist. Puzzled. Why are you wrapped in a towel? Can't you just wear clothes? Cross. I pointed at the fire. She followed my finger. A ground full of cloth strips, and her mouth fell into an O. No wonder he wasn't dressed. They'd shredded everything. Rough luck. So right now, you've got nothing on? She clicked her tongue. If he really had nothing on, that was a big problem. At night, the towel had to go on the floor to block the cold, so wouldn't Sui be? Her face heated up again. I've got underwear on. I cleared my throat. Lin Jixia. A little was little, but it beat nothing. Just as I was about to head back into the tent to rest. There are 2 green chests on the ground. Aren't you going to open them? The mine said. Where? Beside the tower. I turned, and sure enough, 2 green chests lay beside the tower, dropped when it electrocuted the 9 hornets. I rushed over in a few strides and stared at the chests, praying silently. Please, let it be clothes and pants. Click. Both opened at once. The light faded. 2 cans of braised pork. No clothes. But, looking at those 2 glistening cans of braised pork, I found myself unable to walk away again. Forget it. The clothes could wait. First, let's demolish this pork. Sigh. I sighed in disappointment, picked up the 2 cans of braised pork, and went back to the fire. Braised pork. Lin Jixia's eyes lit right up, and she licked her lips. Sui, can I have one? Here. I handed one over and cautioned. This is all the food we've got. Ration it. She nodded eagerly. I took the other can into the tent, untied the towel from my waist, and spread it on the floor, lay down, and opened the channel to post. Guys, anyone with spare clothes, let's trade. Nyobi. 14 below, who isn't short on warm gear? Even with spares, nobody'd trade them. Sui. It warms up tomorrow. Anyone willing to trade clothes, PM me. Jiang Sinian. Sui, what do you need clothes for? Sui, mine got wrecked, nothing to wear. Li Xiaoqiang, you're the only one in your mine anyway, going without is fine. Sui, not used to it. Other people's mines might have just one person. Mine had Lin Jixia too. Only underwear was too awkward. Getting an outfit was a must. Li Xiaoqiang, you're being fussy. Couldn't be bothered with him. I closed the channel and PM'd Xiaoling Shuang. You there? Xiaoling Shuang, yeah. Su Yi, got any energy stones? Lend me some. Xiaoling Shuang, no. We weren't close. If she lent them and I didn't return them, who'd she chase down? Su Yi, urgent, do me a favor. I'll pay you back double once I get more. Xiaoling Shuang, what do you need energy stones for? I didn't hide it. To trade Zhang Dahai for a storage space blueprint. Xiaoling Shuang, get this straight. Building a space storage unit needs 3 blueprints. Trading for one is useless. Su Yi, I've got 2 already. Xiaoling Shuang, Su Yi actually has 2 storage blueprints? Where from? Luck that good? Su Yi, so can you lend them now? Xiaoling Shuang, no. Su Yi, why? Xiaoling Shuang, no reason, just don't feel like it. Suffer. I stared at that line and thought a moment. Push her hard, and she'd probably dig in more. Time for a different angle. Su Yi, helping me is helping yourself. Don't lend them, and you'll regret it later. Xiaoling Shuang, explain. Su Yi, we're going into the tunnel to search for supplies. Some tunnel mines have stuff piled to the ceiling. How much can you carry empty-handed? With a space storage unit, one trip hauls it all back. Your cut would be bigger too, no? The other end went quiet for a few seconds. Xiaoling Shuang, fine. How many? I was pleased. 20. I still had 8, and borrowing 7 was enough for the blueprint. But the tower's energy stones were running low too, and a tower without them was just a useless pillar. Might as well borrow extra. Xiaoling Shuang, they're yours. With 20 energy stones in hand, I immediately contacted Zhang Dahai. After some haggling, 15 stones got me the storage blueprint. 3 blueprints, complete. I scanned around, and my eyes landed on the backpack. Building a space storage unit needed a vessel, and the backpack was the best fit. I laid the 3 blueprints on the pack. The next second, 3 streams of soft light flared, turned to flowing radiance, and melted into the pack, vanishing. I held my breath and stared. The pack's shape and size were exactly the same as before, not a bit of change. Did it work? I grabbed it. Space backpack. Holds 10 cubic meters of storage. Can store inanimate objects only. Stored items stay permanently fresh and never spoil. Feature, spatial storage. It worked. Overjoyed, I carried the pack out of the tent, wanting to test the capacity on something big. Inside the tent, there was only 1 can of pork and 2 bottles of water, too small. An ordinary bag could hold those. No way to gauge it. The 4 tires were perfect. Lin Jixia was warming herself by the fire and glanced over idly. Her eyes swept over me, and her face flushed scarlet. She clapped her hands over her eyes and shrieked. Su Yi, why'd you come out without the towel wrapped on? I'm not naked. Aren't I in underwear? I kept a straight face. Why the yelling? She bit her lip and ducked her head, face burning, and turned away, refusing to look at me. I couldn't be bothered with her. I walked to the tires, opened the space backpack, and stuffed them in. The tires vanished into the pack with a whoosh, not adding a bit of weight to my hand. Incredible, I marveled. With this pack, I could store a sea of supplies, especially food, which would never spoil once tossed in. Su Yi, how does your pack fit tires? Lin Jixia, half her face still covered, peeked through her fingers in amazement. I raised the pack, smug. This is no ordinary bag. Space backpack, 10 cubic meters. For tires is nothing. Space backpack. Lin Jixia's jaw dropped. She wanted to lean in for a look, then remembered I was still bare-chested in just my underwear and shrank back. I loaded all the remaining energy stones into the tower. It had run dry ages ago, standing there like a dead glass pillar. The stones slotted in, and it lit blue again with a hum, brightening the mine back up. Little tower, I cautioned, don't burn through your energy stones from now on. Keep 1 or 2 in reserve. Acknowledged. I carried the pack back to the tent and opened the can of braised pork. The aroma burst through the tent, glistening with fat, stewed soft and tender. I dug in, rich but not greasy, a mouthful of satisfaction each bite, and hit the bottom in no time. I gulped half a bottle of water, let out a contented breath, and opened the channel. A night passed. Day 2. The temperature was back to 20 above, warm. But with only underwear on, I was still chilly. Got to get an outfit fast. I muttered and contacted the mine. Did supplies refresh today? What's there? Not much. For bottles of water, 1 kilo of rice, 2 potatoes. That's it. My face fell. No clothes was one thing, but so little food too. Looked like I couldn't just hole up in the mine. I had to go out and search, or I'd starve sooner or later. I woke Lin Jixia. I'm heading out to search for supplies in a bit. You stay and dig. She rubbed her eyes. Where are the supplies? Blind digging was hard, and might turn up nothing. Better to ask for exact spots. I'd already asked the mine, so I told her the precise locations. Without a word, she grabbed her pick and rushed to the wall to dig. I picked up the alloy pick, shouldered the space backpack, and climbed into the passage, sealing the mouth with the fence on my way out. That way, if a monster came down the passage, it couldn't get in, keeping Lin Jixia safe. No pants in the passage, my bare legs scraping right against the rough wall, chafing with every crawl, the skin broken and oozing in a few spots. It hurt enough to make me grit my teeth, but I could only push through. A stretch in, I stopped. Little mine, no supplies nearby, none in scan range. I frowned, worried. Today it was 1 kilo of rice and 2 potatoes, barely enough for a day, but there was no fire. I couldn't exactly gnaw raw rice, that'd wreck my stomach. I needed something edible. Nothing to be found nearby, so the tunnel was my only shot at luck. I PM'd Xiaoling Shuang. Free? Xiaoling Shuang. Just woke up, about to dig. What's up? Su Yi. We agreed to hunt dragons together yesterday. I'm setting out, you move too. Xiaoling Shuang right now? How about after I finish digging? Su Yi. I've pinned down where 2 dragons are, and now's the time to strike. Wait, and they'll be gone. Xiaoling Shuang. Where do we meet? Su Yi. The 3-way fork where we killed the dragon yesterday. Xiaoling Shuang. Fine, be there soon. Su Yi. Bring some food when you come. Xiaoling Shuang. Didn't you take 2 loaves yesterday? More? Su Yi. 2 loaves isn't enough, long gone. I'm starving, no energy. No energy, how do I kill dragons? Xiaoling Shuang. You ask me for stuff every day. Might as well just let me keep you. Su Yi. I'm a man of virtue. I'd never sell myself for a bite of food. You want to keep me? Dream on. Xiaoling Shuang. Su Yi. Quit stalling, hurry up. I closed the panel and kept crawling, reaching the fork a few minutes later. Xiaoling Shuang wasn't there yet, so I waited. After a while, a faint lamp glow drifted over from the distance, a figure crawling leisurely along. It was her. She crawled up close, looked up, and ran into my bare torso. She paused, face slightly red, hurriedly looked away, and huffed. Su Yi, you're shameless, coming out without clothes on. I want to wear clothes, I said helplessly. The monsters shredded them all. She bit her lip. Dressed like that. How are you supposed to kill dragons? If she caught sight of something she shouldn't, wouldn't it dirty her eyes? Best to just call off today's outing. Who said I'm naked? I'm in underwear. I was perfectly at ease. Don't believe me, take a look. Don't come over here. She backed off half a step. I believe you, I believe you. I glanced at her and curled my lip. I'm the one at a disadvantage and I'm not making a fuss. What are you being prissy about? She was speechless. Was that even human logic? Where's the food you brought me? I got to business. Here. She fished a tea egg out of her pocket and handed it over. Just one? That's not enough. Couldn't you bring more? I grumbled. You've got something to eat and you're still complaining. She rolled her eyes. Don't want it, give it back. I'll make do. I peeled it in a couple of moves and stuffed it in my mouth. Watching me wolf it down, her eyes rolled, and she suddenly said with a sweet smile, Su Yi, I've got an outfit in my mind. Want to wear it? Chewing, I mumbled, what outfit? A sly curl tugged at her mouth. A women's swimsuit. My face went dark on the spot. A grown man in a women's swimsuit? I knew it. Like she'd be that kind. She'd just grabbed a chance to watch me make a fool of myself. Want it? She blinked. If you do, come back with me to get it. Put away your little scheme. I said flatly. You just want to watch me make an ass of myself? No chance. I'm being kind and helping you, and you get worked up. She raised an eyebrow, holding back a laugh. Fine, I lost this round. All right, tit for tat. That business with her freezing the passage last time, this evened it up for her. TCH. I couldn't be bothered and turned into a passage. She followed, suppressing a laugh. After crawling a while, a rustling suddenly sounded in the passage. Carapaces scraping against stone, like something scuttling inside. I stopped wary. Little mine, monsters nearby? A swarm of black beetles. But they're not coming for you. They're fleeing. Fleeing? I paused. What monster's chasing them? No other monster in skin range. I'm not sure what. Strange. Black beetles were low tier, but a swarm wasn't easy to deal with either. What could scare a whole swarm into running? If we ran into it, would it be dangerous? Then again, Xiaoling Shuang was here. A strong ice user, the 2 of us together. What was a low-tier monster? I relaxed. Why'd you stop? Xiaoling Shuang asked from behind. Resting a bit. I brushed it off and kept crawling. She caught up. How'd you find those 2 dragons? Ran into them while searching for supplies earlier. Dragons have sharp hearing, she frowned. If you could find them, they should have found you. Why didn't they chase you? Because they were busy. I raised an eyebrow. Busy with their business. No time for me. Meaning, like a married couple living their life. I left it there. Doing what couples do. She paused. Then it clicked, and she pictured two ugly worms tangled together and felt a wave of nausea. I said no more and kept going. Just under 50 meters from the dragon's den. Found the thing chasing the black beetles. What monster? Not a monster. A survivor. What? I was jolted. A survivor? Daring to hunt a swarm of black beetles in the passage? That fierce. Where did the nerve come from? Some formidable talent, maybe? A pile of questions surged up, and I got curious about this person. But killing the dragons came first. Set it aside for now. I refocused and kept crawling, soon reaching the edge of the dragon's den. The two were still lost in their bliss, oblivious to the danger closing in. I stopped, turned, and murmured to Qiuling Shuang. The dragons are inside. You freeze them, leave the rest to me. She nodded, moved to the den mouth, and swept a hand. Bitter cold rolled out instantly, blanketing the whole den. The two dragons hadn't even figured out what was happening before they froze into ice sculptures. I dove in, used the lamp to fix on the heads, and swung like mad. Bang, bang, bang. A few dozen blows, and both heads were pounded to pulp. White light bloomed, the corpses vanished, and two keys lay on the ground. I picked them up and stowed them in the space backpack, then quickly withdrew with Qiuling Shuang. Keys in hand. Next step, the tunnel and the doors. I had 4 keys now, no idea how many doors they'd open. I was looking forward to it. Guided by her, we crawled the passage for a dozen or so minutes and finally reached the tunnel. I poked my head out of the passage mouth and swept the lamp around. Outside was an extremely wide tunnel, the floor smooth, the walls on both sides rough and blackened, marked with the erosion of ages, stretching endlessly left and right into pitch darkness with no end in sight. Along the outer walls stood a neat row of heavy metal doors, the panels giving off a cold matte sheen, etched with blurred patterns, each one shut flush, exuding a solemn mystery. The tunnel was dead silent, still to the point of unnerving. Little mind, any monsters around the tunnel? None in scan range. I was pleased and about to climb out when Qiuling Shuang grabbed my arm. What? I looked back. There might be monsters hidden nearby, she said low. Rushing out invites an ambush. To be safe, let's observe from here a while. If there's a monster, we'll just kill it. I wasn't worried. The mind said no monsters. What was there to fear? I climbed out leisurely. Reckless fool. She shook her head, exasperated. The tunnel's monsters were a mixed bag, low tier and mid tier both. Charging out before scoping the situation was too risky, and one slip meant total ruin. I crawled out and shot her a look. Don't just sit there, come on. She gritted her teeth and followed. I crept to the nearest metal door and looked it over. About 2 meters tall, a meter wide, the panel heavy, its surface giving off a pale blue glow, cold to the touch, like cast alloy, with an air of being indestructible. Dead center was a palm-sized window set with clear protective glass, and through it you could see behind the door. I leaned to the window and squinted in. One glance, and my breath quickened. Behind the metal door was a small mine of about 10 square meters, the floor packed with all kinds of fruit. Bright red apples, golden oranges, plump grapes, soft bananas, and a pile of wild fruits I couldn't name, more than I could count, a vivid spread at a glance, mouth-watering. Get it all, and I couldn't eat it myself, and could trade the rest. In the apocalypse, fruit was rare. It'd fetch a huge haul of supplies. I drew a deep breath, tamped down my excitement, took out the 4 keys, and tried them one by one. The first, the second, the keyholes wouldn't take them. The third went in, but wouldn't turn no matter what. None matched. I stared at the last one and prayed silently. Let this one work. I lined it up with the hole and slid it in gently. Smooth to the bottom. A turn. Click. The crisp snap of a lock rang out through the dead silent tunnel. The key dissolved into motes of light, and the metal door slowly split open a crack. It opened. Qiuling Shuang paused, then lit up with delight. 4 keys, and the very first door opened. Luck so good she almost couldn't believe it. I was excited too. I pressed both hands to the door and shoved. The door swung inward, opening a gap wide enough for a person, and I ducked in. Qiuling Shuang followed, saw the floor full of fruit, and froze. This much. We were about to strike it rich. Don't just stand there, pack. I reminded her, opened the space backpack, and stuffed like mad. She snapped to and pitched in. 10 minutes, and the whole mine of fruit was swept clean. We exchanged a look and both grinned. With this fruit as a base, even if not another door opened, the trip wasn't a loss. We went on trying doors, but luck didn't smile again. A dozen straight, none opened. We've been in the tunnel a while, Xiaoling Shuang said low. Stop burning time, let's pull out. There's no monster around. What's the rush? I wasn't worried. A flicker of dread crossed her eyes. You don't get it. The tunnel's monsters refresh a batch every so often. By the timing, we're near a spawn window. Don't leave now, and something's going to happen. I hesitated. One last try, then we go. She had no way with me and nodded, resigned. We'd gathered this much fruit, and he still wasn't satisfied. A bit greedy. I picked up a key and lined it with the keyhole. Unexpectedly smooth. Into the bottom, not a hitch. But going in was only half of it. Whether it opened depended on whether it turned. I drew a deep breath and twisted slowly. Click. Another snap. The key dissolved into light, and the heavy door swung inward a crack. Open again. The surprise came so suddenly I froze. Don't just stand there, in, Xiaoling Shuang urged. I shoved the door open and ducked in, scanning around. A mind full of clothing. Athletic wear, shell jackets, warm hoodies, dresses, folded neatly, every kind. An astonishing amount. It's clothes. I was overjoyed. Exactly what I lacked most right now. Without a word, I opened the pack and stuffed madly, prioritizing athletic wear and track pants. Xiaoling Shuang came to help too, just as we hit our stride. Not good. A huge pack of earth flame rats is charging your way. Get out. The mind blasted in my head. Damn it. I cursed. Hundreds of pieces of clothing, and I'd only packed a dozen odd outfits. But the monsters were about to hit, and reluctance wouldn't help. Leave it. Go, monsters are here. I shouted at Xiaoling Shuang. Huh. Her face changed, and abandoning the clothes, she bolted out the metal door with me. The moment we came out, dense strange sounds rose not far off, mixed with low growls. Back to the passage. I grabbed her arm and sprinted for the passage mouth for my life. By the sound of it, at least 100 earth flame rats. Get surrounded, and it was death. We ran flat out, and just as we closed to under 10 meters from the passage mouth, a mass of shifting black shapes suddenly surged out ahead. Faintly visible in the lamplight, a huge swarm of big black rats. Half a meter each, glossy black fur, bared fangs glinting cold, pairs of blood-red eyes fixed on us, radiating menace. They'd clearly marked the two of us as prey. This many rats. Xiaoling Shuang went pale, her heart sinking to the bottom. The passage mouth was completely blocked. To get in, we'd have to cut through these hundreds. How could two of us hold? One earth flame, rat-lunged first. I gripped the alloy pick and swung with everything. Bang! The rat's head burst on the spot, blood spraying, twitching twice before going still. Its packmate dead, the rest of the swarm didn't retreat. Roused to fury, they rolled in like a tide. Xiaoling Shuang, don't freeze, use your skill. I bellowed. She snapped to and swept a hand. Bitter cold erupted, and the dozen-plus frontmost rats froze into sculptures instantly. But there were too many. The front row was just sealed when the back row hurled themselves in fearlessly. She gritted her teeth and swept again, freezing another patch. I swung the pick and smashed the ones that slipped through, one by one. The two of us in tandem forcibly held the tide back. But only for the moment. What was frozen wasn't even a tenth of the total, and behind them a black mass poured in endlessly. Drag it out, and we'd be caught in a pincer, and however strong her ice was, she couldn't cover both sides. Xiaoling Shuang, charge with me. I bolted for the passage mouth. The only way out was to cut into the passage. She followed behind me, casting ice non-stop, cold rippling outward in rings. Earth flame rats charged in and got sealed in place, and I swept the pick with bloodshot eyes, batting the ones in the way aside. Closer and closer to the passage mouth, and just as hope kindled in our eyes. Behind us, another violent commotion erupted. Another huge pack of earth flame rats poured in. Over 200, a black tide of death bearing down. Blocked ahead, chased behind. A dead end. Are we really going to die here? I gripped the pick, a wave of helplessness rising. Xiaoling Shuang was white as paper, her lips trembling. Just as we thought death was certain, an eerie thing happened. The earth flame rats charging at us madly didn't attack. Instead, they scrambled past the two of us and fled for their lives deep into the tunnel. Even the swarm blocking the passage mouth jerked to a halt, turned, and ran. In a blink, the overwhelming mass of earth flame rats was gone, leaving only the two of us in the empty tunnel and a ground of frozen rat corpses. What's going on? I met Xiaoling Shuang's eyes, both baffled. Not good. An earth rock bear is coming, the mind blared. A chill ran through me, and it clicked instantly. No wonder the earth flame rats fled in a panic. Something nastier had arrived. The earth rock bear, a mid-tier monster. Even Xiaoling Shuang, and I together couldn't beat it. But its arrival actually broke our siege. The swarm gone, the passage mouth was clear, and we could duck right in. Go! I grabbed Xiao Lingshuang and rushed the passage mouth. A few steps in, a sharp whistle rose behind us. We turned instinctively. A boulder the size of a millstone came screaming in. Get hit, and you'd be pulp on the spot. Terrified out of our wits, we threw ourselves flat. Whoosh! The boulder grazed over our heads and slammed dead center into the passage mouth, wedging in deep and sealing the whole thing. Run! I scrambled up and pulled her to the passage mouth. Then I stared, dumbstruck. The mouth was sealed by the boulder. To get in, we'd have to smash it apart first. I had the alloy pick, so breaking it wasn't hard, but it'd take a good while. And the earth rock bear had already arrived. No time at all. What do we do? I panicked. Bang! The ground shook hard, the whole tunnel trembling with it. Our eyelids twitched, and we slowly turned around. At the far end of the deep tunnel, a mountainous black shape closed in step by step. A giant bear covered head to toe in dull yellow rock-hard bristles, hulking, nearly 5 meters tall, like a walking hill. Muscle knotted beneath the thick fur, every inch radiating crushing power, wrapped in a violent, oppressive aura. Each step it took shook the ground hard, rubble raining down, the pressure of it choking off your breath. The earth rock bear. Sui, what do we do? Xiao Lingshuang shook all over, utterly cowed. I forced down my terror, gripped her arm, and slowly backed away. The earth rock bear closed in, its cold beast eyes sweeping lightly over the two of us, but it didn't strike right away. Instead, it grabbed a frozen earth flame rat and stuffed it in its mouth. Crunch! The half-meter rat was bitten apart in one go, swallowed ice and all. Finishing one, it grabbed another, brutal and greedy, downing 7 or 8 in a blink. I clicked my tongue hard. Get grabbed by it, and I'd probably meet the same end as the rats, down the hatch in one bite. We couldn't just wait here. When it finished the rats, we were next. Had to run fast. I pulled the terrified stiff Xiao Lingshuang around and sprinted. Sensing its prey about to flee, the earth rock bear stopped feeding, its blood-red eyes sweeping us, and threw back its head with a roar. The whole tunnel hummed, the sound aching in the eardrums. We didn't dare stop and pelted on for our lives. The earth rock bear split its huge maw with a snort, pushed off with all 4 limbs, and charged ferociously. It was startlingly fast, far beyond us, closing to under 10 meters in a blink. Menace bore down from behind, and Xiao Lingshuang's scalp crawled, her terror at its peak. I forced myself calm. Don't freeze, freeze it. Her steps hitched, and she swept a hand backward. Bone-biting cold rolled out and blanketed the closing earth rock bear. But the cold landing on it only formed a thin layer of white frost, nowhere near sealing it, at most slowing it a little. Sui, my ice doesn't work on it. Her voice was full of despair. My eyes flashed, a thought turned in my head, and I swept her up into my arms. Sui, what are you doing? She went rigid, cheeks scalding, and struggled on instinct. What's he picking me up for, seizing a chance to cop a feel? At a time like this? You're too slow, I said fast, running with her in my arms. Carrying you I can run faster, and it doesn't stop you casting ice. This might just shake it off. She jolted, then instantly stopped struggling. So it wasn't copping a feel. He was making a gamble to keep her alive. She'd misjudged him. Don't freeze, keep casting, I urged. She snapped to and didn't dare waste a beat, driving her ice talent with everything she had, waves of cold blanketing the earth rock bear behind us. It couldn't seal it, but it slowed the thing badly, keeping the two sides a not too far, not too close distance apart. It couldn't catch us, and we couldn't shake it. A standoff. But the standoff was temporary. Xiao Lingshuang's spirit power wasn't infinite. Casting so much in a row, fine sweat beaded on her forehead, her breathing ragged. Frantic and out of options, I just gritted my teeth and pelted forward for my life, wishing I had 2 more legs. Chase and flee, and before we knew it we'd run over 1,000 meters. Xiao Lingshuang was gasping hard. Sui, my spirit power's almost gone, 1 more cast at most. That's it then. My heart sank to the bottom. Without her ice, at the bear's speed, catching us was a matter of moments. Were we really going to die here? At the critical moment. There's a passage mouth not far ahead. Get over there, the mind blared. A thread of hope flared up in me, and every ounce of my potential was forced out. I charged that direction with Xiao Lingshuang in my arms. Roar! The earth rock bear bellowed, kicked off the ground, and surged in speed. Little mine, how much farther? Under 10 meters. I perked up. Xiao Lingshuang, now cast. She gritted her teeth and burst out her last thread of spirit power, cold slamming into the earth rock bear. Spent, her spirit power dry, she went limp, collapsing into my arms as if drained hollow. The earth rock bear, snared by the cold, hitched and fell way behind. I seized the gap, sprinted to the passage mouth in one breath, and stuffed her straight in. Crawl in. There's a passage here too? Overjoyed, she scrambled in for all she was worth. I ducked in right behind her. The instant we got in, the earth rock bear reached us and slammed a giant paw, trailing a gale, into the passage mouth. Bang! The mouth collapsed at once, a mass of rubble raining down. Luckily we'd crawled in fast, just barely dodging being buried alive. Danger past, we sprawled on the ground gasping, faces still shaken. We'd truly walked the edge of death just now. The earth rock bear watched its prey slip from right under its nose, flew into a rage, and pounded the wall wildly. The violent force carried through, shaking the whole passage, rubble showering down. It's not safe here, crawl deeper. I called. The bear's destructive power was too much, and I was afraid the passage would cave in entirely. Better to put distance between us. We crawled 100-odd meters before stopping. Far off, the bear was still hammering the wall, the passage still faintly trembling, but this far away, even a collapse back there couldn't reach us. Just as we went to catch our breath. A big cockroach is scuttling this way, the mind said. I went on guard. Normally, a single big cockroach was beneath my notice. But not now. Fleeing the bear had drained me almost dry, so even a low-tier monster was a lot. I looked down at Xiaoling Shuang. Lie flat. Why? She was baffled. A big cockroach is coming from ahead, I said fast, eyes on the passage depths. You're out of spirit power, you can't fight. I have to get past you to deal with it. The passage is narrow, I can only cross over you. Bear with it. Do you really have to cross like that? Her face flushed scarlet, and she bit her lip. Sue-yi was in nothing but underwear, and having him crawl over her like this, she really couldn't take it. The roach is almost here, I said low, not even glancing at her face. Do it if you don't want to die. Embarrassed and panicked, she agonized a moment, then obediently lay flat, her voice thin as a mosquito. Then, make it quick. I leaned in against her and moved forward, hands and feet quick. My head was full of how I'd greet that roach with a pick. Wait for it to close, aim for the head, swing. The passage was too narrow, our bodies pressed tight, but my mind wasn't on that at all. In a few moves I'd cleanly crossed over, gripped the alloy pick firm, and was already blocking the way in front of Xiaoling Shuang. Xiaoling Shuang, though, her face was hot enough to catch fire, an indescribable rush of embarrassment surging up, even holding her breath. But when she looked again, Sue-yi had long since crawled past, half kneeling with his back to her, pick raised, eyes on the passage ahead, poised to fight at any second, not sparing her a single glance. She paused, her face redder still, unsure whether it was anger or something else. Right then, a rustling rose from the dark depths of the passage, faint at first, gradually clearer. In a moment, a black shape crashed into the lamp beam. A big cockroach. It saw the two of us, paused, then rushed in fast. My gaze fixed, I gripped the alloy pick, waiting to greet it with a swing the moment it closed. Unexpectedly, 3 meters from us, the big cockroach suddenly stopped. I paused. Why'd it stop? Cowed by my presence. The big cockroach glanced at me lightly, then suddenly spoke in human words. Man, we're friends, don't swing. My mouth fell slightly open, stunned. The big cockroach could talk? Had it turned into some kind of spirit? Relax, the cockroach said again. I'm not a monster. I'm a survivor too. I raised an eyebrow. You're Nyobi? Nyobi had a cockroach transformation talent, and this one was most likely him. Haha, it's me. When you run into other survivors, you'd better change back to your real form first. I cautioned. Or something bad'll happen. I wasn't just scaring him. If Xiaoling Shuang hadn't been drained of spirit power, she'd have hit him with an ice blast before he could speak, and he'd have been an ice sculpture, no chance to explain. Got it. Nyobi nodded and asked, probing. This is close to the tunnel. You too, didn't just come back from it, did you? I let out a breath, the look of a survivor. Just escaped out of there. Nyobi paused. This is exactly when the earth rock bears out and about. You didn't run into it. We got chased out by it, actually. I sighed. No way. Nyobi was shocked. You too escaped from the earth rock bear? That tough. The earth rock bear was a mid-tier monster. Anyone else would have been pulp. That we'd escaped back whole really was incredible. Got lucky. I smiled. If we hadn't happened onto this passage, we'd have been its rations by now. Xiaoling Shuang's eyes shifted. Nyobi, how'd you know its schedule? Been watching for days, figured out the pattern. Nyobi said. It goes into the tunnel at 9 sharp every day. How long does it stay? She pressed. About 2 hours. Qiu Lingshuang's mind turned. Come back to open doors later, avoid this window, and it'd be a lot safer. Any other passages nearby that lead to the tunnel? I asked. This stretch of tunnel was over 1,000 meters from where we'd gone in last time, and I hadn't tried a single metal door here. I still had 2 keys left, maybe one would open. But the passage we'd come in through was crushed by the bear, so I needed another route. Plenty of passages lead to the tunnel, there's one right ahead. Nyobi said at once. Good. My eyes lit up. Nyobi glanced at me, casual. You want to go open metal doors? Yeah. The earth rock bear's still in the tunnel. Going out now is too dangerous. Nyobi warned quickly. Wait for it to leave, then go. I raised an eyebrow. It's 2 hours till it leaves. Nyobi thought a moment. Holding up in the passage the whole time's miserable. How about, come sit in my mind? Qiu Lingshuang and I exchanged a look and said in unison, sure. The passage was narrow and stuffy. Resting in his mind would help us recover faster. You too, follow me. Nyobi turned and crawled ahead. The 3 of us crawled several hundred meters and reached a mine. It was bright inside. At first I thought there was an electric light, but a closer look showed a fist-sized crystal hanging from the ceiling, giving off a soft white glow that lit the whole place clearly, down to the rubble in the corners. The moment we entered, Nyobi changed back to his real form. A round, chubby guy, an honest-looking face, dust still on him. I glanced at him, looked away, and studied the mine. About 10 square meters, a stone hut dead center, 8 tires arranged around it. Seeing the tires, my eyes lit up sharply, my breath even hitching. Those were Star Shatter borer tires. I already had 4, and getting these 8 would complete the set. Nyobi, these 8 tires, could you trade them to me? Nyobi paused, puzzled. These are for sitting on, no other use. What do you want them for? Never mind the why. I smiled. Just say whether you'll trade. Nyobi narrowed his eyes. Trade for what? These 8 tires were parts of the Star Shatter borer, but that machine needed too many components. A few tires alone were useless, just decoration. Trade them for something useful, and it was fine to let go. Fruit. I said lightly. Besides fruit, I had nothing else to offer. You've got fruit. Nyobi got excited at once. How much can you give me? These days, getting to eat fruit was an absolute luxury. 8 apples. I'd collected dozens of kinds of fruit from that metal door earlier, apples the most, over 100. Trading 8 didn't sting at all. Deal. Nyobi didn't hesitate. 8 useless tires for 8 apples, a big win for him. I opened the space backpack, took out 8 apples, and handed them over. Nyobi stared at the bright red apples, drooling, and eagerly grabbed one, wiped it messily on his sleeve, and took a huge bite. Crunch. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, his eyes squeezing into slits, his face wrapped, like he was eating the finest immortal fruit in the world. The tires are mine now. That said, I stuffed all 8 into the space backpack in one go. Nyobi's mouth fell wide open. How'd you fit them in? My pack wasn't even as big as a tire. How could it hold 8? Was he seeing things? I patted the pack, smug. Space backpack. Space backpack. Nyobi's face filled with envy. You dug this out mining, right? TCH, dumb luck. I couldn't be bothered to say more. Getting this pack wasn't all luck. There was the work of hoarding blueprints and running trades in it too. Qiu Lingshuang suddenly spoke. Nyobi, can I rest in your stone hut a while? Drained of spirit power, weak all over, she just wanted to lie down. The hut looked clean, with a thick wool blanket on the floor. Lying on it would surely be comfortable. Nyobi refused instantly. That hut isn't mine. Don't go in there whatever you do. Isn't this your mine? Why isn't the hut yours? She paused. Besides me, there's another survivor in this mine, named Su Tianjiao. The hut's hers. Nyobi explained. This lady's got a fiery temper and a cleanliness thing. Absolutely won't let anyone touch her stuff. Never mind then. Qiu Lingshuang sighed and found a spot to sit. Where's Su Tianjiao? I was curious. Out hunting monsters. Nyobi said plainly. Goes out 7 or 8 hours a day, without fail. What? I was startled. She dares go hunt monsters alone? That tough. The passages were complex and cramped, and running into a big pack of monsters was extremely dangerous. Qiu Lingshuang and I dared hunt too, but never dared stray far from the mine, let alone stay out that long. Su Tianjiao was that brazen? She's genuinely tough. Nyobi grinned. No exaggeration, among all survivors, her strength is top tier. Even against a mid-tier monster, she can put up a fight. Holy crap, Qiu Lingshuang and I were thoroughly shaken. We just learned how terrifying mid-tier monsters were. Against the earth rock bear, The two of us together had no way to fight back, only run for our lives. Su Tianjiao could arm wrestle a mid-tier monster? How's she so strong? Qiu Lingshuang couldn't help asking. A special talent. Metallization talent. Niobe nodded. She can turn into an iron figure, her whole body hard as alloy, impervious to blades and bullets. Low-tier monsters can't even break her defense. I see. Qiu Lingshuang got it. My eyes flickered, and I suddenly remembered. Earlier the mine had said a survivor was hunting the black beetle swarm. That person was most likely Su Tianjiao. The more I thought, the more envious I got. If I had a metallization talent too, I could walk the mining zone like I owned it, and supplies would be mine for the taking. Right? I still don't know what to call you two. Niobe asked offhand. Qiu Lingshuang. Sui. Niobe looked me up and down, a meaningful smile tugging at his mouth. Sui, you're pretty sleazy. My face went dark. I'm a fine figure of a man. What's sleazy about me? Are your eyes bad? Niobe rubbed his nose, holding back a laugh. Who walks around in nothing but underwear? If that's not sleazy, what is? Ah, hell. It hit me, right? I was still bare-legged in just underwear. I'd gotten several athletic outfits from the tunnel mine, but chased by the bear I hadn't had a chance to change, and escaping I'd forgotten. What a mess. Downright embarrassing. I quickly opened the space backpack, pulled out an outfit, and put it on. Fit pretty well, like it was tailored. Sui, where'd you get the outfit? Niobe leaned in, opened a metal door going into the tunnel, got it from the mine inside. I said offhand. Niobe narrowed his eyes. Got a lot, huh? Ah, I sighed. The earth rock bear charged in right after I opened the door, so I only grabbed one. Actually, there were a dozen-plus outfits in the pack. I didn't tell the truth, afraid he'd ask for one. Give it, and it'd sting. Refuse, and it'd hurt the friendship, so a lie it was. That's a shame. Niobe lamented. I was going to trade you a blueprint for one. My mind stirred, but I stayed casual. What blueprint? Frost Tower construction blueprint. A frost tower freezes things, right? Good stuff. Why not keep it yourself? I asked deliberately. Building a frost tower needs 5 blueprints. It'd take forever to gather them. Niobe explained. Holding it is useless. Better to trade it for supplies. I see. I mused, and my mouth curled. I've actually got another outfit. If you really want to trade, it's not out of the question. Niobe was stunned. Didn't you say you only had one? A second ago he had none, and the moment a blueprint was on offer he had one. That mercenary? I kept my composure, face unchanged. I said I only took one from the tunnel mine. The other I dug up mining. Beside us, Qiu Lingshuang shook her head, speechless. This guy lied without blinking, no red face, no guilty heart. Niobe didn't dwell on it, urging excitedly. Then trade, quick. Let me see the blueprint first. Niobe rushed to a corner, rummaged through a pile of junk, fished out a rolled sheepskin scroll, and ran back to hand it to me. The moment I took it, information popped up in my head. Frost Tower construction blueprint. Gather 5 to build a frost tower. Load energy stones to activate. Wields powerful freezing attack. Feature, freeze. Confirming the blueprint was genuine, I stowed it in the space backpack and took out an outfit for Niobe. Niobe eagerly pulled it on. Good grief, it squeezed him tight all over, the fabric clinging to his round body, arms and belly bulging, hard even to lift his arms, thoroughly ridiculous. Clearly too small. Niobe frowned, took it off, and handed it back. Too small, doesn't fit. Deal's off, give me the blueprint back. I rubbed my nose, meaningful. It won't fit because you're too fat. Lose some weight, and it will. Niobe. Fit it after losing weight? Then what's the point of trading now? He cleared his throat. I'm desperate for clothes, can't wait to diet. Give me the blueprint back, I'll trade with someone else. Too small? Then I'll swap you a bigger one. I smiled and pulled out a larger outfit. The Frost Tower blueprint mattered to me. Gather 5 and my mind's defenses would jump a level. Running into one, I absolutely couldn't let go. Niobe was dumbstruck. You've got more? Dug up mining again. You really can dig. This one's not from digging. I kept my composure. Dropped from hunting monsters. Qiu Lingshuang. Making it up again. That mouth, barely a true word in it. She was thoroughly done. You've got this many clothes, Niobe said, puzzled. So why were you in nothing but underwear earlier? My clothes got shredded fighting the earth rock bear, and I didn't have a chance to change while fleeing. I coughed, embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. Try this one, see if it fits. Niobe pulled it on. Still a touch small, but better than the last. Not squeezing, wearable enough. This one work. I winked. Niobe moved around a bit. It'll do. Then the deal's done. I raised an eyebrow, found a spot to sit and rest, and opened the game panel. The moment I opened it, The PM icon was lit. From Lin Jixia. I clicked in. Lin Jixia. Su E. Where'd you go? Why aren't you back yet? Su E. Got something to handle. Can't get back for a bit. What do you need me for? Not missing me, are you? Lin Jixia. Don't flatter yourself. I am not missing you. Su E. Then what do you need me for? Worried I'd have an accident. Lin Jixia. A monster just came into the mine. The tower zapped it dead, and it dropped a blue chest. I stirred. Did you open it? What's inside? I dropped plenty of chests from hunting before, but never a blue one. I was a little curious. Lin Jixia. Just got it. Haven't opened it. Su E. Don't open it yet. Wait till I'm back. Lin Jixia. Okay. I closed the PM and browsed the channel. Li Jing Gang. Anyone got a metal key? Open to trade. Jiang Xinian. A metal key opens tunnel metal doors, worth a lot. What are you trading? Li Jing Gang. Trading a metal key. Jiang Xinian. Key for a key? What's the play? Li Jing Gang. The key has to match its door to open. I've tried every door in the nearby tunnel, none match, so I want to trade and try my luck. Reading this, my mind stirred. I had a key, and Xiaoling Shuang had one too. Later, going into the tunnel, if there was no matching door, I could trade with Li Jing Gang and try. Zhou, I hear the tunnel's full of monsters. How'd you dare go in? Not afraid of dying. Li Jing Gang. Of course I am. But I've got a clone talent, can summon a clone and just send it into the tunnel. Even running into monsters, no panic. Wu Bo clone talent? Awesome. Li Xiaoqiang. Why do you all have talents? So unfair. Su Dayton. All the good stuff goes to everyone else. I've got nothing. Jiang Xinian. Li Jing Gang. Since you've got a clone, just control it to keep searching for the matching door, no? Li Jing Gang. The clone can't go more than 100 meters from the main body. The tunnel's so long. There's no way to search at all. Easier to just trade keys. Xiaolai. Guys, I dug up a phone. Anyone want it? Trade for a bit of food. Zhang Dehai, kidding me? Teleported to this hellhole, and you want a phone for what? Xiaolai. Who says it's useless? I dialed a number at random, and it actually connected. The girl who picked up had the sweetest voice. We talked for ages. If I hadn't run low on energy stones, we'd have kept going. Zhang Dehai. You think I'm an idiot? Gu Yi. Is Xiaolai hallucinating from being cooped up? Jiang Xinian. Holed up in a mine every day. Easy for the mind to go. Xiaolai. Believe it or not. Shuesiki. Xiaolai. If it can call, keep it for chatting when you're bored. Why sell it? Xiaolai. One call burns an energy stone. I don't have that many. Holding it is just decoration. Better to trade for supplies. Shuesiki. Got it. Xiaolai, you want it? I'll go cheap for you. Shuesiki. Not interested. Xiaolai. At least you can check the time. Use it as a watch. Shuesiki. Too late. I just traded Li Xiaoqiang for his Rolex. Don't need one. Xiaolai. I mulled it over and cut in. Trade you an apple for that phone? I happen to be short a watch, and it'd come in handy. Xiaolai. Apples work. Just a bit few. Could you give one more? Su E. Two then. Xiaolai deal. Actually, one would have satisfied him. He'd asked on a whim, not expecting Su E to be this generous. Shuesiki. Su E. Where do you get apples? Su E. Dug them up mining. Shuesiki. Got more? I want to trade. Jolie. Me too, I want some. Su E. Got apples, just a few left. If you want them, trade energy stones, weapons, or blueprints. Shuesiki. I don't have any of those. I've got a face mask set. Trade? Su E. No. Shuesiki. Never mind then. Su E. Anyone who wants apples, PM me. Xiaolai. Su E. Let's trade quick. Su E. Sure. We both opened the trade board. I sent 2 apples and got the phone. The instant it landed in my hands, I was dumbfounded. It was a black phone, sure, but no ordinary one. It was way too big, like a pillow. This counted as a phone. A total swindle. But then again, I traded for it to check the time, and bigger was clearer. I really wanted to test whether it could make calls like Xiaolai said, but I didn't have a single energy stone, so I gave up. I stuffed the brick of a phone into the space backpack and leaned back to rest. I don't know how long passed before I snapped my eyes open and asked Nyobi, "How long be you rested? Has the Earth Rock Bear left?" Nyobi fished out an old pocket watch and glanced at it. 2.5 hours. It should be gone. I looked at Xiaoling Shuang. How's your spirit power recovering? Not fully, she said softly. But 4 or 5 ice casts is no problem. Nyobi, lead the way to that passage into the tunnel. I decided on the spot. Nyobi rubbed his nose. Su E. With all the running around I've done, once we get supplies, can I get a share? As long as we get some, count you in. I said plainly. Nyobi's eyes lit up. He turned into the big cockroach at once and dove into the passage to lead. Xiaoling Shuang and I followed close. The three of us wound through the narrow passages for a dozen-odd minutes before Nyobi stopped and murmured, "Straight ahead from here leads right to the tunnel. Don't just sit there, go," I urged. Another several hundred meters of crawling, and a passage mouth into the tunnel appeared ahead. I contacted the mine right away. "Little mine, any monsters near the tunnel?" One low-tier monster, an earth toad, crouched just below the passage mouth. I frowned. Killing a low-tier monster wasn't hard for me, but any move made noise, and if it drew other monsters, there'd be no opening doors. Best to end it fast, one strike, no sound. That job was beyond Nyobi and me, so it had to be Qiuling Shuang's ice. I leaned close to her and said low, "There's an earth toad below the passage mouth. Sneak over quietly and freeze it." She was suspicious. "You haven't even gone out. How do you know there's a monster?" I raised an eyebrow. "I've got a sensing talent, I can feel it." "You've got a talent too?" She looked amazed, then huffed. "Kept that well hidden. Why not say so earlier?" "I keep a low profile, don't like showing off." I smiled lightly. She stared at me for 2 seconds and didn't press further, but I could tell she'd filed it away. This was the second unexplained ability I'd shown in front of her. First, always knowing monster positions ahead of time. Now a sensing talent. A meticulous person like her would think deeper sooner or later. This lie could hold for a while, not forever. But for now, getting past this mattered most. "Don't just sit there, do it," I urged. She nodded and crawled slowly toward the passage mouth, her movements as light as could be, afraid of alarming the earth toad. A minute later she reached the mouth, took a breath, and slowly stuck her head out. The lamp was off, pitch dark all around. Nothing visible, only a sharp stench drifting up from below. Certain the earth toad was down there. She didn't hesitate and swept a hand. Bitter cold surged out and blanketed the earth toad instantly. Before it could react, it froze into a block of ice. "Done." She turned, switched on the lamp, and flashed an OK behind her. "Over we go," I called, and Nyobi and I crawled over one after the other to join her. Into the tunnel, I looked around. Much like the last one, just a bit wider. I swept a glance and asked Nyobi, "The supermarket mine, and the one with the pistol, where are they?" The stuff in those two mines was too tempting. Opening doors, I'd prioritize them. Nyobi raised a bug claw and pointed ahead. "About 100-odd meters up." "Never mind. Start with the near ones first." I sighed. No point going that far for now. I walked to the nearest door with a key. First door, no match. On to the second. Qiuling Shuang trailed behind, trying the other key. Before we knew it, a dozen-odd doors tried, none opened. Just then Nyobi leaned in and said low, "Su-e, that mine up ahead has a pistol in it." My eyes lit up. I hurried over, pressed to the window, and looked in by lamplight. On the floor dead center of the mine, sure enough, lay a silver pistol. Sleek, clean lines to the body, covered in fine patterns, giving off a cold metallic sheen, the grip wrapped in anti-slip texture, looking like it'd hold beautifully, an air of high-tech about it. "Nice gun." I clicked my tongue, looked away, and slid the key into the keyhole. Slick and smoothly. Half done, now just whether it'd turn. I drew a deep breath and twisted gently. Click. The crisp snap of a lock. The heavy door slowly swung inward a crack, a damp breath drifting out. It opened. I hitched. I'd only tried on a whim, no hope for it. And it opened, and the pistol door at that. The joy came so suddenly I froze. Snapping to, I shoved the door open, rushed in, and grabbed the silver pistol. The instant I touched it, information popped up in my head. Pulse pistol. High-tech pulse weapon. Requires energy stones as ammunition. Fires high-intensity pulse rays. Each shot consumes a large amount of spirit power. The stronger the spirit power, the more astonishing the ray's lethality. Feature: armor-piercing, destruction. Reading it, I couldn't hold back the grin, wild joy in my eyes. With this gun, I had another trump card, my strength shooting up a big notch. Even running into the earth rock bear again, I'd have a fighting chance. I stowed the gun in the pack and turned to leave the mine. Nyobi and Qiuling Shuang leaned in. "Su-e, you got the pistol?" I grinned. "Take it out, let's see." Qiuling Shuang was curious. "Look when we're back." I said lightly. "Right now, keep opening doors." She still had one key, and with luck we could open one more. "Okay." She nodded and walked to a door beside us. Right then, the mine's warning blared. "Not good. A mid-tier earth toad is coming, run." A chill ran through me. I shouted at the two of them. "Mid-tier monster, pull out." Mid-tier. Qiuling Shuang and Nyobi went pale. "Run." The three of us pelted for the passage mouth, but not far in, a whistle cut the air behind us. I glanced back, pupils shrinking sharp. A millstone-sized gray giant toad was kicking off the ground, leaping at us in a killing frenzy. Its skin lumpy and warped, coated in murky slime. Its back a deathly gray sheen, a pair of bulging toad eyes blood red, a mouthful of sharp teeth glinting cold. The thing was absurdly fast, a dozen-plus meters a leap, the distance visibly shrinking. My heart sank. 50-some meters from the passage mouth, and at its speed, we'd be caught before we got in. No running from it. Only a fight to the death. I gritted my teeth, pulled out the pulse pistol, turned to Qiuling Shuang. Give me an energy stone. Firing this gun needed an energy stone loaded, and I had none. What do you need an energy stone for? She frowned. Chased down like this, and he still wanted stuff. Don't ask, quick. I was frantic. She asked no more and swiftly fished one out and pressed it into my hand. The moment I loaded the energy stone into the magazine, a black shape trailing a rank wind swept over our heads and slammed down 5 meters ahead. Boom. Dust flew. The mid-tier earth toad. It braced its 4 limbs and stood steady, the fleshy lumps on its back pulsing, giving off a nauseating stench, its blood-red eyes locked on the 3 of us, a low growl in its throat. The way back, completely sealed. We're done. Niobe's heart lurched, his legs going soft. Qiuling Shuang was white as paper, her body shaking uncontrollably. I forced myself calm, gripping the pulse pistol in my right hand, squinting at the toad. I didn't dare pull the trigger right away. My 1 energy stone was only good for 1 shot, and my spirit power only held for 1 shot, and I'd never fired a gun. If I missed, there'd be no second chance. I had to wait for the best moment, 1 strike to kill. The toad's blood-red eyes bulged as it sized up its 3 prey mockingly, its limbs inching forward unhurried, each step trembling the ground faintly. An intangible pressure wrapped the 3 of us like a tide. Cold sweat beaded on Qiuling Shuang's and Niobe's foreheads, their terror at its peak, their breath nearly stopping. I drew a deep breath and growled low. Qiuling Shuang, attack it. She worked up her courage and swept a hand. Icy cold condensed and swept at the toad. Just as it was about to blanket it, the toad suddenly spewed a blast of scalding heat, sweeping out like a fire dragon, dissolving the cold to nothing in an instant. Huh. She hitched. Her all-out ice was casually broken, not slowing it a fraction. How were we supposed to fight this? The toad seemed enraged, a violent roar tearing from its throat, shaking the tunnel, its menace fiercer, slime dripping from the corners of its mouth, spattering the ground with a patter, the stench sharp. The next second, it stamped down with all 4 feet, its huge body launching into the air, splitting its bloody maw wide and lunging at the 3 of us, as if to swallow us whole. Niobe was scared out of his wits, shrieking, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground. Die! I clenched my teeth, snapped the gun up, aimed at that bloody maw, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A crack tore through the dead silence. A dazzling, blinding crystal ray burst from the muzzle, like an unstoppable blade, driving hard into the toad's gaping mouth. Splurt! The ray shredded flesh, pierced the skull, and burst out the back of its head, blowing a bull-sized bloody hole in its huge head. Gravely wounded, the toad's massive body crashed to the ground, writhing and rolling madly, its shrill wails echoing through the tunnel. Qiuling Shuang and Niobe were dumbstruck. They'd thought death was certain, and He had crippled a mid-tier monster with 1 shot. It changed too fast, and it took the 2 of them a long moment to come around. The moment I fired, my head swam hard and a weak, boneless feeling washed over me. The after effect of massively overdrawing spirit power. Right now I just wanted to lie down and rest. But I couldn't. The toad's energy stone was spent, the gun silent for now. I gritted my teeth and roared. Qiuling Shuang, freeze it. Qiuling Shuang snapped to and swept a hand. Icy cold surged up and wrapped the badly wounded toad tight, freezing it into a huge ice sculpture in moments. Sui, it's frozen, let's run quick. Niobe urged anxiously. I ignored him, caught my breath, stowed the pulse gun, and charged in with the alloy pick. The toad now was a lamb for slaughter. Kill it, and it might drop a pile of supplies. This chance couldn't go to waste. Reaching it, I swung the pick at the head. As a mid-tier monster, the toad's defense was astonishing, the pick landing like it hit an iron plate, unable to break it. I didn't force it. I aimed at the bloody hole the pulse ray had punched and hammered into it, blow after blow. Clang, clang, clang. A dozen odd blows, and the hole widened, flesh and brains flying. Brutal. Niobe watched, clicking his tongue. Bang. I drove the pick deep into its head again, shredding its brain. The toad convulsed hard, its breath cut off entirely. The next second, its body bloomed with white light and slowly vanished, and 10 green chests appeared. We teamed up and killed a mid-tier monster. Awesome. Niobe marveled from the heart. Xiao Lingshuang turned to look at him with pure disdain. Killing the toad was all Su-yi, one shot and one pick. What did it have to do with you? You were a spectator start to finish. Where do you get the nerve to say we? She was thoroughly done. 10 chests. I was thrilled and quickly opened the pack and swept them all in. Just as I finished, the mine blared. A swarm of low-tier black beetles is coming. I jolted and shouted at the two. Pull out. The three of us pelted for the passage mouth, ducked in ahead of the beetles, crawled 100-odd meters in one go before stopping, and sprawled on the ground gasping, full of the fear of a narrow escape. That was truly too close. Thanks to Su-yi opening that door and getting the pulse gun, or all three of us would have ended up in the toad's mouth. After resting a dozen-odd minutes, I got some strength back, crawled up, and said to Niobe, "That's it for today. Head back first." Niobe stared. "Didn't we agree I'd get a share of the supplies? Just brushing me off like that. All we got was one pistol." I said lightly, "The thing can't be taken apart. How do I split it with you? Aren't there 10 chests?" Niobe reminded. "A few of those would do." "Fair enough." I stroked my chin, opened the pack, and opened the 10 chests one by one in front of them. 5 energy stones, 4 flints, 1 pack of compressed biscuits. I stowed the energy stones and flints, thought a moment, and handed Niobe the compressed biscuits plus 3 apples fished from the pack. "Here, you did good leading the way today. This share's yours." Niobe paused, then broke into a delighted grin. He'd figured a tightwad like Su-yi would toss him a pack of biscuits at most, not expecting 3 apples on top. Generous. Niobe happily stowed the food. "No more talk. We've got to get back," I called, and Xiao Lingshuang and I crawled off into the distance. Niobe headed back to his own mine the way we came. After crawling a while, Xiao Lingshuang suddenly spoke. "Su-yi, how do we split the supplies we got? What's the rush? Would I shortchange you? We'll talk back home." I replied. She pouted and huffed. I crawled on 100-odd meters and suddenly stopped. "Why'd you stop?" She was puzzled. I looked back at her. "Do you know the way back?" "No." She paused. "First time in this area, and with so many passages, I'd long lost my bearings. No way to find the route back." I mulled it over and quietly contacted the mine. "Little mine, do you know how to get back? I can only remember routes I've explored. Follow the original path and you can return." I was pleased. "Which way?" "You crossed over 1,000 meters of tunnel to reach this area earlier. To retrace the path, you have to go back through the tunnel." My face fell. The tunnel was fraught with danger, and one slip meant running into a big pack of monsters. In our current state, Xiao Lingshuang and I didn't dare enter it again. "So how to get back?" Just as I was at a loss, Xiao Lingshuang spoke. "How about we find Niobe? The guy knows the area. Have him lead. Maybe we can get back." "That's the only option." I sighed. The two of us turned around and crawled toward Niobe's mine. A dozen-odd minutes later we arrived, but Niobe wasn't there. "Niobe's not here, what now?" Xiao Lingshuang looked at me. "Let's wait." I opened the panel and PM Niobe. "Niobe, where'd you go?" No response. We waited a while longer, still no sign of him. I got a bit annoyed, and just as I was thinking about whether to leave, the mine's voice suddenly blared. "Major discovery." "What did you find?" I paused. "A mechanical heart discovered." I got interested at once. "What's this thing good for?" "Its function is similar to an energy stone, but the energy it holds is far stronger than an energy stone, equivalent to at least hundreds of millions of energy stones." "What?" I was shocked on the spot. One mechanical heart equal to hundreds of millions of energy stones? Load that into the electric tower, and wouldn't the tower have limitless firepower? However many monsters came to attack the mine, it could crush them all with ease. The thing was an absolute treasure. I had to get it, no matter what. My heart pounded faster, my breathing quick. I hurried to ask, "Where's the mechanical heart?" "In a small mine 80 meters from here." I frowned, full of doubt. "Since you found it, why didn't you tell me when I was here before?" "It wasn't here before. It just refreshed." I was puzzled. Don't supplies refresh at fixed times each day? Now clearly isn't a refresh window. "That I don't know." I filed this away. A treasure like a mechanical heart, appearing off the refresh schedule, on its own. There was likely something behind it. For now, get it in hand first and puzzle over the questions later. "Little mine, point the way, take me there." "Into the passage, head to the front left." Xiao Lingshuang, "Wait here. I'm heading out a moment." I made for the passage mouth. "What are you going out for?" She looked up. "Bathroom." I found an excuse. Go on then. Into the passage. I crawled fast toward the front left and quickly covered 80 meters. Here. Break the stone wall on your right. The mechanical heart's inside. I didn't hesitate and hacked away with the alloy pick. Clang, clang, clang. The blows echoed through the passage. I put my back into it and dug 30 centimeters deep, opening a modest gap in the wall, through which I could faintly make out the dark outline of a mine within. I stopped, leaned to the gap, and shone the lamp in. The light pierced the dark and fell on a blood-red, heart-shaped stone. Its surface gave off a faint metallic sheen, pulsing slightly, as if truly alive. That was the mechanical heart. I forced down my excitement and kept digging. The gap was too small to squeeze through, so I had to widen it. Another few dozen blows, and the hole was big enough for a person. I bent and slipped in, rushed a few steps to the blood-red stone, and grabbed it. The instant I touched it, information popped up in my head. Mechanical heart absorbs the free spiritual energy of heaven and earth, continuously generating vast, pure energy, compatible with all kinds of high-tech equipment, providing an endless supply of power. Feature, eternal energy, energy cycles and regenerates, never depletes. Reading it, I was wild with joy, nearly laughing out loud. Got it this easily, luck through the roof. I calmed myself, stowed the mechanical heart in the pack, and was about to head back. I can sense the tunnel's direction now. The mind spoke. So, I asked calmly, this way, you can find the route back without going into the tunnel again. My eyes lit up. Came out to get a mechanical heart and solve the way home too. Too lucky. I retraced my path and called to Chiu Ling Shuang in the mine. Found the way back. Follow me. Really? She was excited at once, rising quickly and ducking into the passage. Guided by the mine, we crawled winding paths for nearly 20 minutes and finally reached her mine. The moment we entered, she couldn't wait. Su-yi, we can split the supplies now, right? I nodded, opened the pack, and set 2 athletic outfits and a small pile of fruit in front of her. That's it. Her face soured. This trip into the tunnel, we'd gotten a pistol, several thousand pieces of fruit, a dozen plus outfits, plus some energy stones and flints. And this little bit reached her hands? Fobbing off a beggar? There's just the one pistol, can't split it. I rubbed my nose. I'll hold on to it for now. I can go without the pistol. She gritted her teeth. But shouldn't I get more of the other stuff? Didn't I give you 2 outfits? I raised an eyebrow. A dozen plus total, and I get 2. She was irritated. That fair. They're all men's outfits, wouldn't fit you anyway. No use having more. I smiled lightly. Can't I take them to trade, even if I don't wear them? She wouldn't let up. You've got to give me a few more. Do you have to nickel and dime like this? I shook my head and took out 3 more. Happy now. She set the clothes aside and held out a hand. Fruit. Didn't I give you some? I frowned. Several thousand, and you give me this little. Aren't you embarrassed? She huffed. How would you finish it alone? I explained cheerfully. Give it all to you, and it'll rot in 2 days. Such a waste. My space backpack keeps things fresh, never spoils. Whenever you want to eat, I'll give you some. That was the truth, not a runaround. Stuff in my pack was as good as in hers, and safer too. Shrewd as I was, I wouldn't cheat her on something like this. That works. She mused. Then you hold the fruit. And give me 2 flints, I've got a use for them. I took out 2 and handed them over. I'm heading back. I'll contact you tomorrow. Okay. She nodded and picked up a strawberry, munching happily. I turned and left, and a few minutes later I was back at my own mine. Su-yi, you're back. Lin Jixia leaned in at once, and seeing my brand new outfit, asked curiously, where'd you get the clothes? Later. I answered offhand. Where's that blue chest? By the tent. She pointed. I walked over and looked it over. Same shape as other chests, just a different color. I gave it a glance and lifted the lid. Light bloomed, and a sheepskin scroll slowly appeared. At first I thought it was a blueprint, but a closer look showed it wasn't. It was a map, a very peculiar map. The map's outer edge was covered in countless dots of light, and they weren't still. Many drifted slowly. Between the dots crisscrossed innumerable fine lines, like passages. The map's center was a deep pitch black, like a black hole, its edge firmly ringed by a slightly thicker line. What map is this? I muttered, frowning, and picked it up. Information popped up in my head. Regional map. A complete terrain map covering the entire District 10086. Lit areas are open regions. Dark areas are unexplored. Feature, positioning, navigation. A glint of light crossed my eyes. It was the terrain map of District 10086, with positioning and navigation. With this, going out I'd never fear getting lost again. Lin Jixia glanced over. Sui, what map is this? Not too sure myself. My mouth curled. I'll tell you once I figure it out. Oh. She nodded and rubbed her belly. Sui, what are we eating? I haven't eaten all day. Supplies dug out? Yeah. She pointed beside the tent. 4 bottles of water, a small bag of rice, 2 potatoes. Then cook some rice porridge, roast the 2 potatoes, make do. Cooking porridge needs an iron pot and fire. She frowned. We've got nothing, how do I cook it? I fished a flint from the pack and handed it over. Make fire with this. And a pot. Didn't we eat 2 cans of braised pork yesterday? The empty cans'll do. I raised an eyebrow. True enough. Her eyes lit up and she got to work. I ducked into the tent, sat on the towel, and my eyes settled on the map. After looking a while, I suddenly noticed something odd. Among the many dots, one was especially conspicuous, clearly brighter than the rest. I wondered, why was just this one special? I thought a moment and a notion surfaced. This dot, could it be me? To check, I walked back and forth in the mine with the map, eyes fixed on that dot. Sure enough, it swayed slightly with my movement. Basically confirmed, this special dot was me. Verifying that other dots equal other people was easy too. I called out the tent. Lin Jixia, walk over that way a few steps. What for? She was baffled, but did as told and walked a few steps to the other end of the mine. I watched the map. Right next to my special dot, sure enough, was an ordinary dot, and as she walked it slowly pulled away from mine. Now walk back. She walked back, and the dot drew close again. Done. The special dot was me, the ordinary dot was Lin Jixia. The dots represented survivors, real and solid. Sui, what are you making me pace around for? Lin Jixia leaned into the tent mouth, poking her head in to look at the map curiously. We were close, her ponytail brushing my arm, a faint fragrance drifting over. She startled herself first, her face reddening slightly, and shrank back. I didn't notice at all. My eyes were all on the map. I said offhand, verifying something. See these 2 dots, one's me, one's you. When you walked just now, they split apart. Huh? The map shows us 2. She leaned closer in surprise, forgetting her earlier awkwardness, and pointed at the dots. Which one's me? The close one. I pointed it out. She watched, absorbed, and I said no more. The workings of this map were far more interesting than teasing her. I fixed my eyes on the map again and mulled it over. Since the dots were survivors, the crisscrossing fine lines should be passages, and the thick line wrapping the outer edge of the dark area was the dangerous tunnel. As for what that dark area in the middle was, I couldn't tell for now. How do I turn on navigation and positioning? I mused, reaching out to touch a spot on the map, and said offhand, how do I get to this place? The words had barely left my mouth when blue light suddenly flared on the map, streaking along, lighting up line after line into a clear route, its 2 ends connecting exactly the mine I was in and the spot I'd touched. So that's how. My eyes lit up, and I said again, locate the mine I'm in. A point on the map instantly bloomed blue, my current position. Good. My mouth curled. Having figured out navigation and positioning, I'd never fear getting lost exploring again. Then I stowed the map, took out the brick phone, and loaded 2 energy stones. The phone started up, the screen lighting. I looked it over. Besides showing the time, there was a phone icon. Could it really make calls? My mind stirred, and I dialed a number at random. The number you have dialed is not in service. Unwilling to give up, I tried 2 more, all not in service. A scam, huh? I muttered and tried one last time. The ring tone sounded twice, and miraculously it connected. The next moment, a woman's cold voice came through the phone. Who are you? It actually connected. I paused, then hurried to answer. My name's Sui. I don't even know you. How'd you get my number? The woman's voice held suspicion. I dialed at random, wanted to find someone to talk to. I told the truth. Are you bored out of your mind? Don't call me again. The woman huffed and hung up. Listening to the busy tone, I paused a second, then dialed again. I was genuinely curious. Who was she? Was she a survivor teleported here like me? The ring sounded 2 seconds and connected, a furious voice coming through. Didn't I tell you not to call? Are you deaf? Quite the temper. I clicked my tongue and said cheerfully, I've got something to ask you. Won't take long. Speak. She grunted, impatient. I got straight to it. You're a survivor too, right? Which district are you from? District 10086 as well. What's your name? What survivor? Are you crazy? She huffed and hung up again. You're the crazy one. Your whole family's crazy. I cursed low, furious, and unwilling to give up, dialed again. It wouldn't connect. She'd blocked me. Me. Blocked after barely 2 words. This woman had no manners. What a piece of work. I griped, tossed the phone aside, and lay on the towel to rest. But lying down, my mind wouldn't stop. What survivor? Are you crazy? Her reaction was off. If she were really a survivor dumped into this hellhole like me, hearing words like survivor, District 10086, she should react somehow. Wariness, resonance, or a curse like you got roped into? But her tone was like she had no idea what I was talking about, like she was living a normal life and some stranger's number disturbed her peace. So who exactly was she? Someone outside who hadn't been swept into this game? This hellhole could actually connect to a call outside. Or was she a survivor like me, just under different rules, unaware she was in a game? The more I thought, the less I could sleep, but I had so few clues, and racking my brain gave no answer. Forget it. I'd note this number, blocked though I was. This business reeked of the uncanny, and it'd surely be useful down the line. Maybe I was too tired. Mulling it over, I fell asleep before long anyway. In another mind not far off, Nyobi was chatting on the channel and happily gnawing an apple. Suddenly a noise came from the passage. Nyobi set down the apple and eyed the passage mouth warily. A moment later, a figure emerged from the dark. A short-haired woman in her 20s, her skin a healthy light wheat tone, her features clean and striking, her posture upright, every move carrying a crisp, sharp gallantry. Seeing who it was, Nyobi relaxed and greeted her with a smile. Su Tianjiao, you're back. Su Tianjiao walked expressionless to the stone hut, swept a glance over Nyobi, spotted the apple in his hand, and let out a soft Where'd you get an apple? Traded for it. Nyobi held one out. Super sweet, want a taste? Su Tianjiao took it and looked it over. Fruit's scarce in this environment. What did you trade for it? Those few tires, for 8 apples. Nyobi said plainly. You traded away the tires? Idiot. Su Tianjiao's face darkened. Nyobi was blank. Those tires were useless. Trading them for apples wasn't a loss. Why yell at me? Those weren't ordinary tires. Su Tianjiao snorted coldly. They were Star Shatter Borer tires, didn't you know? Nyobi looked indifferent. Of course I knew. But it's just one component of the borer. Assembling one needs a pile of other parts, plus a blueprint. What use are a few tires alone? Better to trade them. Su Tianjiao suddenly asked, who'd you trade with? Sui. Why'd he want tires? That I don't know, he didn't say. Nyobi shook his head. Su Tianjiao's eyes darkened, thoughtful. A normal person wouldn't trade fruit for tires, unless they wanted to build a Star Shatter borer. Could Sui have the borer's assembly blueprint? Her mind turned, and she stayed composed. How much do you know about Sui? Sui's pretty handsome, loaded, and a strong fighter. Nyobi said carelessly. We explored the tunnel together a while back. He killed a mid-tier earth toad. What? Su Tianjiao was shocked on the spot. Even she, running into a mid-tier monster, could at most barely spar with it. Killing one was out of the question. Yet Sui could hunt one. That strong? She came around and asked, how'd he kill it? A talent. He took that pistol from the tunnel mine. Nyobi shook his head, crippled the toad with the gun, then beat it to death with the mining pick. Used a pistol. Su Tianjiao got it, and asked again, you said he's rich? Besides the pistol, what else? A space backpack too. Nyobi said quickly, a space backpack. Su Tianjiao's expression shifted. A pistol, a space backpack, a suspected borer blueprint. This Sui was a walking trove of treasures. She composed herself, opened the panel, and sent Sui a PM. But Sui was asleep just then and didn't see it at all. After a while with no reply, Su Tianjiao frowned. Why isn't he answering? Maybe didn't see it. Nyobi said dismissively. I PM'd him earlier too, and he didn't reply. Got it. Su Tianjiao murmured, turned, and went into the stone hut. She'd already made up her mind. This Sui, she had to find a way to tie down. As for under what pretext and what she was after, she had her own calculations, and no need for now to say more to Nyobi's leaky mouth. Lin Jixia finished the rice porridge and roasted potatoes and called into the tent. Sui, food's ready. Come eat. I slowly opened my eyes, yawned, ducked out of the tent, sat by the fire, and opened the panel while eating. The moment it opened, the PM icon was blinking away, several messages received. I opened Nyobi's first. Sui, why'd you PM me? I'm not in the mine. I'm out taking a dump. Me. In the middle of eating, reading this. Gross. I replied, eating, quit sending this stuff. Then I opened Su Tianjiao's PM. My 8 tires. Nyobi traded them to you? I replied, yeah. She replied instantly. You should have a Star Shatter borer assembly blueprint, right? My mind stirred. This woman's quick. Why do you ask? Su Tianjiao. I want to trade for that blueprint. I refused flatly. Not interested. Su Tianjiao. No trade is fine. Then let's cooperate. I paused. Cooperate on what? Su Tianjiao, I know where 2-star shatter borer components are. I can take you to find them. Once you've assembled the borer, just let me stay on it. I got excited at once. You really know where the other components are? Su Tianjiao, I only know 2, not the rest. Su Yi, where are those 2? Su Tianjiao, agree to my condition first, and I'll take you. Su Yi, no problem, I agree. Su Tianjiao, a pleasure working with you. Su Yi, when do we go? Su Tianjiao, tomorrow. Su Yi, fine. Su Tianjiao, Niobe says you've got a space backpack? For tomorrow, empty it out. Su Yi, why? Su Tianjiao, those 2 components are large. It might not fit them if you don't clear it. Su Yi, got it. Su Tianjiao, I'll contact you tomorrow. She agreed readily, and her condition was simple. But the simpler it was, the more it nagged at me. I'd note this cooperation for now. What she was after, I'd take a step and see. Then I flipped through the other PMs, all people coming to trade for fruit. I turned no one away, exchanging apples one by one, and traded back 10 energy stones in one go. Seeing me take out so many apples, Lin Jixia's mouth fell open. Su Yi, where'd you get all these apples? Got them from a mine when I went into the tunnel earlier. I said offhand. Any more? Give me one. She got excited. Only 1 apples. Not anything else. I raised an eyebrow. There's other fruit. She paused, probing. Watermelon, pineapple, grapes, strawberries, bananas, dozens of kinds. I smiled lightly. That many. Her eyes went wide, and she licked her lips. I want to try them all. Give me one of each. How would you finish them? I shook my head and handed over a bunch of grapes and a bunch of bananas. Eat these first. Lin Jixiao was so happy she forgot her meal, peeling a banana and eating it in big bites. I finished the porridge and roasted potatoes, got up and walked to the electric tower, pried the energy stones off it, and loaded the mechanical heart. From this moment on, the tower had an inexhaustible energy supply and could fire without limit. The mine's defense was maxed out, and any monster that came close would be mercilessly hunted down. That done, I went back to the tent, lay down, took out a bunch of grapes, and browsed the channel while eating. Li Jinggang, you guys see the announcement? Jiang Xinian, saw it. Wu Bo, the announcement says 3 treasures refresh randomly across the districts today. Anyone spot one? Li Xiaoqiang, I didn't look. What treasures? Zhang Dehai, a mechanical heart, a bread tree, a radio. Reading this, my eyes shifted. So the mechanical heart just refreshed today. The thing provided eternal energy, worthy of treasure. But a bread tree and a radio sounded ordinary. What was special about them? Li Xiaoqiang, what are those good for? These count as treasures? Zhang Dehai, the announcement didn't say. I don't know either. Su Dayton, that bread tree does count as a treasure. Li Xiaoqiang, how do you know? Su Dayton, because I already dug it up. It's in my mind now. Li Xiaoqiang, you dug it up? You've got dumb luck. Su Dayton, jealousy makes a person unrecognizable. Xue Siki, Su Dayton, what's special about the bread tree? Su Dayton, it grows 20 loaves a day. Everyone was envious. In this game, food and water were always the most important supplies. With a bread tree, you'd never worry about eating and could trade the surplus too. A treasure indeed. I narrowed my eyes slightly. The mechanical heart and the bread tree were both remarkable, so that radio was surely no slouch either. I had to find a way to get it. Guyi, Su Dayton, could you trade me the bread tree? Su Dayton, you think I'm an idiot? Trade something this good? Guyi, don't refuse yet. Hear my offer. Su Dayton, trade with what? Guyi, I dug up an android. Load it with energy stones, and it's about like a real person, can do a lot of work. High-tech stuff. Su Dayton, let me think about it. Guyi, 1 hour, don't dawdle. Su Dayton, fine. No backbone. I shook my head. Giving away the bread tree for an android. Do that, and you wouldn't last long in this game. I closed the panel and kept eating fruit. Just then Lin Jixia ducked in. I looked up. Lin Jixia, come help me recover my stamina. Bet already, and you still want a massage? She paused slightly. I do, I said earnestly. Those hands of yours are a recovery talent. A rub and my stamina and spirit both refill. I've got big things to handle first thing tomorrow. My condition has to be maxed. Oh, okay. Lin Jixia nodded. I sat cross-legged on the towel, leaning slightly forward, baring my back and shoulders. Lin Jixia knelt at my side, her hands settling on my shoulders, and a warm, gentle current seeped in through her palms, my aching joints loosening bit by bit, my overdrawn stamina visibly climbing back. Mid-massage, she suddenly glimpsed the brick phone and paused. Sui, where'd you get such a huge phone? A pillow-sized phone, unheard of. Traded 2 apples for it. I said lightly. Trade for it to do what? Check the time? She was curious. Time's one part of it. I narrowed my eyes. This phone's not ordinary. It can make calls too. It can make calls? She was surprised. There's no signal here. How does it connect? I just got through to a number a moment ago. Her eyes flickered, as if she didn't quite believe it. Dial it again. Let me see. One call burns an energy stone. Too costly. I'll pass. I rubbed my nose. I had gotten through just now, but the other party had blocked me, so I couldn't dial back if I tried. Never mind then. She was let down. Ring, ring, ring. Right then, the brick phone suddenly rang, urgent and shrill. The crisp ring echoed through the tent. Someone actually called? Lin Jixia's face filled with disbelief. If it could receive calls, then making them was no problem either. So He hadn't lied to her. But she couldn't figure it out. Where did the signal here come from? I paused. Who was calling? It couldn't be that woman from before, could it? But hadn't she blocked me? How was she calling again? Sui, are you going to answer? Lin Jixia prompted. I came around and looked at the phone and paused. It wasn't the woman's number. It was an unfamiliar one. Who was it this time? I hesitated a moment, then pressed answer. The instant it connected, a man's cold, sinister voice came through. You're Sui. I am. Who's this? My name's Long Outyin. You've surely heard of me. Full of arrogance. Is Long Outyin famous? I muttered inwardly and said calmly, what do you want with me? You've got some nerve, kid, trying to steal a woman from me, Long Outyin. He warned coldly. I'm warning you, stay away from Su Feifei, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Jixia's face soured at once. He was fighting over a woman with someone. Wasn't having her around enough? Insatiable. I was blank. Who's Su Feifei? I don't know her at all. Quit playing dumb. Long Outyin sneered. Didn't you call and harass Su Feifei earlier? You'd claim not to know her. I paused, then it clicked. That number I dialed at random earlier was most likely Su Feifei's. But I'd said 2 words to her before getting blocked. Where was the harassment? Pure slander. I coughed lightly. You've misunderstood. I've got no connection to Su Feifei, and I didn't harass her. You say no and it's no? Why should I believe you? Long Outyin was overbearing. My eyes cooled. I've said what I have to say. If you don't believe me, nothing I can do. And don't threaten me. I don't eat that. Kid, you're pretty cocky. Long Outyin laughed instead of raging. Sounds like you're not too scared of me. Dare to have a go? You want a duel? I said flatly. That's the idea, dare you? It's not a matter of daring. I said lightly. I'm just not interested. Duel over a woman I've never met. I wasn't that bored. If you're chicken, just say so, don't make excuses. Long Outyin scorned. I sneered. Time, place. I didn't actually want to go toe-to-toe with him. I wanted to use the chance to fish out some information. 8 tomorrow morning, Times Square. My eyes flickered, but I stayed composed. Which Times Square? Twilight City's got only one Times Square. How could you not know? Long Outyin grunted. Twilight City. I frowned. District 10086 had a Twilight City too? Could it be in that unexplored dark area? Didn't this mean that besides us survivors, there were other humans settled in this district? Where'd they come from? Teleported? Or had they always lived here? Things were getting murky. Seeing me silent, Long Outyin grew impatient. Are you coming or not? Give me a straight answer. Of course I dare. I raised an eyebrow. But I don't know where Twilight City is. You'll have to tell me. Long Outyin paused. You're not from Twilight City? Then which city are you from? Another key piece of information. There was more than one city here. Never mind which city I'm from. My mouth curled. You just tell me Twilight City's exact location, and I'll come find you. In our area, it's either Twilight City or Starshine City. Long Outyin huffed. You're probably from Starshine City. How could you not know where Twilight City is? Quit playing dumb. You guessed right. I chuckled. I'm from Starshine City. So are you coming or not? What's there to fear? I said contemptuously. Good. I'll wait for you at Times Square. Don't be a chicken. Long Outyin gave a sinister laugh and hung up. Who called you? He didn't sound like a survivor. Lin Jixia was full of confusion. He's probably a native of this place. I mused. There are natives here? She was astonished. Just a guess. I chuckled. Whether that's really it, I'll have to verify. Oh, she nodded, a flicker of worry in her eyes. You're not actually going to duel Long Outyin, are you? I don't even know where Twilight City is. How would I duel? I laughed. Just messing with that big fool. Lin Jixia. Just then I glanced at the wrinkled JK uniform she was wearing and remembered something. I fished an athletic outfit from the pack and tossed it to her. Here, change into this. That outfit's inconvenient to move in around the mines. Gets in the way ducking through passages and dodging monsters. And it's not warm either. Lin Jixia paused. Then her eyes lit up, hugging the clothes like a treasure. Really for me? Great. She'd long had enough of that outfit. Inconvenient and always afraid of flashing. Finally, she could change. Just the one. I said offhand. Wear it sparingly. Actually, there were 5 or 6 more in the pack. All men's, fine for her to wear, but no need to give them all at once. Saving them, they could serve as trade goods or favors. Lin Jixia held the clothes, feeling a lot more settled. This guy talked like a hooligan, but when it counted, he always thought of her, never truly took advantage. With him, she felt secure. At night, Lin Jixia fell fast asleep. Maybe a little cold, she unconsciously scooted my way, brushing up beside me. I laid a piece of clothing over her, turned over, and kept sleeping. I don't know how long I slept before the phone woke me. Lin Jixia woke too, and seeing she'd slept a bit close to Su Yi, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly scooted aside. I jolted and looked at the phone. The caller was Long Outyin. I pressed answer. Long Outyin's roar came through. Su Yi, I've waited half a day at Times Square. Where are you? Got some business to handle today. Can't make it. I rubbed my nose. You dare toy with me? Long Outyin was livid. Don't get so worked up. I said slowly. Something really came up. Tomorrow, then, I'll definitely show. You wouldn't be lying to me? If I'm lying to you, I said with finality, then I'm your grandson. Good. I'll wait for you tomorrow. Long Outyin said and hung up. But the next second he realized something was off. If Su Yi lied to him again tomorrow, wouldn't that make him Su Yi's grandson? Damn. Long Outyin cursed, his face iron, and hurried to call back, but it wouldn't connect no matter what. I'd already powered off. Son of a... Long Outyin was so angry he clenched his fists, nearly smashing the phone. One more grandson tomorrow. I smiled slyly, got up, ducked out of the tent, and contacted the mine first thing. Little mine, supplies were fresh today, right? What VE we got? An iron pot and taro. I frowned, my face falling. Just one iron pot and one taro. Yesterday wasn't much, and today was even more pitiful. I half suspected I was being targeted. Not one taro, a pile, about 100. My face eased. Taro was soft and tasty boiled, and 100 was plenty satisfying. Where are the pot and taro? Both in the stone wall on your left, a meter deep. I hacked away with the alloy pick. Bang, bang. Rubble showered down, and before long, I'd opened a big gap. Me digging on this side. Lin Jixia making breakfast on hers. Nothing else, still rice porridge. 20 minutes later, the porridge was soft and fragrant. I'd also dug a meter deep, and a brand new big iron pot came into view, a pile of muddy taro beside it, each plump and egg-sized. Just as I reached to grab them, the mine blared. New supplies discovered. What supplies? I stirred. A radio. A radio? I paused, and a glint of light suddenly burst in my eyes. Yesterday's announcement said 3 treasures refreshed across the districts, and besides the mechanical heart and the bread tree, there was the radio. Could this one the mine found be that treasure? Dig it out and study it, and I'd know. Where? In a small mine 100 meters off. I frowned. 100 meters by pure hand digging. Several days at least, too costly and slow. Any passages nearby? No passages within scanning range. Sigh. I sighed. To get this radio, I'd have to dig slowly. But I'd already arranged to go find borer components with Su Tianjiao, so it'd have to wait till I got back. I hauled out the iron pot and taro and piled them by the tent. So much taro, and a new pot, great. Lin Jixia was thrilled. A pot made cooking a lot easier, and the 100+ taro solved the urgent problem. Food was no worry for a while. Lin Jixia, give me a stamina recovery. I ducked into the tent. Digging had used up a lot of stamina, and I needed full condition before heading out. This time Lin Jixia didn't dawdle. She followed in, sat at my side, laid her hands on my shoulders, and warmth seeped in. 10 minutes later, I felt refreshed all over, fatigue gone, condition maxed. I got up and ducked out, sipping porridge and opening the panel. The PM icon was blinking. 2 messages from Su Tianjiao and Xiaoling Shuang. Su Tianjiao's first. We agreed to find borer components together yesterday. Still going? Su Yi. Wait in your mind. I'll head over now. Su Tianjiao. I'll give you a sublimation gem first. Come once you've received it. I got interested. What's a sublimation gem for? Su Tianjiao. Upgrading items. Merge it into your space backpack, and the storage can expand to 100 cubic meters. 100 cubic meters? My mind stirred, and I grew wary. This was no small thing. I was shocked on the spot, my face full of disbelief. You serious? 1 gem could expand a space backpack 10-fold? This was a rare treasure you couldn't come by if you sought it. Su Tianjiao, of course. I came around, full of surprise, and probed. Something this good? You're really willing to give it to me? Su Tianjiao, yeah? I didn't understand. Why give it to me for free? Getting a sublimation gem for nothing felt unreal. Su Tianjiao, the Star Shatterbore's components are too large. Afraid your pack won't hold them, so I can only give you the gem. Su Yi, you've gone to real lengths to help me assemble the borer. Su Tianjiao, helping you is actually helping myself. Don't overthink it. I paused, spell it out. Su Tianjiao, I've got a hunch. To survive this survival game, the only way out is getting into the Star Shatter borer. That's why I'm helping you so hard. I narrowed my eyes. Where's this hunch from? Su Tianjiao, no time now. When we've got a moment, we'll talk it over properly. Su Yi, fine. Hand over the gem. Su Tianjiao transferred the sublimation gem through the trade board. I didn't take it for nothing. I sent back a pile of fruit to show my appreciation. She'd given something this precious, and showing nothing wouldn't sit right. Looking at the pile of fruit, Su Tianjiao's mouth curved slightly. Guess you've got some conscience. I held the gem and examined it. The moment my eyes touched it, information popped up in my head. Sublimation gem. Place it on a target item's surface and it automatically merges within, completing a deep upgrade. Retains original features and greatly strengthens them from the original base. Feature, sublimation. Reading it, my mouth curled up. I took the space backpack out of the tent and set the gem on it. The next second, the gem bloomed with a pale purple halo, seeping slowly into the pack, then fully merging in an instant. I checked it once. The storage had indeed expanded tenfold. Nice. I clenched my fists. I'd planned to empty the pack to make room, but that was unnecessary now. 100 cubic meters after expansion, and the little I stored wouldn't fill even a tenth. No need to clear anything. I slung the pack over my shoulder, opened the panel, and clicked Qiu Lingshuang's PM. Qiu Lingshuang, Su Yi, teaming up to search for supplies today? Su Yi, meet at the three-way junction. Qiu Lingshuang, got it. I closed the panel and called into the tent. Lin Jixia, I'm heading out to search for supplies. Stay in the mine, don't go anywhere. Lin Jixia poked her head out. What do I do today? I pointed at a wall. Your job is to dig. Dig hard into it. How deep? 100 meters. Why dig that deep? She frowned. Are there supplies inside? There are, and very precious ones. I raised an eyebrow. How could I dig that deep? She made a bitter face. I didn't ask you to finish in a day. I chuckled. Dig what you can. I'll take over the rest when I'm back. Fine. She nodded. Heading out. I ducked into the passage and crawled fast. 3 minutes later, I reached the junction. Qiu Lingshuang had arrived first, and seeing me, she asked, "Where are we searching for supplies?" I crawled up to her and said low, "Meet up with Su Tianjiao first, then into the tunnel." The tunnel again? Her face shifted slightly, faintly uneasy. Yesterday's tunnel trip had been a brush with death, nearly ending in there, and she instinctively balked. This time we're teamed with Su Tianjiao, and I've got a pistol. I soothed with a smile. Our overall strength is several times yesterday's. Even running into the Earth Rock Bear, no fear. What's there to worry about? True enough. She mused, and that thread of worry slowly dispersed. Come on, let's find Su Tianjiao. I crawled ahead down a passage. Qiu Lingshuang followed and couldn't help asking, "Are you close with Su Tianjiao? Why team with her specifically?" Su Tianjiao's metallization talent made her a strong fighter, and teaming with her did raise safety. But more people meant smaller shares of supplies. Su Tianjiao knows where several caches of supplies are. I explained. Only by teaming with her can we get them. I see. She said no more. We crawled a dozen-odd minutes and reached Su Tianjiao's mine. Su Tianjiao was sitting by the stone hut leisurely gnawing an apple, and seeing us, she set it down and looked us over with a light smile. You're Su Yi and Qiu Lingshuang? She hadn't seen us, but could guess our identities from Nyobi's descriptions. Yeah. I nodded. You're Su Tianjiao? I swept a glance around. No Nyobi. Where'd Nyobi go? That guy wanders off aimlessly every day. I don't know where he went either. Su Tianjiao said dismissively. I didn't dwell on it and looked at her. When do we move? Su Tianjiao stood. Since you're here, we go now. I paused and hurried to remind her. Now's exactly when the Earth Rock bears out. Moving at this hour, we'll likely run into it. Too dangerous. How about we wait? A sharpness flashed in Su Tianjiao's eyes. It's precisely because it's out at this hour that I want to go into the tunnel. My face shifted and I clicked my tongue. You wouldn't be planning to hunt the Earth Rock Bear, would you? Su Tianjiao arched a brow. You guessed right. Me. I was reckless enough already, and I hadn't expected Su Tianjiao to be crazier than me. Qiu Lingshuang said tremulously. Su Yi and I have fought the Earth Rock Bear. We know how terrifying it is. Why insist on provoking it? Su Tianjiao smiled lightly. The Earth Rock Bear's the strongest monster in the tunnel. Kill it, and the other monsters are beneath notice. From then on, opening metal doors is worry-free. So that's your thinking, I muttered. Su Tianjiao looked at the two of us. You'll be going into the tunnel down the line too. Killing it benefits you as well. And with the three of us together, the odds of success are high, worth the gamble. I thought briefly and made up my mind fast. I'm in. Xiao Lingshuang and I together had killed a mid-tier earth toad, and adding Su Tianjiao, handling the earth rock bear, shouldn't be much of a problem. Great, let's move. Su Tianjiao couldn't wait. Fine. I nodded. Su Tianjiao ducked into the passage first and crawled ahead. Xiao Lingshuang and I close behind. A dozen odd minutes, and we reached the passage into the tunnel. I contacted the mine first thing. Little mine, what's the situation outside? Calm, no monsters detected. I paused. Now was exactly when the earth rock bear was out, so why wasn't it in the tunnel? Could it be too far, beyond scanning range? By now Su Tianjiao had reached the passage mouth and turned to signal with her eyes. I'll go scout first, come out once it's clear. It's safe outside, go ahead. I smiled. How do you know? Su Tianjiao was suspicious. I've got a sensing talent. I can detect the situation outside. I said truthfully. You've got that kind of talent too? Great. Su Tianjiao's eyes lit up. With a talent like that, you could spot monsters ahead of time and avoid danger, greatly boosting survival. From now on, team with Su Yi when heading out, safer. Don't just sit there, go out. I urged. Su Tianjiao ducked out at once and swept her eyes around. Silent. Not a single monster, safe, just as I'd said. Xiao Lingshuang and I emerged one after the other. Su Tianjiao turned. Can you sense where the earth rock bear is? Can't sense it. I shook my head. Su Tianjiao swept a glance at the tunnel depths. This tunnel's long. It could be in another section. How about we search? I thought briefly. We came for the borer components. If it's not here, let's not waste time. Getting the components is the real task. Your call. Su Tianjiao nodded. Just as the three of us made to set off, a fierce clamor of fighting suddenly came from the tunnel depths, mixed with a monster's violent roar, shaking the air. Su Tianjiao's expression turned grave. That's the earth rock bear's roar. I narrowed my eyes, mulling. Fighting sounds meant a survivor was battling the earth rock bear. Besides us three, someone else dared go head-to-head with it? Who? I got interested. Let's go take a look. The three of us raced toward the source. About 200-odd meters, and a huge black shape appeared ahead. The earth rock bear. It was in a fierce battle with two survivors, a man and a woman. The man was covered head to toe in hard rock, like a giant stone man, holding the front and taking the bear's fierce assault. The woman huddled behind, her hands flying, hurling fireball after fireball as ranged bombardment for fire support. The two coordinated well, no mean fighters. But the earth rock bear was thick-skinned and durable, and their attacks couldn't do much damage. After a while of fierce fighting, the two gradually couldn't hold and were driven back step by step. Most of the rock on the man's body had shattered, cracks all over, red flesh curling under the gaps where several gashes gushed blood, soaking half his body, a ghastly sight. The woman was unhurt but pale as paper, her breathing quick and ragged, even her fireballs going flimsy. Spirit power overdrawn, nearly spent. The situation was dire for the two. At this rate, they'd likely be killed within a minute or two. Sui, these two can't hold much longer. Let's step in and help. Su Tianjiao looked at me. Move. I didn't hesitate. With those two tying it up, hunting the earth rock bear would be easier. Now was the best moment. Su Tianjiao drove her talent at once. A cold black light bloomed around her, and as it flowed, her skin, her hair, her whole body swiftly took on a coat of dark silver metal, her limbs lines taut, brimming with power. Then she pushed off and charged straight at the earth rock bear. Xiao Lingshuang followed close, ready to support at any moment. I gripped the pulse pistol tight, eyes locked on the earth rock bear, closing in step by step. Using the pulse gun cost spirit power. Before heading out, I deliberately had Lin Jixia max my condition, but this gun devoured spirit power, and even full I only had enough for one shot. To make sure of it, I had to close the distance for a certain kill. Su Tianjiao was fast, reaching the earth rock bear in seconds. She leapt, her right foot wrapped in cold metal light, and slammed a heavy kick into its back. Bang! The earth rock bear staggered, its huge body swaying several times before steadying. It whipped around, its blood-red eyes catching the ambushing Su Tianjiao, let out a furious roar, raised a fan-sized giant paw, and slammed it down with a gale, its force savage in the extreme. Su Tianjiao's pupils shrank sharp. She stamped hard and darted sideways to dodge. The Earth Rock Bear was immensely strong. Take that swipe head-on, and even in iron form she might not withstand it. The giant paw grazed past her front and slammed into the ground. Another thunderous crack, the earth splitting into cracks, rubble flying, the whole tunnel shuddering violently, dust raining down. Close one. A flash of lingering fear crossed her face. Its swipe missed, and the Earth Rock Bear grew fiercer, with no intention of letting her go. Its limbs stamped down, and its huge body surged to her in an instant, its giant paw raised again. Right then, a bone-piercing icy cold swept over, blanketing the Earth Rock Bear in an instant, a crystalline layer of ice condensing fast over its body, locking it tight. Roar! The Earth Rock Bear bellowed, its muscles tensing all over, brute force erupting, and the ice on its body shattered in an instant, shards flying. Free again, those blood-red eyes locked onto Qiu Lingshuang at once, a bloodthirsty killing intent surging in them. Caught in that savage gaze, Qiu Lingshuang went cold all over, her whole body frozen stiff. Not good. Realizing the Earth Rock Bear had set its killing intent on Qiu Lingshuang, Su Tianjiao gritted her teeth and charged to intercept. Qiu Lingshuang was only an ice mage, physically fragile. Once struck, she'd surely die. But the moment she charged in, she felt a vicious wind hit her face. A giant paw swept across, and before she could react, she was swatted flying several meters and slammed hard into the stone wall, gouging a wide gash, her whole body embedded in the rock. Having swatted Su Tianjiao away, the Earth Rock Bear locked onto Qiu Lingshuang again, its violent killing intent blanketing everything. Qiu Lingshuang was utterly panicked, trembling hard, wholly cowed by its ferocious might. Beast! A cold cry suddenly drifted by the Earth Rock Bear's ear. It reflexively turned to look and saw me coming straight on, a silver pistol in hand, the muzzle locked precisely on it. The Earth Rock Bear had never seen a pulse pistol and had no idea danger was upon it. It split its bloody maw open, bearing a hint of contemptuous ferocity, and with a hard push of its hind legs, its huge body lunged at me on a killing gale. When we were 3 meters apart, I aimed at its chest and resolutely pulled the trigger. By rights, hitting the head was the instant kill, but I had no confidence in my aim and feared missing. So to be safe, I aimed at the chest. Its chest was like a wall, and at this range, even poor aim couldn't miss. Bang! The crisp crack echoed through the empty tunnel, leaving my ears ringing. A dazzling crystal light burst from the muzzle, swiftly condensing into a sharp silver line, tearing the air with a piercing screech and slamming into the Earth Rock Bear's chest. Splurt! The crystal thread was like a blade, easily piercing its defense, driving deep into its chest cavity, then bursting out the back like a hot knife, leaving a through-and-through bloody hole in its huge body, blood spraying, an intensely gory sight. Taking that hit, the Earth Rock Bear's forward charge halted dead. Its huge body shuddered violently. It threw back its head in an agonized roar, and it crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. Holy crap! The 2 survivors were stunned on the spot. What gun was Sui holding? One shot pierced the Earth Rock Bear clean through, the power terrifying. That one shot nearly drained my spirit power, and a strong wave of fatigue washed over me. I slumped to the ground, gasping hard. Right then, the Earth Rock Bear, which had fallen, actually crawled back up, blood still gushing from the hole through its chest. Its movements had turned sluggish, but its gaze grew fiercer, locked dead on me, its killing intent undisguised. My eyelids twitched hard. Taking a wound this grave and still crawling up, absurdly durable, far tougher than that mid-tier earth toad. The Earth Rock Bear growled low and lunged at me, dragging its wounded body, a rank wind hitting my face. I was utterly weakened now, too late to dodge. Of course I wouldn't sit and wait to die. I gripped the alloy pick tight with both hands, ready to fight to the bitter end. At the critical instant, Qiu Lingshuang swept out a wide ice mist to blanket the Earth Rock Bear, hoping to freeze and trap it. But the bear was in a fury now, brute force erupting, and the mist shattered under the force pouring off its body before it could even condense, wholly unable to stop it. Sui, I can't hold it, run. Qiu Lingshuang shrieked frantically. I wanted to run too, but weakened as I couldn't outrun the Earth Rock Bear, and running would only hasten my death. There was no retreat now, only to stake it all in a fight. Right then, the male survivor, seeing me in danger, gritted his teeth and lunged forward, both arms clamping hard around the Earth Rock Bear's thick hind leg, roaring at me, "Run!" Doing this was to throw himself into danger, and he might well be beaten to death by the Earth Rock Bear. But Sui had come to save him, and to stand by would haunt his conscience for life. Dragged back, the Earth Rock Bear grew more furious and slammed a giant paw down on the man's back. That swipe shattered the rock on his back outright, the violent force transferring through and driving half his body into the ground. His mind buzzed and he nearly blacked out. But even so, he didn't let go, gripping the bear's hind leg hard, keeping it from moving. Seeing this, I was deeply moved. A total stranger, only because I'd stepped in to save him, was now shielding me with his life, holding this monster back. In this hellhole, there could still be such loyalty between people. Far from seizing the chance to flee, my eyes turned resolute. I whipped around and shouted urgently at Xiao Lingshuang, "Do it!" Xiao Lingshuang swept a hand, and a bitter icy cold surged wildly, wrapping the Earth Rock Bear in an instant, a thick layer of ice condensing fast, locking its limbs and torso tight. The female survivor seized the moment and hurled a blazing fireball that slammed hard into the Earth Rock Bear's head. Sparks flew, and the Earth Rock Bear crashed to the ground. But the thing was genuinely durable. After taking so many attacks, it still wasn't dead and slowly crawled up again. I wouldn't give it the chance. I charged in, raised the alloy pick high, and drove it hard into the bloody hole in its chest. That blow struck the vital point dead on, agony sweeping through the Earth Rock Bear in an instant, its shrieks wretched with pain. I brought the pick down again, and the Earth Rock Bear's eyes bulged, all its strength draining away as it sprawled weakly on the ground, its fighting power gone. But I didn't stop, hammering the alloy pick into the bloody hole blow after blow. I don't know how many strikes before the Earth Rock Bear's breath cut off entirely, its huge body suddenly blooming with white light, the sign of loot dropping after death. Finally killed you. I let out a long breath and went limp, slumping to the ground, gasping hard. The next second, the corpse vanished and 4 golden chests slowly appeared, glinting with dazzling gold under the lamplight. 4 gold chests dropped. My heart surged, but I didn't rush to open them. I looked first at the wounded male survivor and asked softly, "How are you?" At that critical moment, the two of them could easily have fled to save themselves, but they hadn't. They'd braved danger to hold the Earth Rock Bear back and buy me a chance to live. For that character alone, they were worth befriending. The male survivor struggled up from the ground with difficulty, looked up at me, and said with feeling, "Hurt pretty bad, but no danger to my life." "Good then." I nodded. "My name's Sui. How should I address you to?" "Huang Wei," the male survivor said feebly. The female survivor stepped up. "My name's Ji Chunmei. Thank you both for stepping in earlier." I thanked them sincerely. "Sui, don't say that." Huang Wei waved a hand, embarrassed. "If you two hadn't come to save us in time, we'd have died in its jaws long ago. We're the ones who should thank you. Then we're even." I chuckled. "Sui, come get me out." Su Tianjiao's shout came from afar. Swatted into the stone wall, she was unhurt but jammed in tight, unable to work free. "Nearly forgot you." I raised an eyebrow, got up, and walked over. Her whole upper body was embedded in the wall, only one arm and shoulder still exposed. I grabbed the arm sticking out, braced my feet for leverage, and pulled hard. Up. The body embedded in the wall loosened, and I put in more force, dragging her out whole, the two of us stumbling to the ground together. Su Tianjiao scrambled up fast, the metallic cold light fading from her body, her original form returning. With that dark silver armor shed, she seemed to soften all over. Just now she'd been an iron figure impervious to blade and spear, and now her hair was disheveled, a streak of wall dust on her shoulder, panting, a rare touch of dishevelment showing through her gallantry. She reached up to smooth her messy hair and shot the stone wall a fierce glare, as if holding a grudge against it. Watching her like this, I was secretly amused. Usually sharp as a blade, and here she'd taken a header into a wall, so she had her disheveled moments too. I didn't say it aloud, only, "Not hurt. Won't die." She shot back stiffly and turned her face away. I quickly changed the subject. "Killed the Earth Rock Bear, for gold chests dropped. Let's go open them." Su Tianjiao said no more and returned with me to the spot. "Sui, open them quick." Xiao Lingshuang was a bit impatient. "Sure." I opened the 4 chests one by one. For beams of soft light lit up in turn, and once they faded, for faintly glowing vials lay quietly on the ground, their bodies crystal clear, plainly extraordinary at a glance. "What are these?" I paused, looking at them. "They're 4 bottles of amplification potion." Xiao Lingshuang got excited. "Drink one, and it greatly boosts your attributes." She'd opened a metal door before and gotten this kind of potion inside, which had amplified her spirit power, so she recognized it at a glance. I reached out and touched the vials, and information on all four surfaced in my mind. They were spirit power, strength, and agility amplification potions, plus one recovery potion, each rare, precious, and worth a fortune. But a problem came up too. 5 people had teamed up to kill the Earth Rock Bear, so by rights the loot should be split evenly. But 5 people, for potions, how to split? Anyone else, and I wouldn't bother, just keeping them all. But Huang Wei and Ji Chunmei had just held the bear back with their lives and defused my crisis. I'd already counted these two as friends worth making, and not sharing wouldn't sit right. Su Yi, what are you standing there for? Split the stuff. Qiu Lingshuang prompted. How to split? I rubbed my nose. Qiu Lingshuang came around to it too. 5 people, for potions, indeed no way to split evenly. Just then Huang Wei spoke. Give the 2 of us one, that's enough. Won't that shortchange you? I paused. You 3 did the most to kill the Earth Rock Bear. Huang Wei said dismissively. It's fair you get a bigger share. Then as you say, I nodded, picked up a vial, and handed it over. This is the recovery potion. You're badly hurt. Drink it, and you'll recover fast, just right. Great. Huang Wei took it and downed it in one gulp. In an instant, the wounds on his body healed at a visible rate, his breathing steadying considerably. How to split the remaining 3? Qiu Lingshuang asked. I'll take the spirit power amplification potion. You 2 split the rest. I grabbed the spirit power potion. Before, I wouldn't have chosen this one. I only had the mind's inner voice talent, which barely used spirit power, so raising it was of little use. But it was different now. I had the pulse pistol, and firing it used spirit power. The higher the spirit power, the greater the power, and the more shots I could fire, a big boost to my strength. I tipped my head back and down the potion. It turned to a warm, gentle current in my throat, surging straight to my mind. My spent spirit power refilled in an instant and kept climbing, soaring a full 40 points before settling at 50. As my spirit power rose sharply, the fatigue swept away, my whole body light and clear, my thoughts noticeably sharper, fully restored to peak, even more abundant than before the battle. If I put a pulse shot into the Earth Rock Bear now, with my sword's spirit power, the power would at least double, near enough to kill in one shot. Stronger again. My mouth curled up as I looked at Qiu Lingshuang and the others. You 2 hurry and pick your potions and drink them. There's real business ahead. Qiu Lingshuang and the other consulted briefly and soon decided. Qiu Lingshuang chose the agility amplification potion, gaining 40 agility after drinking. As a mage, her greatest fear was being closed in on, and with agility soaring, her evasion improved greatly, giving her a bit more of a lifeline. Su Tianjiao chose the strength amplification potion. She fought in close melee with metallization to begin with, and with strength surging, her attack and burst power climbed another level. Once the 2 had drunk, I looked at Huang Wei. We've got things to do, so we won't keep you company. Get out of here quick. If you run into trouble you can't solve down the road, contact me anytime. As long as it's within my power, I'll help. Understood. Huang Wei nodded heavily. I said no more and signaled Su Tianjiao and Qiu Lingshuang with my eyes, and the 3 of us turned and left. Traveling 1,000+ meters along the tunnel, Su Tianjiao suddenly stopped and walked straight to a shut metal door. Weren't we going to find components? I paused. Why are you opening a metal door again? There's a passage behind this door. Su Tianjiao explained softly. Only by going through here can we reach where the components are. I frowned, a bit puzzled. The metal door is shut. You need a matching key to open it. Do you have one? Opening this door doesn't need a key. Su Tianjiao arched a brow. I stalled and looked at her in surprise. It opens without a key? How do you know? Found out by chance. Su Tianjiao said lightly. And I've been inside several times. I quietly made a note. This woman knew far more than she let on. Metal doors opening without keys. A giant passage she'd visited several times. Various treasures on her person. What exactly was her background? But now wasn't the time to press. Getting the components mattered first. Then don't stand there, get to it. I was a bit impatient. Su Tianjiao pressed a hand to the metal door and pushed hard. With a soft click, the door slowly opened. She ducked in first, and Qiu Lingshuang and I traded a glance and followed close. Once the 3 of us were inside, the metal door behind us slowly swung shut on its own, sealed again. My heart tightened. The door closed again. Can we open it later? If not, wouldn't we be trapped to death in here? Relax. Su Tianjiao soothed. It pulls open from the inside. Good then. I let out a breath and looked around. We were in a mine of about 10 square meters, empty and especially bare. But one stone wall had a narrow passage mouth, leading who knew where. Follow me. Su Tianjiao ducked into the passage. The tunnel was especially long and narrow, its end out of sight. Led by her, the three of us crawled several hundred meters to a corner. Through the corner, an incredibly wide passage appeared before us, wide enough for three to walk upright side by side. Seeing this passage, Qiu Lingshuang and I were stunned on the spot. A passage this wide, also bored out by an earth dragon? How big a dragon would that take? A sheer behemoth. Run into it, and we'd likely be swallowed in one gulp. Qiu Lingshuang's mouth trembled. Su Tianjiao, this passage was made by an earth dragon? More or less. Su Tianjiao nodded, her expression grave. Qiu Lingshuang swallowed. What if we run into this earth dragon? I've been here several times. Su Tianjiao was calm and composed. I've never seen the earth dragon in this time window. Should be safe. Qiu Lingshuang's face eased a bit. I narrowed my eyes and swept a glance ahead, murmuring, "Where are the borer components?" I quietly asked the mine. "Little mine, where are the components?" "In a mine 500 meters ahead." "Move out." I waved a hand. The three of us softened our steps and moved carefully along the wide passage, holding our breath the whole way, afraid of making noise and drawing the earth dragon. 100-odd meters on, the mine suddenly spoke. "A find." "Found what?" I stirred. "In the stone wall on your right, there's a small mine holding several hundred Molotov cocktails." "Molotov cocktails?" I mulled it over. Molotovs were good stuff too, superb for killing monsters, especially large swarms. But finding the components came first for now. Once I had them and had time, coming back for these wouldn't be too late. I didn't say anything and kept following ahead. Before long, the three of us had traveled 500+ meters and reached the target area. The mine spoke again. "Major discovery. Found the borer components." I jolted. Yes, I was thrilled. Su Tianjiao really hadn't lied. There truly were components here. Su Tianjiao stopped, pointed at a stone wall not far off, and lowered her voice. "The two components are in the mine inside this wall. There's a gap in it. You can see inside through it." I stepped up quickly and shone the lamp through the gap. A mine of 50-odd square meters appeared before me. Dead center sat two huge silver-white metal components. One was a large hammerhead, an irregular multifaceted prism, cast from dark silver superalloy, its surface covered in fine but sturdy spiral patterns. The other's main body was a streamlined shuttle shape, its silver-white metal shell smooth as a mirror, its lines flowing, pale blue energy grooves set into both sides, its tail a multi-layered spiral thrust port, precise and full of a high-tech feel. Judging by their shapes, these were very likely the Star Shatterbore's superalloy wall-breaking hammer and subterranean stealth propulsion unit. Seeing these two components, joy filled my eyes and my mood surged high at once. But a new problem lay ahead. To get the wall-breaking hammer and stealth propulsion unit, I had to get into the mine. But the gap in the stone wall was too small to squeeze through, and the only way was to widen it. Yet the moment I dug, I'd surely make noise, and if it drew an earth dragon or some other powerful monster, forget the components. My own safety would be at risk. I stared at the narrow gap, my brow furrowing, stumped for the moment. Su Tianjiao glanced at me, puzzled. "What are you standing there for? Why not get to it?" "This gap's too small to squeeze through. To get in, I'd have to widen it," I said helplessly. "But the moment I dig, it makes noise, too easy to draw monsters." "So that's your worry." Su Tianjiao smiled dismissively, fished a porcelain vial from her pocket, and handed it to me. "Use this to widen the gap." "What's this?" I paused. "Rock dissolving agent." Su Tianjiao explained softly. "Pour the liquid on the gap, and it corrodes the rock fast. No chiseling needed, not a sound." "There's something this amazing?" My eyes lit up as I opened the cap. A pungent, sour rot smell hit my face, rivaling high-concentration hydrochloric acid, sharp enough to make me frown. "There's not much agent left, and it evaporates easily," Su Tianjiao warned. "Get to it quick, a drop or two is enough." I quickly aimed the mouth at the edge of the gap, tilted it slightly, and carefully dripped 2 drops of pale cyan liquid. The moment the liquid touched the stone, it hissed faintly, the pale cyan seeping into the rock, the surrounding wall softening and dissolving at a visible rate, the hard stone turning to fine gravel in an instant. Wisps of white smoke rose with a faint sour rot smell, soon blurring my vision. Once the smoke cleared, an opening over 1/2 meter wide appeared before me. Done. I stowed the vial in the pack, bent to duck into the mine, and reached out first thing to touch the 2 huge components. 2 entries surfaced in turn. Superalloy Wall-Breaking Hammer. A core component of the Star Shatter Borer of ultimate superalloy toughness, ignores the vast majority of rock, minerals, and hard obstacles, forcibly clearing a passage for the borer, able to powerfully crush high-density strata, hard mineral veins, and even special reinforced structures. Features: pulverize, penetrate, break through. Subterranean stealth propulsion unit. The power core of the Star Shatter Borer, providing sustained, strong kinetic energy, able to keep stable propulsion in complex underground environments for silent, efficient, enduring subterranean movement, ensuring the borer operates continuously over long periods without degradation. Features: burst power, endurance. Having read the descriptions, I quickly stowed both components in the pack and was about to leave. The mind spoke. "There's a silver chest you haven't taken, leaving it?" "Where's a chest?" I paused. I'd swept a glance coming in, and there was nothing besides the two components. "In the gravel pile in the corner behind you." So it was buried in the gravel. No wonder I didn't see it. I stepped over quickly and dug through, and sure enough turned up a silver chest. Opening it, inside was a silver piece of close-fitting armor, shaped like an elongated pair of shorts. A crotch guard. I paused and picked it up. The moment I touched it, information surfaced. Silver thread inner armor. Woven from special secret thread, soft and close-fitting to the touch. Extremely comfortable to wear, grants 10 defense, forms tight protection over vital areas, effectively blocking fatal attacks in battle. Features: soft, defense. Protects the vitals and adds 10 defense, not bad. I arched a brow, keen to change into it at once. Extra layers of protection over the key life-preserving areas were always good. But Su Tianjiao and Xiu Lingshuang were waiting outside, and changing this in front of everyone was inconvenient, so it'd have to wait till I got back. I stowed the silver thread inner armor in the pack and ducked out of the mine. Su Tianjiao came up and asked low, "Got the stuff, so what now?" "Leave here." I thought a moment. "Let's look around a bit more first." The hammer and propulsion unit were both found nearby, so the other components were very likely hidden around here too. Search more, and there might be an unexpected haul. "Sure, your call." Su Tianjiao nodded. The three of us pushed deeper along the tunnel and soon reached a three-way junction. The mine spoke again. "Go 80 meters deep down the passage on the left. There's a small mine holding 50 cases of mineral water." A light burst in my eyes. A case was at least 12 bottles, and 50 cases was 600 bottles. With this water, no worrying about a source for a long while. I had to get it. "Follow me." I signaled Su Tianjiao and the other with my eyes and headed straight down the left passage. Before long, the three of us had gone 80 meters and reached the water cache. "The small mine is in the stone wall right in front of you." The mine spoke on cue. I took out the rock-dissolving agent at once, uncapped it, aimed at the wall, and dripped 3 drops. A hiss, and the wall was corroded and melted in an instant, giving off a patch of pungent white smoke. A moment later, the smoke cleared, and an opening a good 10 feet wide appeared. The three of us looked inside, and our hearts leapt. Inside was a big, neatly stacked pile of mineral water, dense as could be, a full 500 or 600 bottles. So much water. Su Tianjiao and Xiu Lingshuang got excited in an instant. I ducked in and opened the pack, quickly storing it. Not more, not less, exactly 50 cases, piled together like a small mountain. "Got it." I couldn't help my mouth curling up. Then I ducked out of the mine. Su Tianjiao came up at once and asked curiously, "Sui, how do you know there was mineral water here?" "Didn't I tell you?" My mouth curled. "I've got a sensing talent. I detected it with that ability." "Oh." Su Tianjiao came around, her eyes flickering slightly. "Don't just stand there. Hurry and search other spots." With Su Yi's sensing talent, any supplies nearby could be found first thing. Keep searching, and there'd surely be more. But a flicker of unease crossed my mind. This talent, in front of Su Tianjiao, I was using it a bit too smoothly, too hard. Mineral water, components, Molotovs, one after another, precise as if I'd seen them with my own eyes. Su Tianjiao was sharp as they came, and keeping this up, sooner or later she'd catch a whiff. What talent could pin down a monster's species, numbers, even how thick a stone wall was? This wasn't a talent anymore, more like a god's eye view. From now on, in front of her, I had to use this ability sparingly and not expose my hand. "Sure." I nodded and kept moving along the tunnel. About 500 plus meters on, the mind spoke again. A tunnel discovered 100 meters ahead. "What tunnel?" "The one we entered before." I paused. "Not the same one. This is a brand new tunnel, wider than the last." I got interested and quickened my pace. 100-odd meters on, a passage mouth appeared ahead, and looking out through it, I could faintly make out a patch of light. Why is there light ahead? Could it be a mine lamp? Su Tianjiao gave a soft huh. If it really was lamplight, didn't that mean other survivors had come in too? Lamps off, let's go look. I murmured, killing my lamp fast. Su Tianjiao and Qiu Lingshuang did the same at once. In an instant, the passage fell pitch black. By the faint light seeping from afar, the three of us lowered our bodies and inched toward the passage mouth on tiptoe, not daring to make the slightest sound. Before long, we reached the edge of the mouth, lay on the ground, and slowly poked our heads out to scan. One look, and we were stunned by the sight. Outside was a grand giant tunnel, a full 50+ meters wide, room for several large trucks abreast, vast and deep. Countless smooth white crystal stones were set at intervals in the rock overhead. Not a harsh glare, but a slow flow of soft white halos, ring upon ring rippling out, lighting the whole tunnel, far clearer than the dim yellow of a mine lamp. Look, there's a metal door on the wall ahead too. Qiu Lingshuang pointed excitedly. I looked along her finger. Sure enough, a huge metal door stood on the wall in the distance, its whole body glowing with a heavy dark gold sheen. Fine reinforcing patterns carved along the frame edges, clearly cast from ultra-hard alloy, exuding an indestructible quality, a size larger than the metal doors I'd seen before. This door's bigger than the ones in that other tunnel, and a different color. What's stored inside? Su Tianjiao's eyes were full of curiosity. I thought a moment and lowered my voice. Wait here, I'll go take a look. Su-yi, be careful. Qiu Lingshuang was a bit worried. I will. I arched a brow, got up, ducked out of the passage mouth in a crouch, and jogged lightly toward the metal door. This door had a small window in the center too. I turned on my lamp and shone it inside, and suddenly, a giant twin-barrel machine gun came into view. The gun glowed all over with a cold silver-white sheen, 2 barrels thick as a grown man's thighs standing side by side, the walls smooth and heavy, exuding an indomitable sharpness. Below it connected to a broad silver mounting base, its structure tough and imposing, the whole thing rivaling a warship's gun mount, radiating immense pressure just standing there, its terrifying firepower easy to imagine. What machine gun is this? I paused, filling my eyes. My first time seeing a firearm this giant, wholly beyond the realm of ordinary weapons. The mind suddenly spoke. This should be a twin-barrel Gatling gun cannon. Twin-barrel Gatling gun cannon. I murmured inwardly, a fervent heat filling my eyes. Heavy firepower like this, if I could get it, clearing monsters down the line would be effortless, and even facing a fearsome behemoth, I'd have a fighting chance. At that, I couldn't hold back. I pressed both hands hard against the cold, heavy metal door, put my arms into it, and shoved. The door didn't budge. I sighed in disappointment. To open this door, I'd need a matching metal key, and this door's lock was clearly larger, requiring an oversized key. No telling what kind of monster I'd have to hunt to get it to drop. I settled myself, turned, and went to the metal door beside it to look. Inside this door was a small mine of 20-odd square meters, an ancient round stone platform standing dead center, a mini silver metal house set on it, its body flowing with a soft, warm halo, exquisitely made, plainly extraordinary at a glance. I narrowed my eyes and studied it, contacting the mine. Little mine, do you know the origin of that metal house inside? Don't know. Never mind then. I didn't think much of it, drew my gaze back, and planned to scout the next door. But the instant I turned, the whole giant tunnel began to tremble without warning, the ground under me shaking violently, gravel raining down overhead, like a sudden earthquake. At the same time, dull rumbling came from the tunnel depths, closer and closer, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. My heart tightened. Little mine, what monster's coming this way? Within my scanning range, no monster detected. My brow knit deep. The mine's scanning range was 100 meters, and it hadn't even detected it, yet it could already make this much commotion. From that alone, how terrifying that monster's size must be. I didn't dare think further, turned, and bolted for the passage. Whatever the monster, it was surely beyond me to contend with, and I had to leave fast. A moment later, I ran back into the passage. Su Tianjiao and the other were terrified and uneasy. Sui, what's going on outside? Has a monster come to kill us? I'm not sure either. My face was grave in the extreme. What do we do? Leave now. Qiu Lingshuang was pale, her mouth trembling. Before I could speak, a suffocating, terrifying aura suddenly drifted slowly over from the tunnel depths. Almost at the same moment, the mine's urgent warning exploded in my mind. It's a high-tier earth dragon. Get down. Don't make a sound. Once it spots you, certain death. I paled in shock, and without a word to spare, I yanked Su Tianjiao and Xiao Lingshuang down to the ground and lowered my voice. Absolutely no sound. Su Tianjiao and Xiao Lingshuang held their breath, not daring even to breathe hard, hearts full of panic. Rumble, 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 rumble. The deafening roar drew closer, the ground shaking ever more violently, gravel raining overhead, as if some colossal thing were bulldozing along the ground, its momentum terrifying in the extreme. The three of us lay on the ground and looked out in terror. The sight that met our eyes froze us stiff, our blood near curdling. A giant earth dragon over 100 meters long was racing in from afar. Its whole body was covered in layer upon layer of heavy black scale armor, its surface glinting with a jet-black icy cold, its hard, coarse texture exuding an indestructible ferocity, like a high-speed train, awe-inspiring in the extreme. As the earth dragon reached near the passage mouth, an unrivaled violent ferocity swept over, stalling the three of us mid-breath. An earth dragon the size of a train. The three's terror peaked, all silently praying not to be discovered. Thankfully, the earth dragon didn't stop. Its huge body swept past the passage mouth in a streak and raced on into the tunnel depths. Before long, the rumbling faded away until it vanished entirely, the surroundings slowly returning to quiet. The three of us were long soaked in cold sweat, faces pale, full of the pounding heart of narrow survival. That brief moment just now had felt like a pass through the gates of hell. Su Tianjiao turned to me, her voice still carrying undissipated terror. Su-yi, was that monster an earth dragon? Why was it so big? That was a high-tier earth dragon. I murmured. Hiss. Su Tianjiao sucked in a cold breath. A high-tier earth dragon, an existence several times more terrifying than the earth rock bear. Her fright easing a little, she said low. I never once scouted this tunnel. So her been here several times meant that one fixed, familiar route to fetch components. The metal door, the long narrow passage, the component mine. She'd come, grabbed quick, and left quick, never taking a step into the giant tunnel deeper in. No wonder she knew nothing of the tunnel here or this earth dragon. Sui, are we still staying here? Xiao Lingshuang asked tremulously. Leave fast. I made the call at once. Since there was a high-tier earth dragon here, there were surely other high-tier monsters too, and staying was too dangerous. The three of us immediately doubled back along the tunnel the way we came. Just as we were about to reach the three-way junction, the mine suddenly spoke. A big swarm of mid-tier iron-armored roaches is holed up ahead. Stop, I called low. One mid-tier iron-armored roach was beneath notice, one shot to kill. But a swarm was not something we could contend with. What is it? Su Tianjiao and Xiao Lingshuang looked at me, puzzled. There's a swarm of mid-tier iron-armored roaches ahead, blocking the way. My face was grave. Then what do we do? The two got a bit panicked. If the road was blocked, wouldn't they be unable to get back? Don't worry too much. I soothed. The roaches haven't spotted us. Stay here for now, wait till they leave, then go. All right. Su Tianjiao nodded. The three of us stood in place and waited silently. Time passed, 20 minutes gone, and the iron-armored roaches ahead not only didn't scatter, but gathered more and more, reaching 50 plus. The sense of crisis in my heart grew heavier. What if that swarm surged this way? We couldn't wait any longer. We had to leave. But utterly unfamiliar with the environment here, where should we go? I thought a moment and quietly contacted the mine. Little mine, are there other passages nearby? Just this one passage. Bad. My face turned ugly. This passage led to the tunnel, and once the roaches surged in, we could only run into the tunnel. But was the tunnel safe? What if we ran into that high-tier earth dragon? For an instant, my mind was in chaos. Not good. The big roaches are moving toward your position. The mine suddenly spoke. I gritted my teeth. That swarm's coming for us. No hiding spot nearby. Into the tunnel. Staying here was a dead end, and going into the tunnel might leave a sliver of hope. Huh. Xiao Lingshuang and Su Tianjiao paled in an instant. Don't just stand there, move. I was frantic. A dense rustling had already come from behind, the roaches closing fast, and we had to reach the tunnel before being caught. The two said no more and bolted for the tunnel with me. Before long, we reached the passage mouth, the giant tunnel outside deathly still, safe for the moment. I stepped into the tunnel and pressed against the wall by the left passage mouth. The tunnel was fraught with danger, and not daring to run blindly, I stayed put first to watch the situation. If the roaches didn't give chase, we'd head back. Su Tianjiao and Xiao Lingshuang huddled beside me, eyes full of terror, ceaselessly scanning both ends of the tunnel, afraid a monster would dart out the next second. After waiting a moment, I asked the mine, "Little mine, have those roaches given chase?" Approaching, less than 50 meters from you. I signaled at once with my eyes. Move. The roaches would arrive soon, and here was no longer safe. The three of us hugged the tunnel wall and dashed ahead. After running a while, the mine suddenly warned. Not good. A swarm of mid-tier black-armored ants is holed up not far ahead. Aren't we done for? My face was ugly enough to drip water. Blocked ahead, pursued behind. Were we to die here today? Right then the mine spoke again. There's a broken mine 20 meters ahead. You can hide in it. Like grabbing a lifeline, I said not a word and led the two racing over. A moment later we reached the mine. It had collapsed for the most part, piled with rubble, barely able to hide a few people. Without a shred of hesitation, the three of us bent and ducked in. I swept a quick glance around inside and said in a low, heavy voice, "Quick, help me move stones, block the entrance." A huge gap had split open in the mine wall, the interior visible from outside at a glance. Not sealed, and the roaches on our trail would spot them easily. The three of us didn't dare delay, quickly scooping up rubble and stacking it against the gap layer by layer. In just a moment, we'd blocked the exposed gap tight. But mere stacking wasn't secure. The gaps between the stones were wide, loose and shaky, liable to collapse at a touch, wholly unable to fend off a monster's probing. It had to be reinforced. I thought a moment, then a flash of inspiration hit. I turned to Qiu Lingshuang and lowered my voice. "Release your ice talent. Freeze this stacked rubble." Frozen, it would surely be sturdier than before and no worry of collapsing at any moment. Qiu Lingshuang swept a hand, and a wave of icy cold rolled over, blanketing the gap's rubble in an instant. In a blink, all the scattered stones were wrapped tight in a thick layer of ice, frozen together, forcibly turned into a solid wall of ice and stone, set firmly in the gap, airtight and exceptionally sturdy. The instant the ice set, a dense rustling suddenly came from outside the mine, mixed with the monster's low, grating shrieks, closer and closer, coming clearly into the cave. The iron-armored roaches had caught up. The three of us held our breath, frozen stiff in place, not daring to breathe hard. Even the faintest sound might be caught, and once exposed, there'd be no way out. Time crept by, second by second, a full 10 minutes of torment before the shrieking outside slowly faded, the surroundings gradually returning to quiet. I let out a breath and contacted the mine. "Little mine, have the roaches outside left?" "They haven't left. They're crouched not far off, seemingly resting." My face darkened, restlessness surging in my heart. If the roaches wouldn't leave, we'd stay trapped, and dragging it out wouldn't do. This temporary hideout wasn't safe at all, and every extra second here was another degree of exposure risk. We had to break away fast. I mulled it over a while, then suddenly thought of the area map. Before exploring this region, the corresponding spot on the map had been pitch black, but now that I'd been deep inside, this area was likely lit up. If the map unlocked, maybe I could use navigation to find a route dodging the monsters. At that, I quickly opened the pack, took out the area map, and looked. Sure enough, their location was lit up, carved into an isolated region by two tunnels, its interior covered in dense, interwoven thick lines. These thick lines represented giant passages, and somewhere among them were 3 points of light, which were me, Su Tianjiao, and Qiu Lingshuang. My heart leapt. I reached out, tapped my own mind, and murmured inwardly, "Go to this place." The map glowed with a pale blue halo, a blue light swiftly converging to link the current position directly to the mine, forming a clear navigation route. I looked closely and my face fell. This route was the very path we'd come by, but outside was all monsters, no getting out. I wouldn't give up. Replan the route. The map glowed blue again, converging into 3 blue light paths. But all 3 were considerably longer than the original route, and every one, without exception, had to cut across the danger-fraught giant tunnel. Never mind the high-tier earth dragons still roaming nearby. The mid-tier monster swarms outside alone were enough to bury us there. Wholly unworkable. I gritted my teeth, still unwilling to give up. Plan once more, find a route that doesn't pass through the tunnel. This time a full minute of silence passed before the map slowly bloomed with a soft blue light, finally tracing out a winding route. I looked closely, a flash of joy first crossing my eyes, then a frown. This path did avoid the giant tunnel, but 2 spots were broken off, and the breaks were solid stone walls, meaning taking this path required forcibly boring through rock. I faced the map and murmured, "These 2 broken spots, can you show the wall thickness?" If it was only a meter or two, the rock-dissolving agent could bore through easily, but if it was tens or 100 meters, the little agent I had wouldn't be enough. Chiseling with the pick was slow, made noise, and drew monsters, purely courting death. The map flashed faintly again, and clear numbers surfaced at the two breaks. The first wall was 10 meters thick, the second 3 meters. That thickness wasn't too great. The rock-dissolving agent should bore through. I drew a deep breath and first gauged the agent's remaining supply. There wasn't much liquid in the vial to begin with, and boring through 10 meters plus 3 would likely bottom it out, so I had to use it sparingly. Then I took out the agent, uncapped it, aimed at the wall before me, and tipped out 2 drops. A hiss, a sound of corrosion, and where the agent landed, the hard rock swiftly melted, wisps of pungent white smoke rising and spreading through the cramped mine. Su Tianjiao huddled beside me, doubt in her eyes. Su-yi, what are you digging a hole here for? There's a passage outside. Dig through here, and we can leave. I lowered my voice. Really? Great. Su Tianjiao was overjoyed. I said no more and kept boring with the agent. Busy for a few minutes, I finally broke through the wall. Outside was a wide passage. Follow me. Overjoyed, I called low and ducked out fast. Su Tianjiao and Xiao Lingshuang followed close. Once in the passage, I glanced down at the map and raced along the navigation route. Sprinting 1,000+ meters, the road ahead was blocked dead by a stone wall. But I wasn't flustered. This was the second break, the wall only 3 meters thick, easy to punch through. Just as I took out the agent to get to work, the mind suddenly spoke. A treasure discovered. My expression stirred. What treasure? The mind said quickly. In a mine not far off, there's a complete set of mechanized battle armor, a rare defensive heavyweight. Mechanized battle armor. I got excited in an instant and asked eagerly, where exactly? The mind said quickly, through this wall, go 50 meters along the passage outside, and you're there. Without hesitation, I dripped the agent on the wall at once. Before long, the wall was corroded into a big opening. I ducked out first, into a brand new passage. Inside it was pitch black and silent, no sign of monsters for the moment. Once Su Tianjiao and Xiao Lingshuang were out, I led the two jogging ahead fast. A moment later we reached the target, and I stopped. Su Tianjiao was puzzled. Why'd we stop? Found something good, gotta dig it out. I smiled slightly and used the agent to corrode the wall before me. Su Tianjiao frowned. This place is fraught with danger. Monsters could come killing any moment. Leaving is what matters most. Why are you still fixated on digging up supplies? I paid it no mind, the mechanized battle armor filling my head, my eyes fixed dead on the wall gap. Under the agent, the gap grew wider, about to break through. But right then, dull footsteps suddenly came from the passage depths. Su Tianjiao and Xiao Lingshuang's faces changed, and they whipped around to look. In the passage depths, a tall figure rushed in fast, a 2-meter-tall stone man. By its build, very likely a mid-tier stone man. Su-yi, a stone man's charging in. Let's run. Su Tianjiao paled in alarm. My face was extremely ugly. With my amplified spirit power, one pulse shot could kill this stone man instantly. But firing would make a big commotion and draw a horde of monsters, which would be dangerous. The safest move now was to flee at once. But thinking of that set of mechanized armor in the mine so close at hand, I was full of reluctance. How could I let a chance already in hand slip away for nothing? I thought a moment and finally decided to stay. You two hold the stone man off, buy me some time. As long as I got the armor before the mid-tier stone man closed in, put on this powerful gear, no matter how many monsters came, no fear. To grab time, I stopped rationing the agent and just poured the last bit left in the vial all over the gap. It was bottoming out anyway, and saving those 1 or 2 drops was of little use. Better to stake it on this. A hiss, the grating sound of corrosion bursting out, a large mass of dense white smoke suddenly rising, blanketing the whole wall in an instant. The hard rock melted and crumbled fast like shortcake. The gap not only bored clean through, but visibly expanding fast. I lay at the opening and swept a glance inside. Dead center in the mine stood a 3-meter-tall silver mechanized battle armor. Its whole body glowed with a cold silver radiance, its lines tough and sharp, its shoulder guards jutting in angles, its breastplate thick and neat, carved with fine reinforcing patterns, the armor of its arms and legs flowing in line, precise transmission components fitted at the joints. It stood silently, like an iron god of war, exuding an indestructible pressure just at a glance. Seeing this majestic armor, my heart surged, itching to rush in and claim it at once. Only the melted opening wasn't yet big enough for me to squeeze through, and I had to wait a bit. By now the stone man had charged near, swinging its thick stone club in a frenzied assault. Su Tianjiao transformed into iron form, gritted her teeth, and charged in fiercely, trading blows with the stone man. Qiu Lingshuang swept both hands, blasting out icy cold to suppress it. The two together did manage to hold the stone man off. I didn't join in. I ducked into the mine and grabbed the armor. The instant I touched it, information surfaced. Everworld Battle Armor. An ultimate combat armor built from superalloy and precise components, bound with just a drop of blood essence. Controlled entirely by thought, no cumbersome donning needed. It can auto-cover the body in an instant, or merge into the body anytime, hidden and formless. Once activated, the whole body is wrapped in an iron warframe, strength, speed, and defense all soaring, combat power breaking past its limit. Note: the armor's operational load is enormous, consuming vast stamina. Those of weak physique who force it risk exhaustion and collapse at best, or being backlashed by the armor at worst, unable to truly master it. Features: strength amplification, agility amplification, defense amplification. Having read the description, ecstasy near overflowed my eyes. Without hesitation, I bit my finger, squeezed out a drop of blood essence, and dripped it on the armor. The moment it touched, the blood essence sank in. The next second, a mysterious connection formed between us, as if we'd always been one. Every component of the armor, every flow of energy, mapped clearly in my mind, controllable at will without deliberate sensing. I suppressed my excitement, and with a thought, the Everworld Battle Armor bloomed with silver light and turned to a wash of starlight melting into my body. Then I quickly ducked out of the mine. By now Su Tianjiao and the other were still locked in combat with the stone man, the scene tense. The huge commotion of battle had long alerted the beasts around, and monster shrieks kept rising and falling from the distant passages, closer and closer. Clearly a large batch of beasts was closing in. I shouted to the two, "You two, back off." Su Tianjiao and Qiu Lingshuang traded a glance and swiftly retreated behind me. The stone man let out an ear-splitting roar and rushed me menacingly, club in hand. I shot at a light glance, calmly raised the pulse pistol, and resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! The crisp crack echoed through the long, narrow passage. A peerlessly sharp silver crystal-line shot from the muzzle, fast to the extreme, giving the stone man no chance to dodge, driving straight through its thick rock chest and blasting open a huge bloody hole in an instant, rubble and dark red fluid spraying. Ag! The stone man shrieked wretchedly, its huge body swaying a few times before crashing down heavily, limbs twitching, its earlier ferocity gone. I stowed the pulse pistol, hefted the alloy pick, and hammered it down hard on the stone man's wound. Clang, clang, clang. The alloy pick, carrying full force, forcibly split the stone man in two. Its wailing cut off abruptly, its breath gone entirely. The instant it died, white light bloomed from the corpse, and 5 cyan chests slowly appeared. I stowed them in the pack first thing. Right then, a dark, dense mass of figures suddenly surged from the passage depths, a teeming throng of monsters swarming frantically at the three of us like a tide, their shrieks shaking the passage. "Fall back," I growled and turned to sprint with the two. The three of us sprinted at full tilt for over a minute, and the once wide passage ahead suddenly narrowed, a familiar small passage appearing before us. Get through here, and we'd reach the mine with the metal door, shaking off pursuit for good. But the monster swarm behind had caught up close, heavy panting and grating shrieks right at our backs, giving no chance to escape. What do we do? Su Tianjiao and Qiu Lingshuang were utterly panicked. Against this many monsters, even with the pulse pistol Su, he couldn't change the situation. Death seemed near. "Since you want to die, then I'll oblige you." A streak of ruthlessness crossed my eyes, and I resolutely activated the Everworld Battle Armor. The next second, a sky of fine silver starlight spilled from my body, swiftly converging into silver armor components. Shoulder guards, breastplate, arm bracers, leg armor formed fast, fitting precisely along my body's contours and closing up quickly, without the slightest hitch. In a blink, a complete armor covered me entirely. I became a 3-meter iron warframe, my whole body glowing with a cold silver radiance, my armor's lines tough and sharp, an overbearing aura of crushing devastation radiating from me, like an iron god of war walked off a battlefield. What is this thing? Su Tianjiao and Qiu Lingshuang were struck dumb. Ha ha ha. I swept my gaze over the charging swarm, let out a wild laugh, raised an iron fist, and slammed it down at the black-armored ant in the lead. The black-armored ant instinctively tried to dodge, but my punch was fast to the extreme. The whistle of parted air had barely risen before the iron fist landed before it. Bam! A deafening crash burst out, the fist slamming hard into the ant's torso, violent force punching through the hard shell and into its body. The shell shattered on the spot, the flesh unable to withstand such brute force. Half its body blasted to bits, severed limbs, and a mist of blood spraying everywhere. This, Su Tianjiao and Qiu Lingshuang gaped. A powerful mid-tier monster, killed by Su Yi with a single punch just like that? Su Yi had grown this strong already? Inconceivable. Seeing Su Yi this ferocious, the charging monsters halted one after another, deep terror showing in their fierce eyes as they instinctively shrank back. Die, all of you! I laughed unrestrained, lunged forward, and threw another punch straight at an iron-armored beetle on the far side. Bam! The beetle was smashed to a pulp in an instant. I didn't stop, sweeping a leg through the air, my right leg wrapped in wind, kicking an iron-armored roach. The roach flew off and slammed into the wall, cracking open a huge fissure, its whole body crumbling to bits. The remaining monsters were utterly cowed, their terror peaking, and dared not stay, fleeing in a rout. I stood quietly in place and didn't give chase. Not that I didn't want to kill, but I had no strength left. Using the Everworld battle armor drained me too much. In just that brief spell, my strength was near spent. If not to cow those monsters, I'd likely be lying on the ground by now. Once the monsters vanished entirely, I could no longer hold on. I retracted the armor into my body and pitched face first to the ground. Su Tianjiao and Qiu Lingshuang paused. Majestic 1 second, collapsed pathetically the next? Was he hurt? The two came around and jogged to my side in concern. Sui, are you all right? I panted hard and forced out a faint smile. I'm fine, just drained a bit much. Qiu Lingshuang's eyes flickered and she asked curiously, Sui, what was that you wore just now? The power was overwhelming. A mechanized battle armor I just got from that mine. I said lightly. The two came around. No wonder Sui insisted on digging through the wall in that critical moment. It was for this astonishingly powerful armor. I rested a bit, recovered some strength, stowed all the chests the swarm dropped into the pack, and said to the two, It's not safe here, let's go fast. My stamina was hugely drained now, no longer able to activate the armor, and if another big batch of monsters came killing, it'd be truly dangerous. The two didn't hesitate, gently propping me up from either side, and came to the narrow passage mouth, ducking in one after another. The three of us crawled several hundred meters along the passage and finally returned to the mine. Here, we could finally breathe easy. Those mid-tier monsters were huge and couldn't pass through the narrow passage. And even if they could, no matter. Hold the passage mouth, kill them one by one as they came. Su Tianjiao narrowed her eyes at me and asked softly, Su Yi, do we rest here a bit, or head back? I thought a moment. Let's head back. My stamina was badly depleted now, and full recovery would take a few hours at least. Better to head back and have Lin Jixia use her recovery talent to restore me. Then the three of us opened the metal door and stepped out of the mine. The instant we came out, the mine's voice suddenly rang out. Not good. Monster. Where? My heart tightened and I scanned around warily, but all in sight was empty, not a shadow of a single monster. Just as I was puzzled, a sharp stab of pain suddenly came from the back of my neck. I reflexively slapped it. A 20-centimeter giant mosquito was biting hard into the back of my neck, its slender, sharp proboscis already jabbed deep in. Holy crap! I couldn't help cursing, seized the big mosquito, slammed it to the ground, and stomped down hard. With a bam, the big mosquito burst into a wad of pulp in an instant. Having killed it, my face changed. What came from the back of my neck wasn't just pain, but a numbing itch boring in through the wound, faintly spreading. Sui, what's wrong? Hurt. Su Tianjiao and Qiu Lingshuang paused. They'd been behind Su Yi just now and hadn't noticed the big mosquito at all. I clapped a hand over the back of my neck, brow knit tight. Got bitten by that big mosquito on the back of my neck. Qiu Lingshuang leaned in to look, and her face changed slightly. The back of your neck's all red and swollen, and it's still spreading. That mosquito's probably venomous. Su Tianjiao's expression turned grave too. The big mosquito's bite is venomous. We need to deal with it fast, or it'll be trouble once the toxin spreads. I gritted my teeth. Already badly drained from activating the armor, and now poisoned on top of it, I felt wave after wave of dizziness. I recalled with regret that silver thread inner armor in my pack. It protected the vitals and added defense, but I hadn't been willing to change into it in front of everyone, leaving it stowed away. Had I worn it earlier, the mosquito's proboscis couldn't have jabbed in, and I wouldn't have taken this dose of venom. Gear like this really did save your life at the critical moment, and shouldn't just be kept stashed. I'm a bit dizzy. I braced against the wall. Gotta get back fast and deal with the venom. Can you walk? Qiu Lingshuang was worried. I can. I gritted my teeth and held on. The three of us entered the passage and traveled a stretch to a fork. I stopped and said to the two, we'll part here. The supplies we gathered, I'll transfer to you through the trade board. Sure. Su Tianjiao and Qiu Lingshuang nodded. The three of us parted there, each heading for our own mine. A few minutes later, I got back to the mine. Lin Jixiao was sitting on the ground resting, and seeing me look so miserable, she frowned. You're hurt. Bitten on the back of the neck by a venomous, big mosquito. I said vaguely. A bit dizzy, I'll rest a while. And with that I ducked into the tent. Lin Jixiao followed in, looked at the red swelling on the back of my neck, and her face tightened slightly. That's swollen bad. Let me use my talent to restore you, it'll ease it some. I waved a hand. Hold off on that for now. The venom wasn't cleared yet. I had to check the wound first. Then rest up, call me if you need me. Lin Jixiao saw something off in his manner but didn't press, turning to duck out of the tent. Once she'd left, I closed the metal tent, took the silver thread inner armor from the pack, and put it on next to my skin. The instant the inner armor touched my skin, a cool, refreshing sensation spread out, my taut nerves easing considerably, and even the numbing itch on the back of my neck seemed to lighten a bit. Should have put this armor on earlier, wouldn't have taken that bite. I sighed faintly, but the red swelling and numbing itch on the back of my neck were still there. This venom was no small thing, and mere easing from the armor wouldn't do. I had to find a way to detoxify and reduce the swelling, and absolutely couldn't drag it out. I frowned and thought a while, then opened the area channel. I couldn't come up with a good method myself, so I could only ask the other survivors for help. The channel was lively just then, messages scrolling fast. I didn't speak up right away and read first. Li Xiaoqiang. Guys, dug up any food lately? I haven't in 2 days. Keep this up and I'll starve to death sooner or later. Guyi. I don't even need to dig. I've got enough bread every day, no worries at all. Li Xiaoqiang. Where'd you get so much bread? Guyi. Su Dayton gave it to me. Jiang Xinian. You traded that android to Su Dayton for that bread tree? Guyi. No. Jiang Xinian. Then why'd Su Dayton give you bread? Guyi. I rented the android to Su Dayton. He gives me 10 loaves a day as rent. Jiang Xinian. Nice. Wang Daming. Guys, I just dug up a brand new electric scooter. Load an energy stone and you can ride it. Contact me if you want it. Wu Bo. We're stuck in mines, tiny cramped spaces like these. What use is an electric scooter? Just takes up space. Wouldn't take it even for free. I thought a moment and spoke up. Su Yi. Wang Daming. How do you want to trade this scooter? In the mines and passages it was indeed useless, but I could ride it in the tunnel. The tunnel was endless, and later trips back and forth to open metal doors, all on foot, would burn too much stamina and time. An electric scooter would be several times faster, efficiency maxed out. In others' eyes the scooter was a useless trinket, but to me it was a practical treasure. Wang Daming. Just some food and drink, whatever's fine. Su Yi. I'll give you a bottle of mineral water, then. Wang Daming deal. Jiang Xinian. Su Yi. What are you trading for an electric scooter for? Su Yi. I plan to ride it for a spin through the tunnel.